Hello, welcome to the CUNY Theater Festival 2021. I'm Professor Keith Winstead, and we are in Theater 2 on the campus of BMCC. We are the hosting school this year. CUNY Theater Festival tours the CUNY schools and does original plays and gives framework and foundation for students to practice their craft. And also a daytime full of workshops, lectures, and offerings from artists who this time, virtually, the first one ever, we are going to go into people's homes. They've invited us in their homes. And we're going to have conversations with them. And they're going to teach us some things, share their experiences, and essentially give us maybe some lift and hope for tomorrow, because that's what we need right now, more of. That's why we're here. This is Chauvet Bishop, and she is a licensed massage therapist, and she is a Reiki practitioner, and she is a poet. But much more than that, she is a beautiful human. And she's going to bring to you this morning a grounding, an awareness for self, because we artists, actors, need that. Good morning, Chauvet. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm going to put in my earbuds so I can hear you. Hi, are you there?
Yes, morning. Thank you.
You're welcome. I really appreciate you coming. Have a wonderful Saturday morning, and I'll be right here watching and following you, and thank you for your guidance. Enjoy.
Good morning, y'all. Like Keith said, my name is Chauvet Bishop. I am a licensed massage therapist, Reiki practitioner, poet, activist, organizer, living and growing and trying to make a difference in Brooklyn and globally. I have a background deeply rooted. I'm originally from North Carolina, so a lot of the lens that I see things through is through the Southern experience, through the Southern Black experience particularly. I have a very diverse background, so I've seen a lot, learned a lot, which leads to me knowing that everything is connected, which not only pertains to the body, it pertains to the world, to the universe. I've been watching Spider-Man, so the multiverse is real to me. So just knowing how everything can be a variable and how everything can impact us and affect us is a really huge thing, and it's not something to gloss over, because energy is something that is universal. It cannot be destroyed, it cannot be created, it can be shifted, it can it can increase, decrease, it can have a denser impact on people. So all that we're ever really working with is energy. So I want to help us move, focus, really work with that energy and make sure that we're using it for the best positive way for our growth and healing. Because you're never going to be perfectly balanced. That's just not a thing. In the Eastern philosophy and study, they said the only times that you're going to be completely balanced is when you're in the highest meditative state ever, and death. So don't worry if you feel imbalanced. Life is all about shifting. So it's embracing that shift and moving with that shift. So I want us to take a second. I'm gonna get to the household items in a little bit, but I promise you they'll make a difference. So right now I just want us to really get into and feel our bodies. These are what we work with. These are our tools. This is our instrument. This is our vessel. I know as an artist, as an actor, like it's something that you feel different emotions in different parts of your body. So sit with that, allow that to like really guide you through any healing that you need, through healing after a scene also. I know that with poetry, especially slam poetry, performance, like you have these intense emotions, whether it be anger, whether it be sadness, whether it be fear, whether it be all of those in one piece. This is something that you're having to convey, to express. And it is exhausting on your body because these things actually live in us. You can't produce it if it's not there. And it's the same thing with acting. Because poetry is a form of acting. So just thinking about that, thinking about where these things live and how you have to position your body in holding positions. If you're somebody who is building sets, or if you're somebody who is operating puppets, if you're somebody who is, in a stoop position or in a position that you don't hold in normal life, it's going to affect your body. So I want everybody to like really hold that, and it's not the sacrifice yourself for the art. It's okay, embrace that and make sure that you're taking care of yourself and healing after your art. Because you don't have to beat yourself up and deplete yourself for your art. That's really not what art is, to me. Everybody has their own definition, but to me, art is not that. Art is supposed to document, to convey a message, to give light to a subject. So it could even be a dark subject, but you're bringing that to the light. So I want us to really think about our light. I want us to think about our energy. I want us to think about how we shift, how we move in this world. So I'm going to start with some grounding breaths with those things in mind. So I want us to really come into our bodies. Another breath, we're going to come into the energy field that we possess. So at this point, you can take up your 6 feet. So the energy in that realm and the energy that we have that is connected not only to the center of the earth, which we live on and were created from, but as I said, the multiverse, which we are also a part of and affected by. So I'm going to start one breath, and I want you to fill up your entire body from the tips of your toes to the crown of your head. Just in presence, holding that, feeling that. Breathe out. Any exhaustion, I know it's early, I still have my coffee, it's fine. I want us to breathe in. Take up that 6 feet, really feel that energy. Breathe out. Anything that feels restricted, I want us to breathe in. Down to the center and up, taking our place in the multiverse. Breathe out. Anything telling you that you're small. So I want to ask y'all I'm not sure how many people are on the feed because I'm squinting, my phone is across the room, but I know we're here. What things are hurting, troubling you, are uncomfortable right now? I'm talking about 2 or 3 people, so I know how to focus my work this morning. I'm not sure if anything's happening in chats. Or even the people who are working this, young people too. So if you're like, yo, I've been working on this thing for months, then now my need is telling me, let me know. Tell me.
Well, Chauvet, you're getting lots of good mornings in the chat. I think people are enjoying it. They're waking up. They're feeling good. They're in their breath. Yeah. Keep it going. I'll chime back in a bit.
Cool. All right. So I will introduce us to our little household items. So I think I can safely assume that most artists, dancers, actors, movers have these wonderful things, tights, in their possession in their house. So this is actually a great self-massage tool. I have a little Listex jar container thing. This also is like the same size as like a makeup tube, so any kind of small round object. And I have a water bottle, but this can be any kind of bottle as long as it has like, that roundedness and that firmness that isn't going to collapse on you. So the first thing that we're going to do before we use our friends is get our hands ready, get our arms ready, because we're going to use them, of course. So first, we're just going to flex a little bit, open and close. You may feel some clicking and popping, and that is fine. Like, I know you've been scrolling, I know you've been typing, I know you've been too well acquainted with our computers. Then just clasp together, do a little rolling around, loosen up the wrists. You Even press out. And again, if this does not feel comfortable, don't do it. Listen to your body first. These are just suggestions. And stretch over, opening up the ribs, of course, especially, because unfortunately, we've like really been compacting ourselves. I know I'm getting some clicks and pops, and that's fine. All right, so I'm going to have us massage our forearms. So use the heel of your hand to press up. That way you will minimize how much you have to press down with your fingers, because we're not trying to overexhaust ourselves. So really pressing up, pressing in with the heel of your hand, and then just kind of twist. You're trying to get between these two bones here, the ulna and the radius. Once you get to about here, like right below the elbow, right at the break, there is the common extensor tendon. So if you start moving your fingers like so, you're going to feel it more intensely. So you may be cussing me out, and that's fine. I get it, it's cool, but it is a good move. I'm going to do the other forearm. We will be moving up our arms. I just want to make sure both arms get equal attention. And then once you get to this place, and also turning over the arm, there's the opposite. So we have a common extensor. We also have a common flexor. So right here, like right below the break, be careful, of course, because nerves, because blood vessels. So if anything is uncomfortable, if anything tingles, if anything has a sharp pain, like you know the pain that your body, that are the alert pains versus the, okay, that feels better pains. So making sure you're getting the common flexor as well. There's also a muscle here. It's kind of a little triangular shape right in here. And this is one that helps you, like the doorknob turning muscle. So making sure you're getting those, because these are ones that really get stressed out with holding things, with carrying things, with typing, with being in different, even yoga positions. So go move on to our biceps and our triceps, to our deltoids. And again, you're just like really gathering in with the heel of the hand, bringing the rest of your muscle in with your fingers. It doesn't need to be a particular order of sequence, it's just making sure I hit these things, to be honest. I know a lot of times traps neck here is a big issue. So we're going to need the traps a little bit. So I want to make sure that you're really getting here. So if you feel, there we go. Feel your shoulder blade, the top of it. There's a corner that it ends here. There's a lot of muscle attachments here. So you may hear a little bit of popping. I know I do right now. That's just kind of where the attachments are tight. Move your neck slowly and carefully to get a better stretch and a better feeling on this one. So again, pull in and lean, find that corner, and just gently moving your neck. Again, if it tingles, if it hurts, if your body is telling you, please do not do that, listen to it, do not do that. We're going to interlace our fingers and do kind of this little roll, I don't know what to call it, I call it kind of roly-poly motion on our neck. Make sure that your neck is nice and loose so that it's able to move with your hands. Because this is something we don't pay attention to enough. Also, you can lean your head back onto your fingers to protect it and get a good stretch. Because too often people will have us stretching our necks and just kind of flop back with no protection to our vertebrae, which is not good at all. So I forgot who said it, but I know it's a common phrase, especially if you want to protect your neck, is real. Please protect it. So you can just kind of do a little smooth down. Do not be afraid of the side of the neck muscles. People get nervous because there is the carotid arteries up in here. Don't be afraid. If you don't feel a pulse, you're fine. If you feel a pulse, get off of there. This muscle here, the SEM, like kind of the, we call it the angle muscle. If you tip your neck over, it loosens up and becomes more available. So you can actually, as comfortable as you feel doing this, take as much time as you need to. You can kind of get under there and pinch it and massage it. So again, very carefully. If something feels uncomfortable, if you do not trust yourself to do it, don't. This is just a suggestion. I cannot stress that enough. Because I don't want anybody going back, well, she said so. Don't do that. I said to do what you're comfortable with. All right, and if you're not comfortable with your hands, this is when we will have our wonderful little tights. So what I'm going to do is make a knot in them. So that now I have just a little, like a firm but soft pressure, and you can work in with this. So just press in. And now that we are like in this position often, we don't realize that we don't need to, or if you're like, you end up propped up on one side, so now all of your weight has been compressed into your chest, your collarbone, like things aren't normal right now. They haven't been normal for a really long time. It's like, you know, there. Humans aren't supposed to be doing a lot of things you've been doing. But your chest, your pectoral muscles really are the cause of a lot of back pain. Because people think, oh, it's my back, it's just my back. No, it's because everything is shortened and tightened here, and it's causing your back to freeze in a longer state. So chest openers are a really good thing for my people who practice yoga type stretches, Pilates type stretches, anything that opens up the chest. One of my favorite suggestions is right after a nice hot shower or bath, or however you choose to cleanse yourself. That is one, or if you've been in a hot tub, getting in a door frame and either having your arms at a right angle or just stretching back. Make sure you're doing 3 different positions. So high, middle, and low to stretch all the fibers of the pecs. And we can also use our friend the tights to go in right under your clavicle and just kind of knead and press. And honestly, if you want to do this, if you want to lay down and just lay on it for a while, because sometimes people have like one specific point that is particularly adhered. So an adhesion's a knot, or if you have trigger points, so if you press on it and you feel it like different places, that's a trigger point. So if you just want to lay on it, like this is something that's nice and soft, it's not going to cause, it's not going to cause you damage, not going to cause you problems. So you can use the tights. It also works with socks. So I know a lot of us have a lot of partnerless socks walking around. I don't know why or how this is a universal problem, but you can knot up one sock and stuff it in the toe of the other sock to make yourself a nice little massage tool. There we go, sorry, fighting this knot. Another thing is you can vary where the knot is. So for your back, you can take it and lean back on a wall, chair, couch, whatever, on the floor, wherever it needs to, but you can adjust. So I'm keeping the knot like at a lot of my palm areas. So here, moving down to here, make sure that you're not directly on your spine. But yeah, you can just lay on it, make sure that your body weight is working for you. Is one of the best things. To the other side. Especially right at the shoulder blades. So you feel like that, the larger flat portion of your shoulder blade, put it there. Because it is full of muscle attachments and problems. So just laying it there. And if you want to move your arm so that you can get a nice stretch, nice kind of myofascial release going. So the connective tissue that's holding you together, just making sure that that's getting a good stretch where created. as a colloid, meaning that when we heat up, the more flexible that we are. So kind of like coconut oil and jello. So we heat up, we become looser. We freeze, and we're, you know, we're a more solid state, which is why winter really is harder to move in. So you're not wrong. Your mind isn't playing tricks on you. In the wintertime, it literally is harder to move because we are frozen. So if you've ever felt like you're strange, you're not. It really is what's happening. I will move to my bottle, which is a good, if you need a more firm pressure. Also, if you want to wrap this in a t-shirt, just so you have kind of like a foam roller situation form, you can do that. I know for a lot of people, the IT band, so the iliotibial band, which is a piece of mostly fascia, so mostly connective tissue that goes from your hip to your knee, and it connects right under your knee. So that's the main thing that a lot of people have problems with. I've never met anybody that is flexible or pain-free in this area. So if you want to just kind of do a rolling pin action on that area. If this is too intense, remember, you have your sock, you have your tights, use them. You can just kind of roll out your quads as well. And if you're familiar with foam rollers, you know, you can also use it on the hamstrings. So just using, again, use your body weight, let your body heat, help you out. It doesn't need to be a fast thing. Take as long or as short as you need. And roll out. And it's also, so your quads have, so basically 3 compartments and 1 muscle under there. So this side, middle, and there's a muscle under that. So your quads have a lot going on. So take as much time as you need. Do not forget your adductor muscles. So the muscles on the inside of your thighs. A lot of people kind of avoid this area. I know for me, it was constantly tight. The butterfly stretch is really good. There are a lot of problem areas in the linguinal area, which is here. So there's like a triangle here of so many nerves, so many muscle attachments, so many things that can go wrong, which is why for this area, I would suggest using the softer object and really paying attention to yourself. But also understanding there's a muscle called sartorius that helps you really do this, that helps you sit crisscross applesauce. So when you're in this position, you can kind of just follow this muscle down carefully, gently, as you need. Because a lot of times we'll have issues with our knees, we'll have issues with our ankles, and it's a multi-joint situation because people assume that if, oh, my leg hurts, then it's only in my leg. That's not necessarily true. It could be an issue in your foot, it could be an issue in your back. There was a time I stubbed my pinky toe and I didn't think about the repercussions of it until months later, and my neck started hurting. It was literally because of my pinky toe that I did not take care of. So yeah, it's easier to take care of trauma and injuries sooner than later. That goes for any type of trauma, mental as well, because again, you hold this trauma in your body. So if you're going through this and you all of a sudden feel like you want to cry or you're getting angry or you don't know what emotion is erupting from the portion of your body, that's normal. It's cool, it's fine, it's how it goes. Sorry, I am making sure what time I have. Okay.
Oh, hi, Chauvet. Yeah, you have 20 minutes.
Are there any questions? Yeah. Or
yeah, well, I think there was some loss experience in the chat, and so there's some talk about that. So I was wondering how you have found ways to like use your practice to sort of work through grief and what helps you with that. As so much of that this year and this week and this day, and you know, and I think that would be really helpful too. The chat this morning.
Yeah, so even you just saying grief and like here just lit up for me. So yeah, so with Reiki, with energy, so yeah, you saying that here, it also radiated up to like my cheeks, down my arms. Because grief is a very compound thing because it's love, it's fear, it's loss, it's so many things, it's regret, or it's so many things can come through. So first thing is stay hydrated. I know it sounds basic, but seriously, like water actually is life. So even if it's not water, if it's your like favorite teas or something like that, make sure that you're doing things that make you comfortable. And grief is not a monolith. So for some person, like being swaddled, like being in warmth, being, you know, even watching your favorite shows is great. If you need to go into like a more compact position, so this, if you need to feel yourself. So if you need to hug your knees to your chest, if you need to feel open, so also again those chest openers, that's a wonderful thing. Really honoring that energy. So if you feel, and yeah, keep going here, keep going here, keep going here, the heart area, heart chakra. So just like feeling that energy, letting it disperse. If you need to tap, is something that helps people. If you need to move around, yeah, like just the act of touching yourself, to be honest, like that physical touch, because we've been deprived of that because 6 feet, right? Minimum. And that fear of what could happen if somebody injures your bone. A lot of times when people experience fear, it goes straight down their back. So just really honoring what you need. If you need to do a twisting motion just to get you out of a single plane, because a lot of times people move into this, they end up in one plane of movement when there's so many. So if you need to stretch, you need to make sure that your body knows that it's here. You know, just like confirming for yourself that you are here, you are experiencing it. And that's fine. And that's like just acknowledging that, because a lot of times people, myself included, end up having an out of body experience when they're grieving. It's like your body is here, you still here somewhere, ish, you know? So it's like really trying to like breathe in and really recognize and really find yourself again. There's no one way. It's not, again, I'm never gonna tell people, oh, healing is all like yoga and all that. It's not. It's the difficult stuff. It's not anything to minimize. People have been taught to just kind of push through, just move on, just suck it up. Like, don't do that. Honor your feelings. Let yourself feel those feelings. You can move through them. The only way to move through them is to acknowledge what they are. So the first thing to do is acknowledge and allow yourself to be in that feeling. And don't feel guilty about it. I can't control your guilt, but I can kind of be that voice later that you can call back to. Don't feel guilty about it. You're affected, like the whole world is going through something, has been going through something for quite some time, but it's been amplified now. It's been amplified how people are not taken care of, how people don't see their fellow humans as fellow humans. It's been amplified how people don't respect different cultures. It's been amplified how people don't respect different classes, different backgrounds, different ways of living. Because some people may be like, you know what, I want to be in this one house for my whole life and I'm happy here. Some people have a nomadic spirit, they need to move. So also whatever honors your spirit will honor your grief. So if you are the type of person that is just apt to want to move, like find a park, find even a small corner of a room, anything that can be your space to move in it. If you're somebody who needs to sit still, like I'm not trying to mess with anybody's living. So if you are able to and comfortable to, take time for yourself. If you're able to take time off for yourself, do that. If you can only find 5 minutes, take those 5 minutes. Make sure that you're honoring yourself, and that will honor your grief, that will honor all your emotions that you're moving through. Which again, that's a posting thing too. So if you like had this super intense scene today, if you're moving through this thing, like it maybe didn't resonate with you the same way it did today, it's like, oh, it's never hit me like that before. Again, feel that, feel what that means. That's the biggest thing, is I feel like too often emotions are written off and minimalized. Don't do that to yourself, and allow yourself, even if somebody else is telling you, oh, it's not that big of a deal, like, no, it is. You don't have to say it out loud, just affirm for yourself, it is. And that's enough. You know, that's enough to start with. I can't say that it's gonna do everything forever, and I can't say it's gonna work for everybody, but it's something that has worked for me and several people that I've come into contact with. I hope that was helpful. I can show y'all a couple things. Also, okay. So I don't want to neglect the feet, because that's very important. Because a lot of us, if you're able to walk, if you're able to move, in a pedestrian way, pedestrian meaning like literally feet, they take a lot of wear and tear. If you're a dancer, my Lord, bless you, you go through everything. I didn't find my tennis ball, but again, the tights can work, the little jar can work, any kind of small object can work. So we're just gonna kind of roll into the arch of the foot. I know sometimes people deal with plantar fasciitis, so that is an inflammation of the fascia here, so the connective tissue that I was talking about. So you can like really get, especially by the heel. Roll into that, loosen that up. If you're somebody who does suffer from plantar fasciitis, so if your feet are like particularly a mess at the end of the day or the end of the set or the end of whatever it is that you've been doing, a frozen water bottle is actually wonderful to fight the inflammation and soothe. Just roll your foot over that is a good thing to do. And I'm going to show the other stuff on this foot. So also with our feet, you know, we tend to, again, they're stomping, they're taking all this stuff. So you can kind of wring it out, honestly, like a rag. So you're just gonna hold it and kind of do a wringing motion, just to loosen it up, get it moving more. And you can get like right under the toes, right, you feel the muscles like between each toe. Make sure that you're giving each of those a little pull and circle with your toes. And of course, you can do this with your hands as well. Like everything that you're doing on your feet, your hands can do the same thing, except the thumb is different, clearly. The saddle joint here, I know a lot of people teach about this point, it's called the great eliminator. But also, again, because we've been texting things, it's been overused. Another muscle people don't talk about much is here, right at the pointer finger. So making sure that muscle also gets love, which again, you can use your little jar or golf ball, something if you wanna use both hands at the same time, get a dual massage is really nice. And also it helps you, it's a little fidget toy during all these Zoom meetings. So I'm also giving y'all things to do while you're at this computer and waiting. So yeah, just seeing what feels right, seeing what feels nice for you. You can also use like a marker or a pen just to get more specific into these spaces. Make sure that you're being careful with your wrists. So if you want to stretch your wrists, make sure that you're putting your thumb here so that you're not compacting the carpal area. Because everybody's heard about carpal tunnel, which is this area here. A lot of carpal tunnel. Everybody has one, maybe two carpal tunnels. But the carpal tunnel syndrome is that inflammation. So that's something else that I'm not a fan of ice, but it is helpful. I'll just be transparent about that. So if you need to ice your wrist, then that's fine. Just make sure that when you're stretching it, you protect with your thumb. There we go. Be careful if you need to stretch this way. Again, if something tingles, if something hurts, if something feels like, please don't do that, don't do that. Any of these things, if you need to modify, because everybody has different mobility, everybody has different range of motion, everybody has like just different ways that their bodies are comprised. So if things don't honor how you move or how you're built, Don't feel obligated. These are only suggestions. Cannot say it enough. I don't want anybody feeling, well, she told me the wrong thing. I gave you a suggestion, and if y'all want to reach out to me, I'm more than happy to figure out more modifications, because that's what life is about. It's like, okay, everybody deserves healing, so how can we make that happen? I know I have a few minutes left. Sorry, I'm squinting. Is there anything else that people want addressed, that people need to ask, talk about, have a question about a particular part or element? Like, let me know. We can definitely come back in this last few minutes.
Hey, Chauvet. That was really a helpful talk you did. People in the chat were really thanking you for your pearls of wisdom. That was good stuff about the feet, because I wore heels for the first time yesterday in a year, and I was like, oh no.
Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to tell people of your Achilles tendon. Take care of that. Now that you say heels, I'm like, oh shoot. Definitely take care of your Achilles tendon. You can honestly just kind of mess around with it, make sure it moves. It's gonna feel a little weird at first, and that's okay. But just like really move it around. You can do a couple little bends in it, just to make sure it's still mobile. Because if the Achilles tendon goes, like that's your calf muscle done, and it is terrible to rehab. So thank you for saying heels, because I don't wear them anymore. But yes, that is detrimental. Thank you for saying that. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hey, sorry, I'm running. The next person's in the waiting room. Get excited, everybody. So I'm running a little bit of 2 meetings at once. I was just wanting to know about how you keep yourself like doing this every day. Are there days that you don't like?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, do you know, and then you come back to it? How do you get yourself to come back to it when you've been off it for a while, you know?
Yeah, it really is a like sometimes, like I've definitely been in a depressive mode where I've gone like months without taking care of myself. Like I would take care of everybody else, and then all of a sudden, like my knee decides that it's on strike, and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't been taking care of me. So your body will remind you, but it's something that I do have to constantly remind myself, think about. But it's also like whenever you think about it, kind of thing. It's like, oh, this, this does feel a little tighter today. So let me do a little bit more stretching. Let me do a little bit more something. So it's never anything that I feel anybody or myself over. And that's kind of like the first step, is like realizing that, hey, it's something that you can do and you don't have to feel guilty about it. But it's a good practice to have, but it's okay if you don't do it all the time. It is beneficial when you do. Is basically how I look at it. Because like I said, even me, I'm like, oh shoot, there's some days, some weeks, I'm like, ooh, I could have done better. And it's kind of also like the forgiving yourself and moving forward after that. Now, I also want to encourage people, I have like 18 self-massage videos on Instagram. So if you want to follow me, it's Unique Composition all together, no funny spelling because it's hard enough to spell. Unique Composition on Instagram, and I have 18 at least, I believe, videos that go head to foot and back again, and different topics that you can please check out and use, because I want to share this knowledge. I want everybody to have it. I want everybody to know how to take care of ourselves, because we deserve that.
Wow, Chauvet, I really wish I wasn't running the whole back end of the Zoom and technical thing, so I could have done some of those stretches. I will be, but I'm gonna watch this back and do it tomorrow when it's my day off and I have the time, because I can feel the carpal tunnel. My lower back is like, yeah, it's the sitting, it's the man, Zoom is a lot more tense when it's like being live streamed over YouTube and you're worried about the link dropping.
I believe that. And again, thank you for saying lower back, because one last little trick that I can show y'all think about is, so there's a muscle that is the strongest hip flexor that we have that is attached to our hip, and our lower back is how that one operates, that little pulley system. So if you're like on a couch on a bed or something, you can lay down and let your leg drop off. It's kind of a poor example while I'm on the floor, but let your leg kind of hang down and bend your knee, and you're gonna get the best stretch. It's gonna be painful at first, but yeah, just let that leg drop off the side. I'm sorry, little turn. So let that leg drop off the side and bend your knee, so you can get a really good stretch in the psoas. Because yeah, Zoom is ridiculous. All of this is ridiculous. Again, twisting motions, figure 4 stretch is also a really good one. It's one that a lot of people use, but that's for a reason. So that figure 4 stretch is really good for glutes, for hamstrings, for low back, for everything. It's just one of those silver bullet stretches. And I hope everybody has a wonderful time today. I hope everybody is in their bodies, is mindful. I really hope people are like making their own modifications. I love to see it when people are like, oh, I have this thing here and this can do this. So please get creative. Again, this is just baseline suggestions, and I would love to hear from y'all. I would love to know that y'all are using this. I would love to know that y'all are sharing this, because I really want everybody to know how important our bodies are to existence, and having control over it and being in it and taking care of it. Because this is the one thing that we actually have, that we have more or less control over. And I want us to treat it fairly, to treat it kindly, to appreciate it and what it does. Because it is the vessel that we move with. And I want us to honor each other's vessels as well. So as much pain and discomfort as you feel, somebody else is feeling it maybe more and just differently. So that's the other thing. Nobody is free of pain. We just have different experiences of pain. So keeping that in mind as we move through our everyday lives, second by second, minute by minute. And thank y'all for having me. I hope you have a wonderful festival. It was great feeling your energy, because that's what I have right now, but I do feel it. And I appreciate y'all for joining me, for honoring each other, for honoring yourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chauvet. Will you say your IG handle one more time for the fans in the room?
Yeah, it is Unique Composition. Again, exactly how it's spelled, no spaces, no dashes, no nothing, just at Unique Composition. And there you will find so many videos on my IGTV. Right now, that's where they live. Eventually, I'll get them somewhere else, but right now they live on Instagram.
All right, thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
We're back, okay. I wanted to thank Chauvet Bishop, and what a wonderful person she is, for giving us her time, and check her out. Now, taking center stage is Magic. Paul Distefano, who is known as Magic because he has been doing magic for quite some time, but he does many other things, and they're all extraordinary. The thing that Paul's going to bring us today, tell me, Paul, what are you bringing us today? Say hi. I can hear you and I can see you.
Over your right shoulder. Right. Okay, good.
Where are you right now?
I'm in Glasgow, Scotland.
Well, looks like a sunny day. Great.
It is. I'm actually blocking out the sun so that my ring light doesn't get too confused.
I think it looks great. What do y'all think? This is looking good.
Can you see me? And I mean, that's, I guess, the first question, because what we're going to do today is some visual stuff. So can you see?
I can see those. And wow. Here we go. I'm going to let Paul have it. And I'm going to let y'all have Paul. This is Magic. Enjoy, everyone.
Well, that was a lovely introduction. I've known Keith forever, so it's so nice to hear his voice, and you guys are so lucky to have him. So today, I'm going to bring you something simple, a magic trick, and we're going to break it down. And hopefully through the simplicity of this magic trick, we can approach more of the complex that is being an artist, being a showman, being a teacher. I think that before I get going, I know that we are talking about inclusion. And I think that there is something, how do I put this correctly? We need to have tools in our toolkit as artists, as performers, to overcome what has not been overcame. And so hopefully I can give you some guidance into creating a toolkit that can help you. So today it's not really about learning how to do a magic trick. It's about learning how to have a skill set that will serve you. I'm going to start off. I'm going to work with an old friend just for fun. Not because I'm going to show you how to do a card trick, but just for fun. Now, cards have been something that have been in my life for a long time. And like many little kids, young boys probably, and young girls, a card trick was always fascinating to me. Cards have a certain beauty to them and elegance. And when somebody knows how to manipulate them, there's a certain visual quality that's almost like watching a violinist or something. So I naturally took to cards and I loved what they could do. Even if it was something as old school as manipulation like that, which is something that people know. I won't describe how that's done. It's not something I do on a regular basis. Or something more complex that has to do with mentalism, which is psychology, and how you wind the psychology into a story and then you create magic. But that's not really what's important here, because again, we're not going to learn how to do a card trick. The reason I bring the cards into this is because when I learned how to do magic, and not just the few card tricks that I learned at first, but when I really started to study magic as a young boy, because I was lucky enough to work with some amazing magicians growing up, I was told that, there you go, kid. Never again will you be hungry. And my mentor at the time was absolutely right. A deck of cards, if it's in my pocket, I know that anywhere I go, anywhere in the world, I'll be able to make enough money to go buy a sandwich. So that's the basis of what it is to be an artist. What are you giving? What is your service? Remember, we have to be in service to everybody in the world, right? And that gets into a whole bigger conversation. But more importantly, when we're thinking about it in terms of inclusion and being excluded is really the question, whether it's because of your, whatever, your background, the people that are hiring you, the industry as a whole, not wanting to hire certain types of people, all of that, the whole gamut. We want to have the ability to overcome that. So for me, magic was that outlet, and it was my foot in the door that let me step into the industry. And from that, I've been a professional magician. I've been a professional actor. I've been a professional dancer. I've street performed as a saltimbanco all over the world. I toured through Europe on a unicycle with a train ticket, a deck of cards, and a bag full of clown noses. I've done a lot of cool stuff. And those things, like the performing things, are the things that I thought I would be doing. The things I didn't think I would be doing are things like this, standing here teaching. And what I've come to learn now is that that's part of it, because we're kind of like the giver. If you've ever read the book, we carry the knowledge, and as storytellers, we have to pass it forward. And so that's what we do. And it's very important what we do as artists. And I say artists and not just performers or entertainers. I really do mean artists, because it's a certain specific niche in our society that's very relevant and important. And so you need to carry that, not with the weight of I'm important, carry humility and humor along with it. But remember, what you're doing is important, and it gives that extra love. Okay, so let me show you something and stop gabbing a little bit here. I'll show you something with some cards, and then I'll get into what we're going to do today. So specifically, again, now we're going to step away from the overall idea and hopefully get into some deeper thoughts with it, but into more of the simplistic. So we start at the base. So let's say I had a card here. And again, what I do is manipulation. So if we were to look at these cards, they're not magic cards. You could buy these at any corner store. And that was the beauty of learning magic with cards as a kid. I didn't want the magic deck. I wanted to learn how to manipulate the cards. So let's say we've turned over, someone by the name of John has written on this probably at some point 2 years ago. And it's the Jack of Spades. In fact, let me do a different card just to prove it. Okay, there you go. There's the 10 of diamonds. And somebody's put a little sun in the middle. And I have people sign them so that they know they're actually that card. It's not some card. I'm going to keep that card in the middle there. Now, this is a very classic trick. With a little riffle, a little cascade, I can snap my fingers and I can get that 10 to come all the way up to the top of the deck. And you know it's that one because it's got that little sun in the middle of it, yeah? Here, I'll do it again for you. I'll slow it down this time. I don't want you to think I'm shipping you, okay? Watch now. I haven't done it yet. See, I'll show you what I mean. There's no 10 there. That's a 5, right? But if I snap my fingers like that, it comes all the way up to the top of the deck, you see? Just like that. Now that's a classic trick, and that trick can be done a million different ways. And like I said, it's helped me buy a lot of sandwiches. So hopefully that inspires you, that simple little intro of a magic trick. But today I'm going to teach you how to do a magic trick. Excuse me, it'll sit here, hold on. Right, so I figured we would work with a coin trick because you always have a coin in your pocket, or if you don't, you can always borrow a coin. But I thought to myself, maybe that's a little too small because after all, the coin is very small. So that's not necessarily something we want to work with to learn. So I've changed my mind halfway through and we're going to work with an orange. So you can wad up a piece of paper. If you have little oranges, great. They're food and fun. So we're going to learn how to use these to manipulate them. Now, how does that help us specifically as actors? Because I know that most of the people here, at least as far as I know, and in the time that I've in ancient history, when I worked with Keith, I was in a room with a lot of actors. How does this help you as an actor? Well, we're going to talk about that specifically and how that correlates to another art form, which is the corporeal mind. So we're not going to move across windows or walls, but we're going to work with objects and sense memory. So first of all, let me move this out of the way a little bit. If I have the orange, right? The orange has a certain weight to it. I can put it in the hand, right? And you can see as it goes, it just looks like it totally vanishes, right? And there it is again. So I'm going to break that down, how that works. First of all, the orange is a physical thing, right? So we want to study this physical thing. I'll do it again. If I've got it here, in fact, let me just make sure. Put that one away. Oh, there's that one. Okay, so I'm doing the same thing right there, right? I can do it this way. So there's what you can use with this skill is limitless, right? And this is just, again, this is my skill. So let's break it down. Okay. The inner magician is going, you're really telling them how to do this? Yes, I'm telling you how to do this. So if you have an object, I don't care, it can be a coin or a ball or a piece of tissue paper or toilet paper, whatever, wad it up right now, get it in your hands. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take that ball, or orange in this case, and we're just going to feel it in our hands. Feel the texture of it. Roll it around in your fingers. Okay. Now I've got the added benefit of this little mirror. I'm looking at myself here, so that helps me. But you could do this in front of a mirror. Preferably, though, you don't, because it's not about the mirror. It's not about your reflection. It's about your experience with this object. Okay. Now I want you to take it and run it through your fingers like this. So I'm taking it, I'm just grabbing it, right? So what am I doing right now? I'm exploring this object, okay? And as I explore this object, I'm getting to know this object. How does it feel? Right now I'm using my middle finger and my thumb. So what if I use my index finger and my thumb, or my ring finger and my thumb, or my pinky and my thumb? It's a different sensation. Or what if I put it into the hand and then I hold it back and forth? Okay, now we're getting closer to what you actually saw. So now we got to break down what we're feeling, what we're smelling. Mine doesn't have too much of a smell, but they're good little things. Here's what we're going to feel though. As I have the orange in this hand, I check the weight naturally. See how I took it, and I naturally do that. It's something that you do. You go, do I have this object? Do I have it? See, I check that it's in my hand. I'm not going to drop it, right? That's almost like when you're a little kid, you drop things all the time. Well, there's a certain point when you get older and you go, yeah, I really got it. And you move on, you put it in your pocket, maybe it's your keys, whatever. So these are little things, little subconscious actions that you do, right? So I'm going to observe those things that I'm really doing. So don't try to act, just observe what you're doing naturally, right? So naturally, I'm dropping this orange into my hand. I'm making sure it's in my hand. Now look at this. You can't quite tell. I'll step back a little bit. But look, you can see even my shadow, my weight is here, right? So when I've got the orange here, look at my weight. It's here. Naturally, I'm kicking into this hip, right? In classical drawing or painting terminology, I'm in a contrapposto position. This could be the David, right? So suddenly we can go on a whole deeper thought of, oh, this is fine art. This is classical art. This is something that has a refinement and is part of history, is important, right? So it's throughout, right? So I'm in my David pose. I've got my orange. I make sure that it's there. I've checked it. Now, as I move it into the other hand to feel the weight with this hand, my weight shifts. Same thing, right? So it's here and it's here. Now, in terms of viewpoints or focal points, the focus is here. My energy is here. My attention is here. I'm here. I've spotlighted with my eyes. My attention is there, bang. I see you. I see the sphere or the orange in this case. I'm going 1, 2, right? 1, 2, 3, bang, like that, right? Now, as I shift over, the attention shifts. It's here, right? But it didn't, the attention, but everything is like a pointed arrow. I'm giving it and making it easy for my viewer to see. Okay, so how does that relate for us as actors? Well, if you're on stage and you're giving a line and you go, to be, but not to be, they can't see you. So maybe that's totally natural. And in your method, that's natural, right? But that's not helpful because we can't see you. We can't feel you. We can't understand what's going on. So it's our job to dissect this so that we can give the deeper quality, right? Whatever it is we're doing. Okay, so now we're going to get into not quite the magic part of how we do this, because we're still playing with this physical thing. I still want you to keep playing with this. If you want to get good at this kind of a magic trick, have a coin that you like. Maybe it's $50, or maybe go buy a bouncy ball and just put it in your pocket. And everywhere you go, you always have it with you. So you can play with it everywhere you go. And the thing about it is you want to know that object. Know that object better than anything. Know that's your little best friend. I got good at card tricks because I always had a deck of cards in my pocket. Same thing. I always carried around a little rubber ball. Now I can do with oranges, right? So there's that. Okay, so we've got the weight shift, right? We've got our focal point, which is really important. We've got the idea that we're gonna make something simple. Now, in a psychological standpoint, when I make something easier for you to view, it becomes more attractive to you to watch as a viewer. That is the basis of hypnosis, being hypnotized. Yes, hypnosis is real. When you watch TV, you are hypnotized. You get hypnotized. Have you ever seen a little kid, maybe 3 or 4, watching their favorite TV show? They're on the couch going. I mean, it's amazing. You know, they are, they're gone. Look, even just there, I did this. And then I said, oh, wait, they didn't understand that motion. So then I did this. Look how much more clear that is. And you understood that common idea that I gave, right? So again, we're getting into the magic. We're thinking about how do we hypnotize? How do we ease people into something? How do we do that? Okay, we've got our focal point. Remember, we're learning this as we go, but I'm going to give something away. I'm repeating myself on purpose because anything in art takes repetition. And that I'll get back to in a second. That's kind of the biggest thing that we're going to learn today. Keep going though. Got my sphere, got my orange. Feel the weight of it in this hand. I shift my weight over. I feel the weight of it in this hand. I'm going to go back and forth and back and forth. Now, do you notice when I've got the orange in my hand here or in here, I'm not crushing the orange. There's not juice running down my arm because if I hold the orange, it's got to fit in my hand, right? So I'm holding it. Now, the other thing is when you hold an orange, it's not a little bird or a lizard trying to get away from you, right? Lizard, a fish, right? You've got to hold it gingerly because you don't want to crush it, right? So when you put it in your hand, your wrist also carries a little bit of an ease, right? It's not here, it's here, right? If I took a coin, just for a second, you can see it, and I put it in my hand here, I'm not going to crush my hand around the coin either because I know it's there, right? It's there, right? It's the same thing. So you know it's there, even if it's not there, right? So now you're understanding sort of the concept of where we're going with this. So hopefully you get it before you get the riddle before you do, and I think you do. I'm holding the coin or the orange back, right? I'm not transferring. It's called a shuttle pass. So we're going to get into that now. But if you learn how to hold the sphere or the coin, that doesn't mean you can do the trick. And that gets into the deeper thought that we're going to get into, which is repetition. Just because you go to school for art or theater or mathematics does not mean you're going to be Einstein. Does not mean you're going to be, Bruce Lee or Brad Pitt or, I don't know, Susan Sarandon. I don't know, anyone who's, who you, even the least expected people you think that have gotten there, they put in the time, they put in the work, they put in the repetition. And so again, why do we learn this? Why do we create a skill set? Because that skill set, it's going to serve your craft. It's going to serve your life, more importantly. And it's going to give you this repetition that you can base everything on. You get this rhythm going, right? I don't need to practice this anymore. I haven't sat and made oranges vanish for, 5 years. But it's inside of me. And that same thing I practice through the things I do now, like whether I'm studying anatomy or for drawing, or if I'm doing contemporary dance class and I'm putting together choreography for that. Okay, step back again. Let's get back into the technique of something. So now you're starting to see, as really quickly, you might start to notice that there's a duality to what we're doing. We need to think of the overall. What's my life about? What's my craft about? What's everything about? Where do I want to go? Why do I want to go there? And then at the same time, what's my craft? How do I put this orange in my hand so it makes it look like it vanished? How do I hold the pencil? How do I deliver the line? How do I stand? How do I make sure I'm not nervous? Or maybe it's okay to be nervous. What does it mean if I'm nervous? Oh, it means I care. All these things, right? So it's a dual thing. You will consistently, as an artist, learn throughout your whole career. It will never fail. It will never stop. You continually learn, always. Okay, back to the orange. Now, we have opposable thumbs. Makes us really clever creatures. And what I'm going to do is, quite simply, take my opposable thumb and stop this orange. Now I'm doing something also that's really tricky. I'm letting the orange drop, which gives you the idea psychologically that the orange is loose, right? Now when I shift it over, I'm also not going to use the tip of my thumb, because if I use the tip of my thumb, then you can see I'm holding it. But if I use the heel of my thumb, or down here into the base of my thumb, and I use kind of this heel like that, then I can palm this orange. And if you want to get good at palming, here's the thing. You take your little bouncy ball out of your pocket, you just hold it in your hand. That's it. You don't have to do anything. You just hold it in your hand. Don't hold it with your fingers. Okay. Hold it with your palm. So you squeeze around the palm. And then you just walk around and you work on it not being there, right? Key is that it's not there. Right? Same thing. Then you can learn how to visibly pass it back and forth, all that jazz. But this is the first part. So I'm here. I'm giving you a whole complicated, how the hell did you do that? I'm dropping it into my hand, which then in essence creates a funnel, right? As I drop this into my hand, it funnels down into position. It goes down, it rolls down like a bowling ball onto the rails into position. And then it can't go anywhere. At the same time, I'm turning my hand over. I did that one for real. And I'm putting this here. Now notice, my hand isn't closed, but for all you know, it's not there. It is there, but you can't tell that. And that relies on another key principle. Now, this principle is a very old principle. It's a principle that's actually used in classical drawing. It's used in classical ballet. It's used in modern dance. It's used in acting. It's used in every single art form you can imagine. And let me explain it, and then we'll push forward. So I'm going to ask you a question. You answer this to yourself. Don't worry, nobody's watching. So you can talk to your camera or your computer. I'm going to make tell me what this is. What is that? I'll do it again. Okay. If you answered that I just made a triangle, then you would be correct. But you'd also be wrong. What I did was I did 3 points. You made the triangle. That's called closure. So when I made the triangle, yes, my hand drags across the air, so it is a bit of a cheat. So I am making a triangle, but I notice I went boom, boom, boom. What I did was 3 dots. You made the triangle. In the same sense, I've got the orange. I put the orange in my hand, but it actually never got into my hand. You put the orange in my hand. That's closure. Your brain connects the dots. So as an actor, you need to get into a place where you're not acting, you're reacting, no acting, please, all these fabulous things, these tools that are out there for you that teach you how to be in the situation. I mean, it's so funny to me as a professional, my age, I'm so thankful for the experiences that I've had, and I'm also so hungry to have more. But what I keep seeing now as I am starting to blossom into my career even further is that people that I look up to when I watch interviews with them and such, and they go, how did you get into the character? How did you do that? How did you roll through that scene? How did you learn how did you get that deep? How did you cry in that situation? And they always kind of chuckle and they go, well, because I'm in it. They're putting themselves in that experience. So they're being vulnerable. They're doing the work, the repetition. They have the lines are not a thing. The script has been torn apart, whether it's been physically torn apart because you're De Niro or metaphorically torn apart because you're somebody else. The point is they know that inside and out. So when they're, I think I saw an interview about The Revenant, and they were talking about how all the on location shooting was just so challenging. But it was also, I can tell you that that Tom and Leo certainly benefited from being in those situations because it was real and they didn't have to act. So how do you get yourself to that place? Well, again, repetition. I'm going to repeat myself. Create your skill set. Now, everybody has a skill set. Yes, my skill set happens to be magic from a base standpoint, but I've also taught myself how to do gesture drawing and art and oil painting and editing, film editing, and shooting projects, directing and writing. And how did that come about? And how is that to do with what we're talking about? It came about because I needed to. I wasn't getting films. I wasn't getting projects. I needed to make my own projects. And so the dynamic question in my life stopped being, how do I get in there and get them to give me the job? And I started to say, what do I need to make a job for myself? How can I make my toolkit bigger? I'm not going to learn everything, but at some point, my toolkit's going to get big enough to where someone's going to go, that guy's amazing. I saw a project he did and he made the thing happen. And he was a street performer. He brought a box out on the street and he did a bunch of magic and he walked around, he followed people, and it was incredible. Oh my God, put him in the movie. We needed the clown. Great. Maybe that's the task or whatever. But at the end of the day, your skills, they are going to serve your artistry and your life. Remember, you're here to experience life, and that's maybe too spiritual, but it's all about experiencing something. So don't be afraid to go, I'm not getting movies right now. There's not enough auditions because of the pandemic, or I'm, I don't have a great agent and I can't get in there. So I'm in the catch-22. I don't have a project, but I don't have an agent. I don't have an agent, but I don't have a project, right? How do I do that? Pick up a camera and start learning. And I don't mean like go try to get it like a red camera. I mean like shoot with anything, whether it's an iPhone or a 10-year-old phone. All the phones that we have today and all the cameras we have today are better than what Charlie Chaplin was using. And he was shooting all of his films, right? So that's it. Then you start to meet like-minded people. And then you start to realize what it's really about. It's about skills and sharing and storytelling. And so I'm trying to give you the basis of how can you work with what you have, whether it's magic, learning a magic trick, or skateboarding, or whatever, and letting it feed your craft. Let it be part of the thing you do, right? Oh, that's the guy. He's really good at accents, right? Or whatever. It doesn't matter. So, and then you'll start to look at the people that you like, and you'll start to realize that a lot of them, most of them, all of them, usually have some deeper part in the projects they're in, or they continually work with the same people. Interesting, right? So it's not going to fall in your lap. The repetition of your skill sets are going to feed you because you are creating it. So one of the questions I learned, or I have now for myself in all my projects or throughout my year is, I need to do that. I need to get somebody who can help me shoot that. Or I need to get somebody that can help me do this. The first question I might have in my head is, how long would it take for me to learn to do that skill that I need done? And if the answer is a reasonable amount of time that I can justify to do that thing, then I usually go ahead and learn it, right? Like right now, for example, a little tangential, but I'm doing a lot of animation, 2D old animation, and I bought a tablet because I had the ability to, and I've been doing all the 2D animation for a film that I'm creating. I never again want to do animation. It is so tedious and so hard, but I am so thankful that I learned it and I've experienced it. And now later down the road, I can go, oh yeah, great. I would love to be part of an animation or do an animation piece. I don't want to do it on my own again because of the amount of drawings. It's crazy, right? Okay, pause there. We get back to the magic trick. So we got our sphere. We've got our weight. We've got our focal point. I say, hey, I've got this orange. Oh, it smells so good. I don't know how much it weighs though. I'm not a very good judge of character, but I can say that I'm a little bit better at weighing something in my right hand. Where did it go? Right? So what did I just do there? I created a story. I created a reason. I created a timeline. The timeline said, hello, I'm tall, dark, and handsome. I've got this orange thing, visually stunning against something darker here. I'm giving you the focus. This hand is acting as a stage. It's easy. I've got you hypnotized. I've shifted my weight. I've told you why. I'm not going, I'm going to make this vanish. I mean, yeah, that looked okay, but that doesn't make sense. If you were going to do that, you'd say, I'm going to make this vanish, and it would be gone, right? And you half expected it would be gone. Put that back in the bowl, right? Or you could do it this way, right? I'm going to make this vanish. And it really does go. So how did I do that? Well, if you're clever, then you realize they didn't pick up the orange at all, right? So now we're going to put the orange down. Before we get to how to do the orange, we need to learn how to do it without the orange. So we felt the orange. Now we get into our sense memory. well, we were talking what I was introduced, or if you saw my little blurb, what I was talking, what I was saying, right? I've got my orange. I'm gonna feel between my fingers. I can feel it. I can really feel it. I can feel the weight of it. And clean it up. Yeah, I can smell it. It's a subtle smell. It's there. I'm not pretending, or I'm not trying to be this crazy thespian. It's just there. It's there. I can feel it. The weight of my hand, it's really there. I can look at it. And that can be enough. You could say, look, I've got a coin here. It's what is this year? It's a 1983. Great. And you can say, I'm going to put that in my pocket. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put it in this pocket. It's there. Okay. Now let me think about something that happened in 1980. Oh, great. Watch. I can actually lift it up here. I'm going to come back into this pocket. Now, this is a stupid magic trick, but I'm trying to give you an idea that I took the coin, I put it in this pocket, and I said, oh, no, let me change my mind. I didn't take it out of this pocket. I pretended to put it back in this pocket. And then I said, oh, look, no, really, there's not two coins. I made it go back into this pocket. Really dumb trick. But what wasn't dumb was the story. I gave a reason, right? So again, with my orange, I've got my weight shift. I've got this. I'm saying, oh, you know what I need? I'm not very good at judging the weight of something. Yeah, I guess that's about, I don't know, how much is an ounce? Well, I guess it's enough, right? And then I can bring it back, or I can bring it back, right? So now let's get into the orange without the orange. Got my sphere. I feel the weight of it. I've got my stage. I shift across. And now it's there. Now, here's the cool part. Everything up to this point has been real. But not everything you do in your craft is based on reality. In fact, most of what you need to do is based on your imagination. The next part is imagination. But it really has to happen. How does this orange dissipate? If it poofed into a big cloud of smoke, I could probably see this orange cloud of smoke, so it probably didn't do that. So I'm thinking, okay, it's going to implode, and it's going to get smaller. So how does it get smaller? Right? So if I wanted to make it even more convincing, if I've got my orange, and I say, well, watch this now, watch, if you just squeeze it just right, make it really small. Can you see it there? Look really close. You can see it. It's just a tiny little orange thing. You see that? That's gone. Now, what happened there? You created the closure of the little orange. And if you were lucky enough to see the little orange dot, because I said, see the little orange dot? The closure, the psychology, the suggestion of, do you see it? You see the little orange dot? You suddenly see it because I'm suggesting it, right? And then bang. So that's the showmanship. I feel it, I see it, I make it go. So now let's do the whole thing. Orange is here. Feel the weight. Snap it. Gone. Gone. Now that last bit is what magicians call red herring. I'm giving you all the secrets because you know what? I don't care if you know how to do this trick. This trick is as old as it gets. Making a coin vanish and pop up behind someone's ear is the most stereotypical thing in the world. But how many magicians can actually do it? Not many, because it's really hard. It's really hard to do well. Take the coin, make it vanish, right? It's gone. You're thinking, no, it's not. It's behind that finger. No, it's not. It's not. I just did that. That's called a red herring. So I said, look, it's gone. It makes you go, oh, I know how he did it. I get you going down that path. How did he do it? And then I show you it's really gone. Then you've jumped off the cliff already and you go, whoa, wait, how did you actually do that? Right? Even though I never put it in the hand in the first place. Just check the time. I think we're probably running fine. Oh, wow. It does happen so fast, doesn't it? Good. So I think we have about 10 more minutes, 9 minutes. Great. So briefly, we're going to bring this into the orange now, and hopefully we can talk. I just want to bring it to the overall idea. And obviously, I can't see if there's, I wasn't sure if there would be more, if there would be any questions, but I don't think there are. So hopefully I've just been mesmerizing and not boring. But I've got the orange here. I feel the weight, I shift it here. And then I make it vanish. Now, I stopped there, pause, because I wanted to say something really exciting. You could do this. You could have, I'm giving you a little routine to practice. So you could go buy a bunch of oranges, and every time you go to the orange bowl to get an orange, you can practice this. Why did I do that? Why did I say that? Why did I put it that way? Well, because now you have a routine. When you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth. What if every time you woke up in the morning, before you even went to the bathroom, you did 10 push-ups? 10 push-ups, that's 70 push-ups a week. 10 seconds. How long does it take to do 10 push-ups, right? So you need to make it into your lifestyle. You need to make it change your life. Okay, so here's the routine. You go to your orange bowl, you poured your oranges because you bought them. They're all your little cuties are sitting there waiting for you. You pick up the cutie, you look at it. You go, oh, you know what? No, I want a different one. Let me grab a different one. And you know what? I don't really want an orange. Gone, right? How did I do it? Well, picked up the orange. I said, I want one. And yeah, I said, oh, you know what? No, I want a different one. I'm suggesting that this orange, which isn't there, is in my hand. I go to pick up this one. I go, you know what? They're not quite ripe yet. I put that one back and I go, oh, I still have that one here. Smash, gone, right? You're totally clean. The oranges are still there. You just put this one back. Because when you went to say, I need to get another one, you drop this one back in the bowl. You picked up another one. You could even pick up the same one if you wanted. You go, no, it's not quite ripe yet. We're good with that. Gone, right? Or gone, or oh, that was a really good orange. Whatever, right? Use your imagination. So I'm going to end this with a little bit more talking about the deeper side of things. First of all, seeing is not believing. Believing is believing. And I use that a lot. For instance, and I'll give you an example of what I mean. I've been drinking coffee this whole time during this talk. But the reality is I haven't been drinking coffee at all. There's nothing in there. There never was. So I created that for myself. And so when I was taking breaks to drink a sip of coffee every so now and again, if you picked up that there wasn't anything in there, good for you. But you probably didn't. And that's how most of this stuff should look. Whether it's magic or acting, it should be seamless. You shouldn't tell. You shouldn't be able to tell what's in it or not. Now, that doesn't mean that when you get on set, you need to be a pure thespian who doesn't have coffee in their coffee mug. You could use coffee in your coffee mug. Or if you're smart, then you realize that, well, I don't know if you're smart, but if you're more privy, then you'll realize that coffee can give you a little bit of anxiety because it gets you wired, and so you'll be really nervous and it won't help your acting skills. You want to be calm when you're in your acting position. So maybe you put water and then you act that it's hot. So how much you act, how much you react to what you're doing, that's up to you. And so then you suddenly have this toolkit that's serving you on this greater focus, right? So again, how does this serve us? Well, we live in a world that isn't fair. And unfortunately, we're getting there. And I think that more inclusion is happening. And I know that's a big theme for what we're talking about. And what I want you to realize is that we will get there. We will solve these issues. And we're all going to have the opportunity to step into the stage. That being said, you still need to have the skills. And more importantly, how do you deal with these things that haven't been solved yet? You deal with them by creating a skill set that doesn't let anything get in your way. And so if it's that you need to make films and nobody is giving you a film, then you learn how to do it. And I'm going to end this by just a brief little story. I auditioned for a company. I was very blessed to dance with Palabolis Dance Theater, which is a contemporary modern company out of New York. And we toured all over the place. But when I was just coming out of Palabolis, I auditioned for another great contemporary company called BD8, and they're out of the UK. And I auditioned for them twice. I auditioned for them once in Amsterdam and once in New York City at Juilliard. And after both of the auditions, I got right down to the last 5 people, and he only needed one. And he was touring he was going all over the world seeking this one individual. And I had, like I said, I'd been cut down from hundreds of people. So I got really fortunate in both these situations. But both times, the director of the company said, listen, if you don't make it today, and he had said it a couple times because he made some cuts before, but he said to everybody who didn't make the cuts, didn't make the project, he said, if you don't make this today, don't let this get in your way. Don't let this distract you from your overall goal. Don't let this be a negative. He said, let this be the lesson that you need to, that maybe this isn't for you, and how, and try to figure out the way to achieve your goals. So just because you didn't make it here doesn't mean you're not going to make it. And then he went on to say, and his name's Lloyd, he said, it was because I didn't get into companies and I didn't get the role over and over and over again that I started DV8. If I had gotten into companies, I would never have started this company. So it was because of my failures that I was successful. So don't be afraid of your failures. You're going to need to learn how to do that. And it's not going to be magic for a long time if you do choose to pick this up a little bit, or whatever you choose to pick up. Keep going, keep repeating. It's not if you fall, it's if you can get back up. And it's not if you can, and it's that old saying, if a door closes, find the open window, right? So this is the continuation of it. And so hopefully what you've learned, hopefully, I don't want to go over my time here in 2 minutes. You start to realize that this is about opening those skills, and how can you have your skills serve your craft? Because if you want to be, one of the people I love so much is Bruce Lee, right? And he said doing 1,000 different kicks isn't important, but if you could do one kick better than anything else, nobody could stop, because it's so fast and so good. So that's the idea. So skills, build your skills.
Magic.
So,
how you doing?
I'm well.
I'm so grateful for you. I've been working this Clementine while you've been doing that, and I have gotten a little better at palming it. I love what you're saying about keep trying. It's that old adage that you try, period, fail, period, try again, period, fail better.
Yeah.
Maya Angelou said, do the best you can until you know better, and then do better. You give us that. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, just to cut in there really quickly,
you get it.
There was something that you taught me years ago, and it's stuck with me, and it's along the same idea of fail better, and it's this idea that you need to what's the word? You need to let things simmer. So you're going to learn something, and then you need to let it. You used a very particular word.
Incubate.
You need to let it incubate. And so that is stuck with me in that. And so everything you do in your life is incubation. And so I guess, the closing thought that I really have is just don't let this be an end result. Let your life be so much more magical than that. It should be about, learning. That should be it. The whole thing is about coming and gaining these experiences. Because at the end of the day, is it because I'm famous or whatever? No, but did I experience, and where did I go, and the people I met, and all of that. So if you can make it about that, then you cannot do anything but succeed. Success will follow you around.
That is success, to process and to remember to play. You taught me that, to remember to play. Thank you, Magic. Paul Distefano, everyone. We're going to go now to one of our theater majors, Leonardo. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed everything the CUNY Theater Festival has had to offer thus far. My name's Leonardo Gonzalez Dominguez. I'm a BMCC theater major, and I'm also the vice president of the Center Stage Theater Club. The entirety of my academic and artistic career has been forged on an online space. So this is actually the first time I've actually been on a BMCC stage. The difficulties of forging boundaries in a pixelated environment has required a lot of trial and error for me, both in the context of performance and outside of it. But this isn't something that's only unique to the world of Zoom. It's something we do in our everyday lives. And in order to create true empathy and healthy human connection, we must not only be willing to listen, but to speak up and address our boundaries. So we are very fortunate today to have with us Intimacy Director Lexi Orphanos and Violence Director Jake Parrish here to help us walk through the notion, or through some of theater's most difficult and intimate moments.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Owning Your Boundaries. My name is Jake Parisse. I use the he series pronouns, and I'm a fight and violence director based in New York.
And I am Lexi Orphanos. I use the she series of pronouns, and I am an independent intimacy director, also based in New York City.
Let's jump right into our workshop on boundaries. The intention of today's meeting, as theatrical violence and intimacy professionals, we are asked to choreograph and direct a highly sensitive subject matter where there is a lot of room for physical and emotional risk assumed by the performers. So we are tasked with balancing both the vision of the creative team with the safety and security of both the performers and the audience.
So in order to do this effectively and efficiently, we run what we call consent-based rehearsals. This basically means that our actors are being asked to check in with their boundaries often so as to fully consent to what's being asked of them, as well as to inform us and other members of that creative team what's really on the table while we're choreographing.
Yes. Now, our intention for today is to give actors, the tools you need to step into a fuller understanding of how your boundaries can inform healthier audition, rehearsal, and performance practices.
And truly, to that end, as theatrical violence and intimacy professionals, really one of the greatest gifts we can get when we sign on for a project or when we go into that first day of rehearsal is to work with actors who already have an informed relationship to their boundaries and are able to communicate with us very clearly about their comfort and access needs.
Mm-hmm. The cycle is when you're dealing with sensitive subject matter and you run informed consent-based rehearsals, that leads to a deeper and more meaningful creative trust, which then in turn makes sensitive subject matter easier to tackle when working in theater. All right, so let's start off with the guiding question. What is a boundary?
A boundary, defined by Merriam-Webster, is something that indicates or fixes a limit or extent. But for the intention of today, we do want to move away from the idea of a limit and reframe this as our own definition of a boundary, which is?
For the purposes of this workshop and the way that we work, we are going to define boundaries as boundaries are anything that define the edges of a creative container that actors, directors, and designers can confidently work within. Boundaries define the play space, the creative space, the exciting theatrical space. And I just want to say that for the majority of this presentation, we will be speaking within the context of working on scripted and published pieces of theater. We'll save some considerations for new and devised work, as well as the educational setting for the end of the presentation. But this is the kind of work that you will most likely encounter most often in the professional theater world. So that's where our lens is going to be focused for the majority of this presentation.
So before we get into what are our boundaries, there are so many myths about boundaries that do exist in the theater industry. Let's get into some of them. Some of them may be a little familiar to people on this call.
All right, so I just got an update from, okay, so just found out that you guys can see our screen share, but not us. That's all good. We're just sitting here talking. The screen share is what's most important. Oops, speaking of screen share, here we are.
So let's dive into those myths.
Yeah, these are the myths that we want to unpack for this work. First one is the one that we hear most often, and this is, I don't have any boundaries. This comes from the idea that actors should be willing to do anything. This ties into the desire of, oh, I want to be easy to work with. Well, being easy to work with means that you show up on time for your call time, means that you are off book when you are expected to be off book, and it means that you don't bring a negative attitude into the rehearsal room. It does not mean that you ignore the signs that your body gives you for keeping you safe and healthy.
Also to this end is sure every individual has their own unique boundaries and someone may have less boundaries than someone else, but something that absolutely does exist for every individual is what we call temporary boundaries. So this is something like if I had a scrape on my arm, that would become a temporary boundary for me that day. I wouldn't let my partner grab me on that scrape or graze over it with their hand for a whole rehearsal. I would go in and say, hi, I have this scrape on my arm, just need to create a temporary boundary here. Let's just be mindful of it as we work today. And then we navigate that and we move on.
Additionally, some boundaries that you may have can just be logistical. This is where my mic is going to be, so let's maybe not put the stage punch here, for example. Not all boundaries need to be tied to what we sort of traditionally think of as erogenous zones or relating to violence and trauma and things like that. They can simply be logistical. And it's important that you are aware of what those are so that you can easily communicate with members of the creative team, which in fact makes you easier to work with.
Next myth.
Next myth. Let's get to it.
My boundaries are expected to never change. This is a pretty loaded one. It gets very internal very quickly. And the fastest way to debunk this is thinking about the fact that rehearsal to rehearsal, your boundaries, of course, can change. We just talked about temporary boundaries. Maybe you feel a little under the weather at this current rehearsal and you say, hey, maybe let's just navigate this a little differently for today to keep everyone healthy. You also might see this if it's a repeated creative relationship where it's maybe a director you've worked with before, now you're working on a new project together. You are absolutely entitled to go forward with all of this new information you have about yourself and say, hey, what may have been fine for this previous working relationship, now I know this is a boundary for this next time we're working together.
Mm-hmm. Or that can be reevaluated in the other direction. Hey, the last time we worked together, I had this boundary. Now I don't have this boundary, etc. Boundaries are fluid and should be reestablished, whether or not that is rehearsal to rehearsal, repeat employment, or repeat creative partners. Shall we go on to boundary number 3? Or
Sure.
Myth number 3,
Myth
I
number
should say. This is a big one. Saying no will get me fired. So some important context for this. Since we're working in the world of scripted published theater, this myth sort of assumes that you've already accepted the role. And when you agreed to the part, the contents of your contract worked for your boundaries, worked for you and your boundaries. But some new ideas levied by the creative team may go beyond the contents of the script and confront the edges of your boundaries.
This, in the work that Jake and I specifically do, we might see a lot because if you think about what you see in a script, so often it's just a little italicized line that says, they kiss or they fight. And the playwright has created this extremely broad what of what's happening in the show, and maybe you've agreed to that very broad what when you read the script, but you haven't actually agreed to this incredibly specific how of what is literally the step-by-step choreography of how they kiss, of how they fight. There's a lot of opportunity to specify this the way we want to specify it.
And when we think about boundaries being the edges of the creative container that everyone can work within, that is an exciting offering that you're giving a violence or intimacy director. The whole reason that professionals like Lexi and I are brought into the room is to find a theatrical artistic solution to the desire of the creative team that works within the boundaries of the performers. And if, let's say, there is a very, very specific image that is very, very important to the creative team about the how we need to hit this stage picture, for example, it's likely that that was known before staging started. And it's likely that that is something that you would see in a detailed audition breakdown. So when you, if you were confronted with this myth, oh my gosh, if I say no to this, I'll get fired. If I say no to this, I'll lose my job. Look back to what you were contracted to do. Look back at what you were asked to bring to the table at work, and check in with the professionals on the creative team, because there is a solution to work around your boundaries if they appear in this setting.
And when it comes to preserving your safety as a performer, or anyone in a creative process, it's literally never too late for you to share a boundary or a concern you may have about the content.
Mm-hmm. And any concerns, you know, the earlier you share them with the creative team, the more time they will have to find a solution. But just like Lexi said, it is never too late when it comes to preserving your safety. All right, next and final myth.
I should just push through discomfort. Now, most roles that we'll take on will demand some level of discomfort. Maybe I'm dancing and I'm getting a little sweaty. You know, that's uncomfortable. It's normal. But we don't want this level of discomfort to ever be oversimplified to a no pain, no gain mindset. There's both useful and detrimental forms of discomfort, which we'll talk through on the next slide.
Yes. So this is one of the first tools in our boundary toolkit that we'll be talking about today, and that is identifying discomfort. Now, like Lexi already sort of touched on, as actors, we are trained to push through discomfort. Often in scene work, this leads to some of the most interesting and specific discoveries you can find about your character. I call this type of discomfort lights up discomfort. It's exciting, it's creative, it's the type of discomfort that makes your creative mind want to continue to work and find a solution for the scene. This is where we get dramatic tension. This is where your artistry really begins to flourish and shine and develop. However, there are other types of discomfort that can lead to a more difficult time staying in character. This is something that I call the lights out discomfort. This is an alienating type of discomfort. This is fight or flight. That response is triggered. And this type of discomfort makes staying creative and staying in character very, very challenging, if not unsafe. Now, being able to understand and identify and articulate the differences between these two different types of discomfort can save so much time and headache in a rehearsal. Let's say I am working on sword fight at the end of Hamlet, for example, and I see that an actor is struggling with some choreography. If I go and check in with them, they're able to share with me, oh, no, this is lights up discomfort. This is working for me. I'm just personally running into some issues, some technical issues, but I like the content and I want to make it work. I'll say, great, awesome, thank you for sharing. I'll give that actor the space they need to step into the best version of their performance, and we'll check in again at the next rehearsal. However, if I come to that actor and they say, oh, no, I'm feeling lights out discomfort right now. The choreography is making it really hard for me to remember my lines. I'm worried that I'm going to get hit, et cetera, then that says to me, okay, great. I'm going to, rather than asking you to push through not being able to stay in character, I'm going to look for a different choreographic solution, because what Lexi and I always want is for actors to be in the best position to give the best performance, and being able to articulate between these two different types of discomfort will make you as an actor so much more valuable when it comes to working with an intimacy or violence professional, because of how you're going to be able to communicate about yourself and your needs.
So now that we've identified some identified discomfort, identified some myths, let's actually get to know your boundaries. And you'll see our little friend here in the center of the screen actually has maybe more subsets of boundaries than you may have imagined. We talked at the beginning about how it's very easy to kind of oversimplify boundaries to something that we might consider an erogenous zone or a trauma associated zone. but they can actually go much further. So let's also just here take a moment to mention that these boundaries, specifically for our purposes today, are talking about the at-work professional context of you being in a theater space. You may have very different boundaries for how you navigate interpersonal relationships or friendships, things like that. But we're taking the assumption here that these are your boundaries for stepping into a role with scene partner B, and just kind of your general boundaries that you'll observe there. On the physical heading that we see all the way to our left, I want to first mention what we call universal boundaries or general boundaries, as some organizations like intimacy directors and coordinators call them. These are to be assumed in any best boundary practice. Universal or general boundaries describe the areas that a traditional bikini would cover. In other words, the front of the chest or pectorals and the front and back of the pelvis. So in a rehearsal or a performance setting, absolutely never in an audition setting are we touching the general boundaries of our partners without very explicit, consented to, and choreographed moments. These are just healthy boundary assumptions to maintain as we navigate the world. Zooming out though to just the general physical, like I said, there are boundaries that have absolutely no association with traditionally erogenous zones or zones that may carry trauma. So let's say maybe you have had an injury somewhere on the body, and that could just be a boundary for you. Maybe you've broken a bone and you say, hey, I can't have this arm touched in this way. Or it could have nothing to do with trauma at all. It might be, oh, I get so tickly when you touch the inside of my elbow and I can't have you touch that part or I'm gonna get giggle during the scene. Anything from hair, if you don't like it touched, hair, scalp, glasses, sensitive skin, any part of your body that you might have a boundary around for any reason, there's absolutely no explanation necessary. This is just something you would include as a physical boundary.
And physical boundaries also don't always need to be related to touch. If you, for example, have a weak joint or recently recovering from a sports injury, just communicating that to your movement choreographer will give them some extra tools for what they might be able to use choreographically for you. For example, if you are prepared to choreograph a long drawn out fight scene and the fight director doesn't have any of this information before rehearsal starts, and then rehearsal begins, you say, oh, I have a low back injury, so I can't do XYZ. That choreographer might have to scrap everything that they had prepared in the moment. So being able to communicate what these boundaries are early and with articulation is super, super useful. I sort of went into the temporary boundary cloud for a moment. All of these different points on this little boundary rainbow can be temporary. I used the example of an injury a moment ago. That would be an example of a temporary physical boundary. Could also be, you might be feeling sick, you might have some pain. Being aware of when your temporary boundaries are relevant and when they're not relevant is certainly something to investigate. Oops.
I'd say another quick temporary boundary to consider is menstruation. It's very easy to overlook that until it's actively happening. So that could very well be a temporary boundary for you where you say, hey, when I'm menstruating, can't really do this scene, or let's make sure we tackle this choreography a day when this isn't happening. Let's move on to auditory. This is usually relating to volume. So maybe you are standing on stage right next to the amp that's going to be blasting a sound effect. We might want to make an adjustment.
Or
there.
a cannon that's firing black powder or something like that. Especially for our MT actors out there. If your bread and butter comes from your ability to hear musical cues, to find pitch, etc., you don't want to just ignore an auditory boundary and blow out your hearing on one job when that could potentially impact the rest of your career. Similar to auditory, visual lives in that same sort of realm. If you're someone who has light triggered epilepsy, knowing that certain strobe effects are not something that you can be present for on stage is an important thing that designers need to know.
Or if, for example, there is onstage violence occurring that your character is not directly involved in, but maybe they're witnessing. If you have any surrounding trauma, you just might not want to experience that on stage in real time. that is something that if you communicate that to your choreographer or your team, it's so easy for people like Jake and I to say, great, we'll just make sure this isn't in your sight line. Or if you really need, we can try to find a solution where your character is not on stage for this moment. But more often, it's so easy to just have it be adjusted so you don't have to look at it. And this is actually a solution that a lot of teams do for younger actors, child actors. If they're in a graphic scene, they'll say, okay, you just turn and look at the flower on the desk now, and you wait until you hear this line. It's very easy to implement a visual solution so that none of your visual boundaries are being crossed while you're on stage.
Now, the next two, contextual and cultural, are ones that you really probably know the best about yourself right now. Contextual is most relevant when working with new and devised work or in the educational setting. And this is sort of the content of the story or art piece itself. Maybe the subject matter of the events of the play are really out of alignment with your values. This is a boundary that you will want to attend to before you accept the job, before you audition for the role. This is the boundary that is most informed by the research that you do when you see the audition breakdown. For example, as a violence director, I have a contextual boundary around needless gratuity. Anytime there's excessive gratuity in a script, I'll always make sure that I can have a moment with a member of the creative team to confirm the purpose of that gratuity in the story, to make sure that it's something that aligns with my values when I join that team and when I bring myself to the table. Lights up and lights out discomfort is a great tool to use for investigating your contextual boundaries.
Cultural, like Jake said, you will probably know these for yourself because this has so much to do with the unique intersection that is you. But for example, let's say if you are strictly kosher and the script that you're auditioning for says your character comes to the kitchen, sits down and eats a plate of bacon. In that situation, if you don't eat pork, we would want to make sure there's a plan for our team to be purchasing turkey bacon or just some type of non-pork product for the run of the show. Absolutely, that would never be an expectation for you to just, give up that boundary for the sake of a prompt. It's very easy to work around.
And we hope that as we have gone through this sort of rainbow of different boundary points, you're beginning to realize that not every boundary, in fact, no boundaries, should be approached as a type of confrontation. Coming to a creative team with a boundary and expecting it to result in, this is something that is wrong, that needs to be changed because it doesn't align with my boundaries, doesn't need to be that style of, you don't need to bring that energy into yourself when you're expressing your boundaries with a creative team. What you're doing is defining the play space, defining the creative space. And that is more a gift than a conflict, especially for people in our fields.
Yes, your boundaries are perfect exactly where they are. And I think to drive this point home about, it's not confrontation, let's look at the example of allergies. Allergies absolutely must be a fixed boundary observed by the whole company, full stop. If you have an allergy that gets triggered through airborne elements, physical contact with a specific substance or material, be very specific about what's required to keep you safe in that work environment. An example that I'll give is I was working with actors, I was intimacy directing them, and at our third rehearsal, one of the actors suddenly remembered in our boundary check-in, oh yeah, I have an allergy to mint oil. I will go into anaphylactic shock if I make contact with mint oil. Luckily, we hadn't done any physical contact. We hadn't done any of the kissing in the script yet, but this meant they were allergic to toothpaste, mouthwash, gum, a lot of skin products. This was a huge red flag that I was thrilled that we caught in time and it didn't become an issue. But for this actor, it was a huge wake-up call of, oh my gosh, I need to advocate for this very, kind of uncommon allergy that can appear everywhere. Another consideration just under the taste and smell heading, I'll say perfume or cologne, any fragrance. It's a really understandable impulse if you're going to be in close physical proximity, whether you're grappling them in a fight or simulating intimacy, to want to smell nice for them. However, this could trigger an allergic reaction. It might make it difficult to breathe, or it could just make an overwhelming sensory experience for your partner. So our best practice with fragrance, we'd say just practice good hygiene. And if you're going to use any additional products, opt for something that's no scent or lightly scented to avoid that.
And when in doubt, check in with your partner, check in with the creative team. The purpose of this presentation is to empower us all to step into this understanding so that we can more easily communicate about our needs and the needs of the projects that we're working on. I want to take a moment, because I know we are talking a lot about sort of the at-work actor mentality. These tools can also certainly be applied to character development. While you as an actor have boundaries, all of the characters that you inhabit and the characters that you step into are going to have their own boundaries informed by their life and the time period that they are living in as well. So please, in addition to making this a part of your actor wellness rituals, I strongly encourage you to think about boundaries as a performance tool as well whenever you're building the background of a character. Looking at all 6 of these points, even just picking 4 of them and defining them for your character will give that performance such a unique and specific life to it that another performer may not have found.
Absolutely. I'll say right now that Lexi's cultural boundaries are very different than any Elizabethan era cultural boundaries that I might have in a character. So it's extremely helpful to consider both sides of the coin for any role.
All right, let's move on to another sort of qualifier for boundaries. Boundaries can exist in 2 types, a flexible boundary and a fixed boundary. Now, a flexible boundary is one that you have decided under certain identified circumstances you will approach or cross. You can probably guess that a fixed boundary then means that it is a boundary that you have decided under no circumstances will you approach or cross. Let's look at a scenario. Following a sports injury, you have identified a physical boundary surrounding fight scenes. Depending on your circumstances and the recommendations of a doctor, this boundary can either be fixed, I will not perform in fight scenes, or flexible, I will only perform in fight scenes if it is choreographed by a trained professional. Another very simple example of this is if I'm performing in a show that has a knife fight per se, the flexible boundary for me there is I will of course perform in this knife fight scene if we are using prop knives. That's again a very simple sort of exaggerated example, but you can see how it's important and useful. It is also important and useful to identify that over time, boundaries that you identify will shift. They will shift between being flexible and fixed. They may or may not become temporary. What is most important, though, at the end of the day, is that you remember that you are the person who can define whether or not a boundary is fixed or flexible for yourself.
Making a fixed boundary flexible will not make you a better actor.
That is true. Unless, of course, over time, your circumstances change and you are ready for a fixed boundary to become a flexible boundary. All right. Next up, let's take a look at our boundary toolkit. So just some things we've already added. We've already talked about being able to identify 2 different types of discomfort, lights up and lights out.
Now here we have body mapping, which we have not talked about yet. I'm going to credit theatrical intimacy educators for introducing this tool through what they call their fences practice. I have been calling it body mapping for a couple of years. I do this with all of my actors at the beginning of their boundary practice when I'm intimacy directing them. If anyone on the other side of this live stream would like to consent to do it in your own space, you're welcome to kind of go with me through this tutorial. And basically what body mapping is, the first step is you just want to get comfortable, preferably being alone in a space where you can give your full focus to your mind and body, whatever that means to you, and to that comfort. And you can be seated, standing, laying down on a yoga mat, whatever is best for you. And then pretty much how you're going to map your body is you can use your full palm in a sweeping motion, fingertips, the backs of your hands, whatever works best for you. And you're going to start at the very top of your head and with intention, trace all the way down to the tips of your toes, noticing if there's anything that you would qualify as a boundary for yourself in a professional context. So for example, I'm going to show this pretty quickly, but I would really take the time and go very slowly. And for me, I have a boundary about my scalp. So maybe I'll just actually start it at my ears for me, because I don't want my partner touching my head, but I would intentionally touch down my ears and the parts of my face that it's okay for my partner to touch, moving around my eyes. If I have boundaries around my neck, I would maybe navigate around that and intentionally not touch it. When I get to my chest, I know, okay, this is a general boundary here. I'm going to make sure I intentionally move around my high pectorals and go down my arm. For me, I always avoid my underarm too. I wouldn't want my scene partner to put their hands in my underarms. So I'm being intentional to leave this space clear. Basically, the whole intention of this is that you are touching only what is in and hovering over or moving around what is out. Something important to think about here too, if you wear glasses, it could just be so easy to say, oh yeah, I don't have boundaries, you can touch whatever. But then when you're going through body mapping, you might realize, oh, I really can't have someone put their hands directly on the lenses of my glasses, or that's going to cause me some problems. This tool I really like to use because it leads from the yes, it leads with a positive and an invitation and a consent on your own touch terms, in your own space, on your own time. It can be really easy to get distracted by all of these verbalizations of don't touch here, don't do this in a rehearsal process, and suddenly you're only focused on don't. Whereas this body mapping gives us truly a whole smorgasbord of do touch here, do explore here in the scene, do play with my necklace. I can get that specific as I'm going through. Because what we've really done in this industry is we've stigmatized no as a full stop to creative solutions. So we've identified that's really untrue. In practicing body mapping, you're automatically entering a creative process with this huge wealth of information for yourself in addition to these other tools. So if I ask you as your choreographer, hey, can you interact with your partner in this relationship? Maybe put your hands through their hair. You can then say, no, but you can sweep your hands from my forehead to my jaw, or yes, you can put your hands through my hair, but can you specifically do it this way? Or yes, and you can play with this strand of hair too. It opens a whole world of creative collaboration that leads from your body and your boundaries. So body mapping, intentional touch, touching everything that's in, and assessing boundaries as you go.
All right. Next up, we'll take a look at on the next slide, but that is creating your own personal unique audition checklist and project checklist. This is going to involve identifying your values as well as your boundaries, so that you can more efficiently and effectively identify projects that are exciting to you and projects that you might want to pass on.
Yeah, that just won't serve you.
Mm-hmm. Next,
seek out professionals or organizations whose value align with yours. If you're surrounding yourself with people who are on the same page as you and building a community of fellow theater makers and creatives who also say, yeah, we want to work in a consent-based practice or respect boundaries, you might find some teams who have no interest in doing that, and that might not be in your best creative interest, and those are teams and projects that won't serve you.
Mm-hmm. And this sort of relates to body mapping, but write, meditate, move, do whatever allows you to confidently step into your autonomy and elevate what you need. I find that journaling helps me identify my boundaries exceptionally well.
Whereas I am very much a tactile learner, and words don't really translate to my physical experience. So if I am doing movement, I'm going to find out so much more information in the way that Jake is finding out by having a journaling session.
Mm-hmm. What's important is that you are stepping into your understanding of your boundaries and your needs, because that is what is going to make you an easier collaborative and creative partner to work with.
And then finally, just check in with your toolkit through a rehearsal or an audition process often. Every project is different, like we talked about. Mm-hmm. Boundaries are fluid things. This way of working is going to work best for you if you don't just say, oh, great, I've done body mapping once and now I know, and I'm never going to do it again. It's going to be so different for every role and for every character that you embody in doing that work. So come back to this often, you'll probably surprise yourselves in the way that we've surprised ourselves by constantly coming back to this work and just learning more about your values and your needs in a creative process.
And a good place to start is check in with your boundaries at least once before starting a new project. You may find that you prefer more frequent personal boundary check-ins. You may find that you don't need them that often. What's important, again, we say, is that it's working for you. Okay, on to the next exciting slide about the audition checklist. I'm going to click through this so we can have it all up at once. And I encourage anybody on the other side of YouTube to take a screenshot of this as they can, as this is sort of our offering of a template that you can work with, that you can take and tailor make to serve you best.
Exactly. For all intents and purposes, this is only a starting point. So, make it work for your boundaries, access needs, the theater community you're in, etc. But basically, just using the tools that we've talked about. Can you read a full script? Can you research the plot? What's going on in that casting breakdown? And is there any information that I need more information on to know if I'm comfortable accepting this role that, may or may not have implied nudity, simulated nudity, violence? You're absolutely entitled to initiate a conversation during your audition process before accepting a role to get those specifics so that you can fully consent to what is being asked of you and get toward that specific how that we've been talking about.
And when building out your audition checklist, I think the most useful information to have is what are my fixed boundaries? A barometer that I like to use for when do I check in with a creative team about my fixed or flexible boundaries. If it's a fixed boundary that I have questions about, if the information if I'm not able to find the information on the audition breakdown, I'll ask about my fixed boundaries before I audition. Because if it turns out that the project is going to cross some of my fixed boundaries, I'm going to save myself time, and I want to save the people who are running hundreds of auditions a day some time. Whereas if I have questions about something that might be a flexible boundary, I will wait till we are in the contract phase of accepting the job before I bring up those questions, because that's when it really becomes relevant. I see that there's violence in this play. Will there be a violence director working on this project? Yes, great. No, maybe not great, depending on what your fixed and flexible boundaries are. Shall we go on?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, now we're going to talk, like we said we would at the end, about some additional considerations. Now we're sort of zooming out away from the published and scripted framework and looking at new and devised work. The most noticeable thing that impacts this is you don't have access to a script. So you aren't able to answer all of the questions you might be able to answer if you did have access to a script. So again, like I sort of said on the audition checklist slide, when considering whether or not you want to audition for or accept employment with new work or devised work, it's important to know what your fixed boundaries are and communicate that with the creative team as early as possible, either before accepting the contract or at the first rehearsal, etc., to make sure they know what they can work with and if your boundaries and values align with the project. Really make sure you're investigating what the clear contractual obligations of the projects are, because in new and devised work, a writer may bring a new scene into the show, or a brand new idea that was not thought of during pre-production might spark in the middle of the process. And understanding what your clear contractual obligations to the project are and making sure that those fit within your boundaries will just ensure that you are indeed the best person for that job, for that role in this project, so that you can bring all of the creative energy that you can to the table appropriately.
And then on the other side, for workshops or a classroom setting, some considerations that we'd like you to carry in there is if it is a scenario where a professor or instructor is assigning you the material that you'll be performing in this class or workshop, communicate your fixed boundaries with them as soon as possible, maybe before the workshop ever meets or first day of class. Just grab some private time before you head out and let them know, hey, I'm not comfortable performing scenes that contain X, Y, or Z content. Maybe you say, I can't perform scenes that include violence or simulated violence. Let them know as soon as possible so that they can keep that in mind as they're navigating the material you'll be using in this class, because it's not expected that you'll put that boundary aside just for the sake of a workshop. If you are responsible for rehearsing independently outside of the classroom, I like to advise that actors keep a rehearsal log of the work that you're doing. This can be for very practical reasons. If there is a boundary or a consent incident, that way you have a log of it. So worst case scenario, you're able to go through the proper reporting avenues and have that log as your guide. But on the other side of that spectrum, the nature of the classroom is exploration, and it's really likely that over the course of a whole semester, you're going to be brushing up against new boundaries, learning new things about yourself. So keeping an active log or journal just for yourself is going to leave you much better equipped to identify and attend to discomforts and boundaries that pop up in a learning experience for you.
I just want to add on to that, like Lexi, what Lexi just said about over the course of the semester, it's likely that you'll find a new boundary. Finding a new boundary doesn't need to be a negative thing or a bad thing or something that will make you less desirable as a performer. Finding a new boundary was just finding more information about the type of artist that you are. And when you run into these things, when in doubt, just check in with your values. You know what you need for your safety, both physically and emotionally. And if you ever have any questions or uncertainties surrounding these boundaries and this type of work, check in with yourself.
Just one final point that we didn't mention under workshops, you'll see edits and placeholders. Pretty self-explanatory, but do inquire about class or workshop rules for editing text. If there's just words in there you're not comfortable saying, that may be a boundary for you, or using choreography placeholders. So maybe if in the scene there's supposed to be simulated intimacy, maybe we'll just find a physical placeholder or a shape to hit, and then we'll call it. You don't really need to be doing that full choreographic work that a private designer is usually hired to come in and do for a class.
Mm-hmm. And if you're working in a setting where you do indeed want to use a placeholder in choreography, it's a great tool for when you are not doing things full out, just marking them, or you might be sick and have a temporary boundary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wow, we are at 44, right at the end. We are now at our final slide. Where to go next if you're interested in this work or you want to learn more. Of course, there's our contact information for any lingering questions. And we just want to shout out some other educators that we recommend.
Yes. So of course, just the tip of the iceberg. The Consent Academy is a group that we really like and train with. They offer Zoom workshops specifically focusing on consent and many of the themes that we touched on today. Great conversations.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I've worked with BMCC a few times, and they are such a wonderful organization when it comes to inviting this work into the theater. And I'm so glad that we were able to share this presentation with you through BMCC. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Go forth and own your boundaries.
Woohoo!
Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Natalia Gammon, and I am a theater major as well as the president of Center Stage Theater Club here at BMCC. It is the only fully student-led theater organization here at this institution. I'd first like to report some good news. I am saddened to be leaving BMCC after my 2-year stay, but I'm happy to announce that while I'll be staying in the CUNY world because I have been accepted into Brooklyn College's BFA program. Enough about me. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Professor Bertie Friedman, who will be moderating a conversation about academia and inclusiveness in our curriculum.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. It's Keith Winstead, and I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you, every one of you. I'm going to take the time to say have a good time and thank you for your truths. We were just talking about what is this panel and how can we find a platform to stand on and discuss these delicate and important issues. And I couldn't think of anyone better than Bertie, Professor Bertie Ferdman. And this is she and the panel. And so I'm going to give it up to you. And you look lovely today. Thank you for joining.
Okay, so hey everybody, welcome to the panel that is titled Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Representation in Theater Institutions of Higher Learning. We're going to be focusing mostly on theater in academia, what is taught in the curriculum, having inclusion and representation of our student body, of our population, and how are we teaching our students. And I'm so honored and thrilled to be, moderating this panel with these fabulous presenters. I'm going to introduce the panelists. So it is my honor to introduce Alvin Eng, a colleague in the BMCC theater department. Alvin Eng is a native New York City playwright and performer. In 2020, he won the NISCA NIFA Artist Fellowship in Nonfiction Literature. He has also had a Dixon Place workshop residency with Here Comes Johnny Yen Again, which was a solo performance. In 2021, Alvin did a piece called She Can't Breathe. I hope I'm saying that correctly. She Can Breathe, okay. Published in We Are Not Neutral, Reset Coalition 2020 anthology, and the plays responding to George Floyd's killing. Alvin was also, his play was also published with No Passport Press, and his website is www.alvineng.com. Welcome to the panel, and thank you for being here with us today. Amy Guerin is with the University of Alabama, in Huntsville. Is that where you are today? You're joining us from Alabama. Okay, welcome Alabama. In 2009, Amy's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, a collaboration with Texas A&M's Department of Computer Science, showcasing robots alongside human actors, was featured in Wired magazine. Amy received her MFA in directing from the University of Houston. And thank you for being with us, Amy. And we have La Bugenata Jello, a student here at BMCC. I'm so honored that you are joining us. We're here with us today. La Bugenata is a Pulo Muslima trans woman and uses the pronouns she and they. La Bugenata is currently, as I mentioned, a student at BMCC and is also an activist with a focus on the liberation of all Black people across the spectrum and diaspora. So thank you for being with us here today. And Patrick Sabongi, hello Patrick, is assistant professor of theater and head of the BFA acting program at Brooklyn College. He is a theater maker and film producer with dozens of original projects to his credit, as well as almost 20 years of experience on stage and over 200 film TV credits to his name. So fabulous panelists. I'm very excited for this conversation. So let's begin. The way this is going to work is that we have a few talking points. I'll start, and then hopefully I'll address, everybody can answer each of these questions. And then around 12:45, we will stop to get questions from this fantastic audience that we know is somewhere in the stratosphere, but we cannot see. So we look forward to hearing back from you at that time. So to begin, I just wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge the moment we're living in right now. I feel like as a country, personally, and I think I speak for a lot of the people here today, that we're going through PTSD, not only from the last 4 years of the president we had, but really looking at this history that seems to repeat itself over and over, that discriminates and excludes people of color, people who are different, immigrants who've basically made this country, you know, and we are currently, I just have to say that yesterday I had the honor of attending virtually it was a 700-person assembly in my daughter's school, and it was the speaker was Amy Chin, and she's an artist who was talking about Asian American racism in this country. And I have to say that I had never learned a lot of the stuff that she was talking about, and all, you know, this resurgence of Asian American hatred in this country and racism that we're seeing, she was explaining, is historically rooted. And I just want to maybe start there with all, you know, the increase in police brutality against Black people, the killings against Breonna Taylor that we saw last year and George Floyd. This is not new. I remember I came to New York. I marched, you know, when Abner Louima, who was brutally beaten by the police in the late 90s. I was here during Amadou Diallo's awful killing. So I just want to maybe address the urgency of the situation, but also the fact that this is not new, and how, you know, where do we go from here? What, you know, why is it so urgent now, and why has it been ignored for so long? And, you know, I just kind of want to start there. So I don't have an order, but if somebody wants to start, and then maybe I can see your hands and we can move from there. Alvin, and then Patrick, yes.
And also, I would just like to add, though, too, along those lines, that just a land acknowledgement. Most of us here in what's now called New York, we are coming to you from the stolen lands from the Lenape people, from the Native American people. So just want a land acknowledgement. This is where we are. And was it Amy Chin, C-H-I-N? There's a name, artist named Amy Chin. Yeah, we were all part of a rally. There was a rally last night, a peace vigil to stop Asian hate. It was held in Union Square. Many great speakers, and just historically, I think it's hopefully leading us to a better place now. But there was a real natural fusion. Like last year, the Asian American community, in particular, was really alarmed when the former guy, I won't even say his name, the former guy threatened a Muslim ban, because unfortunately that would have not been the first time this has happened in our country. You know, and there was the Chinese Exclusion Act back in the 19th century, and that was the first, and God help us, the last American law that made it illegal for one group of people, one race of people, to become citizens here. And so that cut deep for us, and thankfully most of the country and then the world mobilized with us, and that is happening now. And then of course this week we mourned the 8 murdered in Atlanta, 6 of whom were Asian American women, and there was 2 a Mexican couple too. So we mourn these, and I think I know we have a lot to go cover, but I think this goes hand in hand with gun rights. We have to get guns off the street. They go hand in hand with that, too. How do we immobilize that? And then I think it's important. Theater is where it's still the common ground where we can speak out about these things. And just a quick shout out and plug for my students. You know, I'm working with a number of BMCC Asian American students, and for Asian Heritage Month, we are reflecting on what does social justice mean to me, and also I think how people of color, BIPOC artists, represent, you know, should really be as wide open as all of our views are. So I just want to leave it at that and just start us off with that. And thank you for bringing that in. And I believe Patrick had his hand up next.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Bertie, and Alvin, thank you for leading off the conversation. Following your lead, Alvin, I wanted to acknowledge that I'm coming at you from the land that's colonially known as Vancouver, British Columbia, the stolen and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish First Nations. And I also wanted to acknowledge that although this is a conversation centered in America, and obviously once the borders reopen and the campus reopens, I'll join you in the land of the Lenape. But anti-Asian sentiment isn't limited or isolated to the United States. I think I think discrimination and racism is a global issue, and it's very real. And many of our community members experience discrimination and hate and violence because of their otherness. Right here in Vancouver, this is a city that the Asian population approaches 50%, if not exceeds it. And even with that diversity inside this community, those communities still face discrimination. And there is something fascinating about the influence of American culture through the arts, through the media, through the theater that's created there that ripples out. And so even though discrimination, hatred, and racism is native to every community, there is something about the stories that are told in America that have such a broad reach and significant impact. So I just wanted to acknowledge that also, that although we focus on the American community, this is a problem that's pervasive throughout the entire world, and I experience it firsthand here in Vancouver.
Thank you, Patrick. La Bujanata or Amy, do you want to just speak a little bit to the current moment, or why this moment in particular feels so urgent, and or why it seems also to be history repeating itself?
Yeah, so this conversation always, like, you know, makes me really, really, really emotional, for the lack of a better word. And I just wanna point out a couple of things, right? So the inception of this country, right? Like the birth of this country was rooted in violence, right? So we acknowledge that we are on stolen land, and we also acknowledge that the creation of this country is on the backs of Black people. It is rooted in slavery, right? It is rooted in the destruction of just Native American culture, Black people, Black stories, and all of that. So just I feel like the seed that birthed this country is rooted in violence, right? So Black people, Native Americans, Asian Americans, we have been living in a state of emergency since the inception of this country, right? So that's something that I really want to acknowledge, because this is not something that is new. And oftentimes a lot of people will say, oh, this is new, or this is a state of emergency, or, like, you know, what can we do now? But this has been happening for generations and generations and generations, right? And I want to acknowledge that I am a student of the theater, but I'm also a student of abolition. And for me, I and my politics, I'm a firm believer in that all of these systems that have been created to I guess, benefit the white people, because let's really have like a real conversation, right? All of these systems, the creation of these systems, like in terms of politics, in terms of socialism, in terms of capitalism, all these things, all these systems have been created to benefit white people, white cisgender people, right? White heterosexual people, and has been used to push any other person who does not identify with that I guess like with that identity. It has been used to, sorry, like I'm really trying to, like, you know, because I'm like, you know, like this conversation always just really like these systems were never created to benefit us. Let me just say that these systems were never created to benefit us. And Black people, when I say Black people, it is a very general term, because when I talk about Black people, I'm talking about Black Americans, I'm talking about Black Asian people, I'm talking about Black European people, I'm talking about Black people, right? And so for me, these systems were never created to benefit us. So I have like I have left, like basically what I'm trying to say is that for me, I believe that these systems are not created for us. And so I have no hope in reforming them. For me, I'm a person who believes in abolition. I wanna, like, I really just want to, for the lack of a better word, I really just want to, I want to create something new. You know what I mean? I want to create something new. Police brutality, the creation of the creation of police in this country was they created police they created the police to catch quote unquote, you know what I mean, like slaves who had ran away, right? So the creation of also the seed of that was birthed from violence. You know what I mean? So police are not here to the police are not here to they're not here to benefit us. They were never created to benefit us, and they're never going to benefit us. So I'm not a person who believes in reform. We need to abolish all of these systems. We need to abolish the education system that was created through a white lens. We need to abolish the police that was created to catch slaves who had quote unquote ran away, right? We need to abolish the government, not just the US government, but the idea of like government institutions. We really need to abolish, and we really need to create something that will benefit every single person, not just white, cis, heterosexual people. So that's what I'm trying to say, because oftentimes a lot of people talk about reform. We have to, we have to reform this, we have to do that, but you cannot really reform something that was never created to benefit most of the people that are on this planet and most of the people who are on this panel, right? So we really need to start thinking about abolition. We cannot really talk about reform, because if you go back in like history, a lot of these systems have been reformed over and over and over and over again, and nothing seems to change. And so as activists, as abolitionists, we are now moving in the framework of abolishing all of these systems that were never created to benefit us. And so I really just want to acknowledge that. And I really want to acknowledge also that, yeah, we have seen, we are now seeing for the lack of a better word, we are now seeing this resurgence of Asian violence, right? All of these all of these attacks that have been happening for years now, right? But people are now starting to catch onto it because it has become mainstream, because white people are now paying attention to it. But like Alvin mentioned, this has been happening for years. But also I really want to talk about just the violence that Black people have been facing since we were brought to this country against our rights, right? And people are being killed every single day. We are not only being killed by police, but we are being killed by the system, right? Like when we say, I can't breathe, we're talking about the fact that all of these systems have their knees on our necks, and we've I always say, as a Black person, you are brought into this world with a knee on your neck, right? Like we cannot breathe. We have not been able to breathe for years now. Black trans people are being murdered at ridiculous rates. Last year, we lost almost 50 trans people in this country. And the majority of those people were Black trans women. And the majority of them did not make it past the age of 35. Statistics show that Black cis women, they make it to the age of 75, but Black trans women are being murdered and we are not making it past the age of 35, right? That was last year. This year we're in March, right? And already 12 trans people have been murdered already. And the majority of them has been Black trans women, right? So what I really want to say is that Black people, and I'm not just talking about Black Americans, I'm talking about all Black people all across the spectrum and all across the diaspora. We have been living in a state of emergency since the beginning of this country and since the beginning of like the creation of this world, because we have been seen as less than, and we really need to like think about these things. We cannot really just say, oh, what can we do now? What can we do now? Like, we really just need to sit down and be like, you know what, we need to abolish these systems because reform is not working for us. And if we really want to move into a place where everybody is able to like see liberation that they want to, we need to really start thinking about, we really need to start thinking in this abolition framework and not through reform. So that's what I want to say. And I know I was rambling, but you know, this conversation really just it's an important conversation that people have been having for years now. And we cannot keep talking about this. We really need to start acting. We cannot just keep talking.
Labushanata, thank you. Amy, I hope it's okay because I think the points that Labushanata has raised are a perfect segue into a lot of the talking points that I think we can cover. I heard state of emergency. I heard suffering. I heard we have to go from reform to abolition, action. And this is a perfect segue, Labushanata, into kind of the next segment that I want to discuss in terms of how do we all seem to agree that we're at a point of no return. We can't continue the way because people are not safe. We're in a state of emergency. So as educators in positions of higher learning, and this has been a theme that has been going on for years. I can tell you from a personal point of view, I tell my students, when I was a graduate student, people would say, oh yeah, we have to have inclusion, we have to have this. And now students they don't buy that anymore. It's not about bringing in, a diverse play to represent and to fake it. We have to dismantle the system to and the word reform is interesting because fake reform is a subtle thing, but when you reform, you dismantle to remake something. And so I wanted to shift to what are we teaching in theater institutions? How can we get involved, as you're saying, to dismantle the institution, change what we learn entirely, not just to rethink it, but to maybe tear it down and rethink. And that is, I wanted to bring up an article from the New York Times in the Sunday edition that came out a few weeks ago that I think is really fascinating in terms of where maybe we can think in theater scholarship. So it was an article that was Daniel Padilla Peralta. He's a Black Dominican professor in Princeton of the classics. And his view has been that the classics and in theater, we that's how we kind of have the foundations, the Greeks and the Romans. There has been an assumption of the foundations of theater. And I say theater with a capital T because we never name it as it is. It's European white theater. That's the tradition of theater that we have inherited here in the US. That is very it's exclusionary. It's exclusionary of practices I grew up with. Bomba en plena is known as, it's a Puerto Rican practice of theater that's just not the storytelling part of it is different, right? So Daniel Padilla Peralta, I just want to say a few quotes and then we can kind of address your view of teaching the classics in theater and theater history and how that comes to affect how students view theater, who has access to that, who feels included. So he says, classics was a discipline, the article says, classics was a discipline around which the modern Western university grew. And Daniel Padilla Peralta believes that it has sown racism through the entirety of higher education. So he wrote a letter, him and a few other professors, to Princeton University, saying, we call upon the university to amplify its commitment to Black people and to become, for the first time in its history, an anti-racist institution, calling for that the classics, this revered form in all institutions of higher learning, has been instrumental to the invention of whiteness and its continued domination. And he has called for the elimination of the classics, which is what you were calling for. It's not a reform, it's a dismantling. So I want us to just have a conversation around this, because this is how I've seen a lot of institutions of higher learning teach theater in this country. And I wanted to hear your views on that.
You know, Bertie, Dr. Sherelle D. Luquette, who is a professor of performance studies at the University of Cincinnati, and she is the head of the Black Acting Method Studio there. Her work is really focused on answering this question, right, and moving things forward. And she provides a lot of resources about not only how theater started in Africa, but different historians and acting theorists who are people of color, and gives a whole list of books and resources, even posters that you can hang in your hallways that aren't just the old white dudes that we that I certainly was. Those were the only people that I was taught. Those were the only people that I learned. And so to hear about acting theorists that I had never been taught about, never knew their names, never knew their work, that's where it starts, right? Is that openness to learning, and then that openness to embrace something that is different from what you knew, or what you suppose, or what you were taught was right. That there's a larger world out there, and I think that also includes at the University of Huntsville, the University of Alabama in Huntsville, Huntsville is in the Appalachian foothills in North Alabama. It's the traditional hunting grounds of the Chickasaw people, and it was a part of the original route of the Trail of Tears. Our theater program has a great deal of LGBTQ plus students, and so that reading list has now, my class reading list have now expanded to include plays by playwrights from the Kilroy's list. These different works that are no longer just that white Western canon that we were taught was the default way to judge theater and judge art. It just doesn't work anymore.
Just one quick note, maybe for the audience, we should say what the Kilroy's list is, maybe just for the audience.
Oh, sure. So the Kilroy's list is a list of plays by LGBTQ plus playwrights who are, they haven't necessarily been produced. And the Kilroy's list as an organization has put out 2 books of scenes and monologues, 2 volumes of scenes and monologues that students can access, that I have been using in my Acting 1 classes to replace kind of the old standards. So their work is out there, their books are out there, and they're a great organization to follow and to be connected to.
Yeah, and to add on to what you were saying, let's really talk about this term mainstream, right? Because mainstream, a lot of people, they throw it around, or this show's like mainstream now and all that. Mainstream to me and to a lot of people that I know just means white approved, right? Let's really talk about that. It just means white approved. And because we live in a white supremacist society and we live in a white supremacist world, anything that white people do not approve is not seen as worthy, right? So we have seen multiple plays that have been created, multiple plays, multiple TV shows, multiple movies that have been created by Black people, that have been created by Asian, Black Asian people, that have been created by Black African people, that have been created by Black Europe, just been created by Black people, right? And because it is not seen as palatable to white people, it is not given that same worth that like that, like for example, like traditional Greek or Roman plays, or like, you know, like modern white family like TV shows or movies are given, right? And so for me, I think I am just tired. Like for me, like I'm gonna be real. Like for me, I am just tired of trying to appeal to white people. You know what I mean? I am tired of doing that, because no matter what I do, white people will never know my experience. They're never going to understand my experience and the experiences of people like, you know, who identify like me, right? So for me right now, I am more so worried about appealing to Black people. You know what I mean? Black cis people, Black trans people, Black queer people, just Black people. I'm just Black heterosexual people, just Black people. I am worried about appealing to them, and as a writer, as a person who wants to become a writer, I just want to create stories that are true. Because also, let's really talk about like the stories that are being created right now. A lot of them, the default, like you mentioned, I believe Birdie, like the default is a white lens. And then you have like, you know, like plays, for example, that say, oh, let's say, for example, I'm gonna make up a name like Jane Doe, right? White woman in her 40s, who is, you know, who is a nurse, so forth and so forth, right? But then they will add that of like, but she can be any race. She can be like, she can be any race. She can be any gender. She can identify however she wants. But even after you like cast a Black person, or you cast like, you know, like you cast a queer person to play this role, you are seeing it through a white cis het lens, right? You are, even after you change the gender, even after you change the, you know what I mean, how the person identifies, it is still going to be through, you know, a white lens. And so for me, when I write, and I'm always writing like, you know, short stories, and like, you know, I'm currently working on a novel. For me, I am writing for the Black person. That's what I'm writing for. I'm writing for the Black queer person. I am writing for the Black trans person. I am writing for the Black non-binary person. I'm writing for the Black cisgender person. I'm writing for the Black heterosexual person, because our stories have been ignored for far too long. You know what I mean? Our stories have been ignored for far too long. And it's because it is not mainstream, because white people do not approve of it. And for me, I am not seeking approval from white people anymore. And I'm going to create stories that truly tell like the experiences that I've gone through, and the experiences that like people that I know have gone through, because that is the type of stories that are going to create the change that we want. Not stories that we want to, you know, not stories that we want to sell, because oftentimes the problem that a lot of Black playwrights and a lot of Black screenwriters and all, like the problem that we have is that when we show our scripts to like an agency or something like that, they're just like, well, you're gonna have to change this. You're gonna have to change how this person speaks. You're gonna have to change. You know, you're gonna have to change all these things because we want to sell it to a larger audience. But what they're saying beneath that is like, we are trying to sell this to white people, because if they don't like it, it is not going to be seen as worthy. And a perfect example of this is, I don't know if y'all know the show Pose by any chance, but a lot of people, when they think about Pose, they think about Ryan Murphy, who was a white cis gay man, right? They think about Ryan Murphy, but Ryan Murphy is not the person who wrote Pose. Stephen Cannell, an Afro Latinx queer person, is the one who wrote Pose, right? And he tried to sell Pose to a lot of different, you know, a lot of different TV networks and a lot of people, and nobody picked up Pose. You know what I mean? It wasn't until Ryan Murphy, a white cis man who is, you know, who identifies as gay, it wasn't until he took the script that now it was seen as worthy, right? So that is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Like mainstream means white approved, and if your story is not white approved, it is not going to be sold to it's not going to be sold to a wider audience. So for me, I'm really like trying to like just people who like Black people who are trying to make it in the entertainment industry. I would really advise you to not get stuck on trying to appeal to white people, but really create stories that you want to tell, stories that you know to be true. And if you don't get it sold, it does not mean that your work is not worthy. It just means that white people do not approve of it. But you really just have to, what I'm trying to say is that you really just have to try and be as true to yourself as possible and not try to make yourself palatable to get like a few extra dollars for your play or something like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, along those lines, I think that because you're raising a lot of issues that are contemporary, and who are we? What audience are we entertaining, or who are we speaking to? But as I guess a scholar of theater who also teaches history, I'm really interested in how those systems of knowledge are created in the first place. Like when you bring up mainstream, what are we teaching us as teachers? What are we doing? How are we also part of this very system? What are our own preconceptions? Even if I was raised in Puerto Rico, I also, what have I been taught that I'm not even questioning myself? So bringing the conversation a little now to perhaps, us as teachers, or and going back to this notion of classics, because as you were saying, contrary to right-wing propaganda, the Greeks and Romans did not consider themselves white. That has been something that through the centuries has been kind of sold to us. And so, just to get Alvin and Patrick and Amy here, I'm just curious about how you see the foundations, or this notion of foundations. I've been trying for a long time, for example, to change the title of courses from theater history. There's no one history, there's theater histories. So I'm really curious about the relationship of history to the present, histories to contemporary, because I think they're all related. So maybe and also to this notion of how are we actively anti-racist, and how we're dismantling the system that we have inherited. Who wants to address that? Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, there is a lot tied up in there, and I can't help but what's really present for me is that even though we are academic institutions and our responsibility primarily is in education, training, and development of artists, we still have a responsibility to try to facilitate some kind of professional career for our students down the road, and to empower them with skills and abilities that will sustain them in some capacity in their careers. And unfortunately, the dominant culture professionally is driven by economics, and it's capitalism. And so we find ourselves kind of wedged between the history and the classics that we've been sold, and an industry where, somewhere around 60 to 70% of stage work is based in Shakespeare, it's based in classical theater and Shakespeare festivals. So what is our responsibility to provide tools for our students to learn and grow and develop as artists, and also acquire skills that will sustain them in some kind of professional career? And wrapped up in all of that is not only have the traditions been passed on to us for this kind of westernized notion of theater, but that has also shaped our aesthetic of what we are taught and what we are told to teach is good theater. And what young artists coming in, to training aspire to, because they can only really aspire to things that they've seen. And so our desire to dismantle these systems is kind of hamstrung by the need to also provide applicable skills. And so we don't want to be cornered by the industry. And I'm personally tired of, yeah, but we have to teach them, you know, they have to be able to audition for Shakespeare so they can sustain themselves. Because what that does is kind of narrows the scope of what we're able to teach and explore. And so I think part of the response is, you know, to foster that creativity. And La Bueneta has, you know, has hit the nail on the head in that as she writes and develops stories that are true to her, that's going to in turn educate us. And there's a transition phase. I feel that now that the mainstream's attention is on more diverse voices, that as long as we challenge and interrogate the histories that have been handed to us and the aesthetics that have been handed to us, that we can incrementally over time create a professional market for these stories from diverse voices. And hopefully that will attract a broader set of voices and a broader set of perspectives. We'd love for it to happen overnight. And honestly, this world, the great pause now has kind of forced innovation and is the closest thing we're ever going to get to a stop and a reset button. And so I'm very excited about this inflection point in the world of arts, because as the world resets and reopens, now we're going to see what Broadway puts on. Now we're going to see the new stories that are told, and hopefully, like a magnet, if we create more of a market and reset the aesthetic that people aspire to, it will attract some more diverse voices. It'll dismantle the canon and create space for a new set of literature for which on which we can, you know, build our educational basis.
Alvin, did you want to add something to that, or should we move on to the next question? I just wasn't sure if you had your hand raised before.
No, I didn't, but I will say, you know, it's a very complex question, and mostly, you know, we disagree with it, but I think it's important to know how we got here, and you know what you know, how did we get here, and also, and I just think the idea now is, rather than be like, in some ways you wish the phrase Asian American didn't have to exist. We are Americans, you know. And see us in the canon too, like and of course, like with every different group, I mean, there are different galaxies, like Asian theater and Asian American theater. They're different galaxies. They're different, literally different languages. So how do we do this? So I just think if we can sort of amend the canon, the history, just to show that there's been world theater all along. I think this is the history of Western theater. And but if you just look at the experimental theater all along, so much of what Brecht did and what Beckett does and all, it is based on a lot of Asian theater, like even down to very similar, very obvious analogies of the Caucasian chalk circle is the chalk circle from Li Xiaodong's play from China. And also there's a key figure, even even the Americana and North Americana play, Our Town, is really rooted in a lot of Chinese opera imagery, because Thornton Wilder. And also it's a tricky thing, just because a lot of things were not included does not mean the things that were included are awful. There's always a balance of that too. And also Thornton Wilder, like it seems to say wild, it was at that time wildly experimental on Broadway, but he was using a lot of Peking opera techniques in his play, like even down to the idea of calling the stage manager, who's like the narrator too, is based on the Peking opera property manager. That really was a very godlike figure, like literally walks onto the stage, gives props to the performers, and jumps in on the narration. Because when I saw Our Town, I'm thinking, what is this person? First they're narrating to us, but then they're going behind the soda counter and pouring shakes and malteds for the teenagers. And what was in those malteds? They fell in love immediately. It's like, wow, I'd like one of those. But It's all right there though too. There's so much of what they do is based on that, and a lot of the when and the fractured narrative and just bringing in that comes from the griot tradition. So I really think just to almost like amend it, not end it, just to show what just and you have to footnote it. I think even we mostly will disagree with why we are here. But it's important to know that and just footnote it. Just and the world theater axis has always been there. I think it's up to us to bring that out and just basically so the whole world is speaking the same language. I always say this is the history of Western theater. I always say Western theater because it's a whole other thing. Like the whole story, storytelling has always been there too. Whether it's griots telling stories and so I just want to add that too.
Yeah, thank you, Alvin. I think you're touching on a very important point that is a great segue into our next section, which has to do with the notion of diversity versus globality. I also teach Latin American theater, which is very different than Latino theater. One is so this notion of international or globality or global theater versus diverse Western or U.S. theater are two very different things, and I've always struggled with this notion of do we just expand the canon, get rid of the canon and include other? And I always have hated that notion of other, because that goes to your theme, La Bujanada, about what is this other versus mainstream. I've always hated that. So why are we always fighting to have ethnic studies or Black studies, and why is that not the stuff? Like, so how do we address this? No, there's two questions in here, I guess, two strands of conversation, one around diversity versus globality. I think the two are interconnected, but they're different, because one is diversity within Western theater, which is one history. And the other is international global theater. As you've mentioned, Asian American theater and Asian theater are two, you said it, two planets. And it's the same with two histories. It's so different. And then that's one strand of the question. And then the other is, how do you deal with, and this is what you were mentioning about Shakespeare, like expanding the canon or getting rid of this notion of other versus mainstream? I've always struggled with these two things, especially when I only have a semester to teach a class. So who wants to address this issue? Wants to start? Amy.
It's interesting in terms of terminology. The Southeastern Theater Conference that UAH is a part of, they use the term global majority, which I think is a really great term to use, because it totally reframes the conversation, especially for white professors who were just not taught or trained in anything but white Western theater, to have to just really re-examine everything. A term like global majority, I think, is really effective. And I think it also comes down to the question of, like, why must we have our students perform Chekhov and Williams and Miller? Because that's what we were taught, because that's what we were told was good, because that's what we read in college, and it's just so beautiful. And it may be, but how can we meet our students where they are? They're not in the world of Chekhov and Miller and Williams anymore. What can we do with the plays that we bring into our classrooms and our studios that speak to our students where they are? And it's not white realism, or in the case of Miller and Williams, a lot of time, white magical realism. It's something totally different. It's collage, it's devised work, it's collaborative work. It's no longer a pyramid type structure how are the plays that we teach speaking to that experience? And I think that's where being well-versed in contemporary work plays in, because then you can connect the contemporary work with a historical moment or historical movement or historical piece of thought. And you don't have to have the students read Miss Julie, right? They can have a different choice that we can say, okay, so a contemporary play like this connects back like this. See? And so we send students out in the world, and the plays then they choose to produce are not just Chekhov and Miller and Williams and Strindberg, but are all these other contemporary playwrights writing today. And that's how that snowball that Patrick was talking about, like how do we magnetize the thing? That's how that snowball gets rolling.
Yeah, Patrick. Patrick and then La Bujonata. Yes.
Amy, it's kind of just a question, and maybe it's semantics, but so the notion of canon, once something is canonized, it becomes, it gets given importance because it becomes kind of the landmark from which we have to reach back and compare and go, oh, this is better than, and yet we're still giving attention to this canon. So within that statement, are you proposing to abolish, to use La Bujoneta's word, to abolish the canon? Or because as soon as we update the canon, right, if we modernize it, okay, forget that canon, now our new canon is August Wilson and a bunch of new contemporary interesting playwrights, do we then just create the same kind of challenge for ourselves by canonizing just a new set of authors? So really it's a question.
Yeah, so yes, I would totally abolish the Western canon. And I don't know that I would replace it with a new canon, but I would allow for a flexibility of work to come and go as it will. I personally have not taught Miller or Williams in years and years and years. We're coming up on that chapter in my theater history class, like this coming week. I'm going to be like, hey, these playwrights existed. You've read about them. And now let's talk about this other really important stuff that was happening in post-World War II theater. Let's talk about all these other things instead. Because that already is already in the air around them enough that I don't need to spend the time going back over Miller and Williams. Those are things that they can learn on their own, right? Where when I was taught, it was like, oh yeah, there's other theater out there besides Miller and Williams, but you can learn that on your own. And now I'm flipping that over. And yeah, I would abolish the canon entirely. Quite frankly, those guys have had a good run, and it's time for them to sit down and let somebody else have a turn.
Right, abolish. Abolish it. Because I really want to talk about this, right? Because when I was taking my theater classes during my first semester at BMCC, and then also my second semester and third semester, and I'm in my fourth semester now, whenever we talked about Shakespeare, I was just like, oh, well, here we go. And whenever we would like practice, there was something in me that was just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to keep reading Shakespeare. And the only play that I really enjoyed, but it's also very problematic, is King Lear, right? That's the only play that I kind of enjoyed. And I didn't realize until probably this semester that the reason why I didn't want to read Shakespeare and I didn't want to read all of these, Shakespearean plays is because I didn't see myself in it. You know what I mean? I didn't, when I was reading these lines and I was learning about these different stories and these different people, I had no connection to them, right? And so for me, I am really big on representation, but not just representation, but I'm really talking about true representation, like the nitty gritty of representation, right? So I'm really right now, ever since I was a child, but especially right now, I'm really into Bollywood and Nollywood and even pieces, right? So I'm originally from Guinea, which is in West Africa, and we have these. It's kind of like theater, but it's film, but it's also for the stage. So it's really complicated. But we do these things called pieces, which are usually 30 to 45 minutes, probably episodes or plays where you just talk about everyday people, where you're learning about everyday people who are, having an argument with their parents, or like struggling with having to like marry somebody that they don't want to marry, just like everyday things that people go through on a day-to-day basis, right? So yeah, just like obviously not like forget like old theater, but really just like I think really try to move into this new modern this new modern wave of like theater where we see more stories being told, right? More stories about, you know, Black families, more stories about queer experiences, more stories about like, you know, all the like new stories where it's not just the same old cis het like, you know, stories. Like we really just we have to be more represented, like, because we have to really just look at our world, and our world doesn't only have cis heterosexual white people in it. We have a variety of gender identities. We have a variety of gender expressions. We have a variety of sexual orientations. We have a variety of like cultures that are just ready to be like, you know, told. And so I think for me, like if you really want to just move into if we really just want to move into this new world where everybody is able to see themselves portrayed on stage or screen, or just like when they read plays, or when they read like books and stuff like that, we really have to start hiring more people who are diverse, right? Like we really just have to invite more people to the table, right? That expression of like invite more people to the table, because if it's the same old white cis men who are like writing these stories and like, you know, creating these curriculums, we're not going to go anywhere. But if you are, you know, inviting more women to the table, if you are inviting more queer people to the table, if you're inviting more people with different gender expressions and gender identities, and like you're inviting more people from different cultures to the table, you're gonna get like, for the lack of a better word, I love this word, it's like you're gonna get more flavor in the stories that you are telling. You know what I mean? And you have to, because a lot, like, people are gonna get tired of the same old. People are always looking for something new, and that is why you have this new like resurgence of like people wanting more Black stories and wanting more trans stories and more queer stories, because that is the thing that is, you know, and I hate this word, but it's the thing that is popular right now. And so people are tired of having to like, you know, read and see the same things. They want something new. They're always looking for something new. And if you're not more diverse in like you're like, you know, like if your table is not more diverse, you're really not going to be, you're going to keep staying you're going to be in the back, and we all want to be in the front, right? So in order for you to be in the front, you really have to be more diverse. So
thank you. I want to make sure we have time for the audience to ask questions, but I do want to, because you are mentioning something that I think we must address. It's and so maybe we could just address this last question very quickly. You're talking about diversity in storytelling, and I think what's really important about what you're saying is that it's not just the what we say, it's how we're saying it. It's not just who's invited to the table, but who's the decision maker and the methodology around the content. It's methodology. And so we have, you know, created these hierarchical systems of power, of whatever, and, you know, you could think about higher education, administration, teacher, student, whatever you can think architecturally. We mentioned plays. You know, there's orature, there's different ways. I mean, my students just assume you go and pay a box office and sit in a theater and quiet. Well, no, actually a theater can take a number of days. It can be around a circle. You can come and go, you can eat, you can scream back at the, you know, you can, so this notion of theater with a capital T and how we create these stories, how we make them, how they're made is to me also centuries of indoctrination that have to be, as you say, abolished. I fight a lot with my students about this. And so Can we just address this question about anti-racist methodology for a second, as opposed to content?
Well, again, I'm going to go back to Dr. Sherelle D. Luquette at the Black Acting Method Studio. They have an anti-racist 10-day email boot camp for educators that you can sign up for, that emails you ideas and things to put into practice for creating anti-racist classrooms, right? In terms of how you, the way that you treat your students, the things that you talk about with them, how you structure a class period, a rehearsal, the things, the methodologies that you talk about, that you expand your acting criteria beyond just an actor prepares, but you expand beyond that. And so really, I think that's where you start, is in learning that information and then going to your students with that information, acknowledging, I certainly will be, to say, I'm learning this, let's learn it together. Let's be in collaboration together. But I think you have to start with acknowledging that you don't know and doing the reading and doing the work.
Patrick?
Not to reduce things to semantics again, but in hearing this discussion, I'm hearing, talk of diversity in storytelling, and I try to think of it as diversity of storytelling, so that it kind of expands the possibilities even more, rather than trying to include things in an existing paradigm. And then there's that talk of, bringing more voices and more identities to the table. My question is, whose table is it though? So if it's your table, and you got it from, your old straight white professor, and now you got this table, maybe it's time to just hand the table to somebody else and get up and go get some coffee for everybody else to do work, So there's that. So it's the container in which these stories are told. We have the potential to broaden that.
Yeah, just both to what you were talking about, Patrick, about the table, right? And then also you, Amy as a professor, right? So for me, you have to be willing to learn from your students. You have to be willing to learn from, because a lot of the times professors are on this pedestal of well, I know better than you do, and you're my student, I'm your teacher, so I'm gonna teach you, and you're not really gonna teach me. But I love it when professors are just I actually learned something from you today. You know what I mean? And professors who are open-minded, professors who are willing to listen to their students, right? Because we all have ideas, you know what I mean? And we all have our own experiences that shape how we, just look at the world, right? In different situations. So a professor, if you don't know something, ask your students. You might learn something new, right? But also what you were talking about, Patrick, about the table, you have if you don't the analogy of the table, because it's not really a table, but abolish the table, okay? Abolish the table and really just and bring what I was talking about, bring people who do not share the same ideas as you do, who do not have the same experiences as you do. Bring those people, right, to, I said in my previous statement, to make your, I guess for the lack of a better word, because we're talking about the table, make that table look more diverse. And if you don't know what you're talking about, and if you don't have an idea of what story to tell, ask that person who has not spoken in a while, what's your take on this? And going back to the professor and student relationship, trust me, I've had multiple professors pull me to the side and say, you know what, thank you for mentioning that today, because I before today I was not thinking, I didn't have that mind frame, or I wasn't thinking about this thing. I wasn't seeing this thing in the way that you said it, but now that has allowed it has allowed me to go beyond what I already knew. And so I think I really appreciate that when professors are just like, you know what, like, what do you think? Because oftentimes as students, we really feel like we are below the professors and we can't really say anything. But if you create that environment where it's like, you know what, I am as much your professor as you are my professor, and we are all here to learn from each other. And that is gonna allow for the classroom to be more, because oftentimes when you walk into a classroom and it's just like the professor is talking and everybody else are just sitting there listening. But if there's a back and forth, I think that creates more, for the lack of a better word, like more liveliness in the classroom, and it's going to create more, I guess, real stories and real, like, I don't know, like real dialogue. It's just like, it's going to make things, there's going to be a flow. There's going to be a nice flow to things. And it's not just always going to be very like this stiff thing where it's like, okay, I'm just here to learn from you. And, you know, I don't really have a say in this, but really create an environment where everybody feels like they have a say in things and they can like let their, like where they can really just have a say in things and really like express how they're feeling about certain things. You're muted.
Okay, sorry. So thank you so much for that. We have 5 minutes. I want to make sure that we get at least one question if there is in the audience. Keith, I think you're there. I don't know how we get questions.
I'm gonna read it to you as the voice of your radio producer. Yes, there is a.
Thank you.
Well, let me. The chat is full of snaps and claps and hearts and lots of affirmative things. So just for the good vibes for you all. So this question is from a little while back in the talk. It is theater's intent is to capture the essence of people. What role does social class play in that, especially in mainstream venues? Bertie and everyone, I just want to say that we are going to switch to the next person at 1, but I can keep this Zoom going. It's being recorded, so if you guys go a little bit over, we'll have it and we can post it later, the tail end of it. Because I don't want to like cut off your
Okay, can you just repeat the question one more time?
Oh, yes, of course. Theater's intent is to capture the essence of people. What role do you think social class plays in that, especially in mainstream venues?
Does anybody want to take a stab at that? It's a very good question, and from a historical theater historian's point of view, there's a lot to say about that. But I don't want to take the first stab.
I think it comes back to a lot of things that Patrick and Bouginata were talking about too, and I think this is where the rubber hits the road. Mainstream venue, we're talking about very expensive Broadway theaters, and you know, and the people. Someone once said, "This is how the commerce and the culture have really had a head-on collision." Someone said, "If you tell me the budget, I can tell you the story." Someone said that. So unfortunately, and I think talk about dismantling the system. How about the way theaters are assembled, the way tickets are charged, the way unions make the ticket price so expensive. So let's talk about all those things. And I think yes, class is as big a divide as race, as gender, as orientation, as anything. So I think we really have to address that on stage and off.
Alvin, I want to add to that it's not only ticket price. I think it's an inherited, as I said before, like centuries of indoctrination, because tickets to Disney on Ice or a basketball game are just as expensive. I think it depends the kind of entertainment one feels welcome to, and one has been invited to, or one wants to attend. You know, I think all of that is also related to. You know, just to add to that, you know, why pay for a certain amount of money that's not for me, or I'm not represented or included, or, you know, but anyway, in terms of just to add one more thing, and then maybe we can get one more question about the social class, is that the history of Western theater is completely embedded in who is seen at the theater. It's like it's kind of like the opera. It's become a super high class endeavor, not only to see but to be seen. And then especially in the time of the Enlightenment, there's always a contradiction and hypocrisy going on between like, oh yeah, we're going to talk about social justice and freedom, but yet we're going to slave this whole people. And the theater has always had those contradictions. They talk about social justice, and then it's a completely hierarchical place to see. And so as long as we don't abolish those systems and recreate them, we're going to perpetuate these class divisions in a way that's really kind of weird and icky, I think. But does anybody want to add something to that question?
Well, there's the notion of, I think we default to, when we talk about the theater and social class, we default to, the traditional theater with the performers out here and the audience out here. But I think of the work of Augusto Boal and other social justice-minded theater where it became the common ground for the different social classes to communicate and speak and see each other and exchange ideas and step into one another's shoes. So there is a form of theater that exists to challenge the hierarchy of socioeconomic class. But it's interesting that despite this conversation about the diversity of storytelling, we still default to the notion of westernized theater in that traditional context.
So should we end here because it's one, or I misunderstood the thing about continuing, or should we take more questions?
And one modern-day request, Emma, if you could save the chat and share that with us, we'd love to see it, because I think we have like the panelist chat here. I'd love to see the chat, love to hear all the things the students are posting.
I'll attempt to technically figure out how to do that. I'm sure I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I unfortunately have to go because I have another workshop that I have to go to.
Maybe we should.
But this has been a really great conversation and I've learned a lot. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you so very much. I'll take it from here. Thank you so much. I so appreciate each and every one of you and your time and letting us come into your home and to share your thoughts and your promises and your hopes and your non-hopes and things that need to change, Thank each and every one of you. Our next guest is a playwright, is a screenwriter, director, an actor, and has been produced in Broadway, off-Broadway, UK, and won the Pulitzer Prize with his play Between Riverside and Crazy, and back in 2015. Let's say hi to Stephen Adly Guirgis. Hello, how are you, Stephen?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm good. So we've got audio, we've got visual. It looks great. Stephen, tell us about your characters. Are very New Yorkian based. Like you're writing about this little town where you are representing a voice that has not always been represented like you are bringing forth. How did you come about this mother tongue, these characters?
Well, excuse me, I'm chewing.
That's okay.
I'm from New York.
You're a New Yorker.
And I grew up on the Upper West Side, and I went to kindergarten and grammar school up on 121st Street, and high school downtown, and I was a bike messenger, worked in Grand Central when I was a kid. I worked in restaurants, bars. I mean, I've just been, the city's been, it's where I'm from, and I think that I was blessed to grow up with the multiplicity of different types of voices and people and energies and, you know, melting pot, you know? And so that's probably why most of the stuff that I write is in New York.
It rings true too. It's not only that the location is New York, but it's these voices that I am just overtaken. I am just spellbound by the language and how honest and truthful and driven all of your characters are. And then that's not easy to do as a writer. I mean, to cobble so many strong characters together under one roof. How do you approach that? Do you listen to them, or do you plot it out with some sort of index cards on a wall, or how do you work?
I mean, there's a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I came into writing not intentionally.
Oh.
You know, I started as an actor, and I got involved with this company called Labyrinth, which at the time was called the Latino Actors Base. And it was basically exclusively Latino, except for a couple of people. And I was lucky. I really kind of slipped through the cracks. I auditioned, and they brought me back for like six times. Like, they kept bringing me back to like callback. And I got in, but I found out afterwards, you know, one of my closest friends was one of the people that started the company, and they had a committee that voted, you're in and you're out. And they voted 3-2 against me. And my friend John Ortiz stood up and he was like, we have to take Stephen. I promise you, it's gonna pay off somehow, you know? And so literally they let me in. So that just says, first of all, that in our adventures, our sojourns, calling into the arts, there's a lot of good, you know, luck involved. And then when you have opportunity to, you know, work really hard, me and John, I went to college together, and we went to college upstate in Albany. And the two of us, and Liza Colon-Zayas, who's another actor in our company, you know, up there, we couldn't really get cast in the main stage plays. You know, we were always like either we didn't get cast or we were like the servant, you know, I was like, Sirrah, you know, like, you know, sir, you know, and we kind of bonded. And John Ortiz was like a big dreamer. And he was like, someday we're going to be in New York and we're going to be, you know, making movies and doing plays, and we're going to sit where Spike sits for the Knick game and blah, 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 blah. And anyway, the company started out as just for actors, and it wasn't a producing company. It was just, it was a gym for actors.
Sure.
Like, and specifically for Latino actors, because in the early 90s, I mean, I don't think it's like a fiesta for Latino actors now, but in the early 90s, it was worse than it was today. There wasn't a lot of roles. And so it was like a gym where people would work on their craft. We would do bonding exercises. If we had auditions, you know, we would work on them in the group. And one thing that really amazed me early on was like I said, there wasn't a lot of opportunities. So chances are, if like, you know, John or Yul or Manny had an audition for something, probably the other guys did too. They were in competition with each other, but they would work together and help each other. And if one person got the part that was like, you know, one of our people, it was all right. You know, we were happy. Now, of course, everyone had egos and everyone wanted to succeed, but that was dynamic in the company, and it was infectious. And so after a little while of a year or so of just not, you know, just meeting every Wednesday night, doing exercises, we wanted to start producing. We thought, well, maybe we should start doing theater, but nobody knew who we were, you know? So maybe we had a play that we wanted to do, but the playwright didn't want to give us the rights. because, you know, we were, you know, who were we?
Right.
Or if we had the play and we tried to get a director, the director would say, well, I don't know if I can cast within the company, you know, and so it was always something. And so finally we were like, why don't we just try to do it ourselves? You know, so, me and John had taken a playwriting class in college. I guess he thought I had some aptitude. We did an evening of one acts. And so he said, why don't you write one? And I was like, what? You know, and I was like, all right, you know, and then, you know, another guy produced it. And then other people acted in it. And another person did, you know, PR, and it was just all actors. So from that, I guess when I did my one act, everybody seemed to like it. And then everyone just basically kind of bullied me, pushed me, supported me to keep writing. So I did. Another thing that I learned early on that might be helpful for young students, you know, people just coming into it is, you know, in the beginning, we just work with each other, you know, but then, you know, when it started to get a little more, you know, successful, I had the opportunity to cast other actors, you know, besides, you know, people in the company. And, you know, and there's always, like, you know, if you're a playwright, you know, like, there's always some name that's like sexier or whatever, you know. Oh, this guy's on a TV show, that maybe his agent will come, and if his agent will come, maybe he'll like me, and blah, 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 blah. And we sort of made a decision early on to, you know, be loyal to my people, work with the people that I actually believed in. And when you work with the people that you actually like believe in, like, first of all, they're gonna break their ass for you. And you're gonna break your ass for them. And we kind of grew up together. You know, there's an actor in our company named David Zayas, who, if you don't know the name, you've seen his face, works all the time. And, you know, he was in the first play I ever wrote. And he wasn't even an actor, he was a cop at the time, you know, and we were on 53rd and 10th. And then after work, he would work midnights, you know, in that neighborhood. And we'd be coming out of the bars at 4 a.m. and the squad car would go, whoop, whoop, whoop. And we'd be like, oh shit, and it'd be David. Anyway, we kept working together, and we started, I guess, to build something. I became a writer, and so to answer your question about characters, you know, I started writing about what was going on inside of me, you know, and one thing that I found that was helpful as a young actor who, you know, I had talent, but I wasn't very, I was scared, you know, and I was insecure. And so, you know, it would take me forever to get my headshots, or I get the headshots and then I wouldn't get the resume printed, you know, or I sign up for the acting class and go one time and then never go again, you know, stuff like that. And the thing about actors, for all the actors out there, as you know, it's like, you kind of can't act until somebody invites you to, you know, like, you know, until you get a job, you know, or put something together, you can't act. And, but what I discovered through writing was, you know, I could live out and the characters, you know, I could write about what was going on inside of me, get that shit out, and put it in the mouths of characters and live them out, and actually play characters in my head that I'd never be able to play in, you know, real life. And so from that process, you know, I was writing what was going on about inside of me. I was writing about stuff that I wanted, that I needed, that I was afraid of. And so that was the situation of the characters, you know, and I had things that I wanted. I had goals that I wanted, you know, and the characters all had goals, you know. And so, you know, I think that to write, you know, meaningful characters and characters that are real and not, you know, like cardboard cutouts, it's like a character has to, you know, want something. Just like when you're acting, right? The first thing you think, you look at a scene, you read a scene, and you're like, all right, what am I trying to do? What am I trying to get? And so, you know, all the characters in my plays, I try to have them, they all want something. You know, it might be stupid. The audience might be like, oh my God, like he wants this, it's not gonna work out, but they want it. And the other thing that I discovered that mostly the characters in my play, they pursue it.
Relentlessly.
Yes. So when you're pursuing what you want relentlessly, then there's no, you know, this, you can take the self-pity out of it. You know, you take the, you know, oh, look at this, you know, this poor person from the hood who's done it. No, it's like they're actively in pursuit of something. You know, it's not about self-pity. It's about, you know, they're trying to, you know, reach up and or reach out. And you know, that came from acting, you know, because that's what you do when you act, you know, and you need to know what you're doing. And then how, you know, there's diverse and there's many voices. Like I said, I'm from New York, and the language and the speed of the streets is always interested me. It's always fascinated me. Well, when I was a bike messenger, I remember I used to work all day, and then there was a lot more street performers back in the day, you know. There probably is now. I probably just don't
know the bus cars. No, it's not as many.
But there was certain stand-up comedians who worked in the park. There was a amazing comedian. You guys should look him up, named Charlie Barnett, who used to work out at Washington Square Park. And he was actually cast in Saturday Night Live ahead of Eddie Murphy. But when he got cast and they discovered that he was illiterate, he couldn't read or write. So he lost the gig, and then Eddie Murphy got the gig. But Charlie Barnett was this guy, and his whole act, and he would have like, you know, 200 people in Washington Square Park, you know where that fountain is, around. Yes. And he would just make fun of people. Like every race, every ethnicity, just boom, 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 and tear them out. And he was hysterical. There's another guy named Albert Owens, and sometimes he was in the park, and sometimes he was on 59th Street. And he was older, and he was funny, but he was also bitter, and he couldn't hide his bitterness. He was trying to make fun of people too, but like he got stabbed one time.
Oh,
because he kind of took it too far.
Sure.
And I was obsessed with. I would go, and that would be like my entertainment. You know, I'd get a 40 or whatever, or a sandwich. You know,
sure.
And boom, and do that. And then the other thing for me was, I think what probably, if I have a facility for voices, it came because, you know, my dad was from Egypt. My dad came here from Egypt. My mother was Irish American from New Jersey. You know, and so, you know, I grew up in this neighborhood where we didn't have as much money as the people in the neighborhood. So I always felt a little less than. But all my schooling was uptown, and uptown I was one of the only, you know, quote unquote white kids, you know. So I was desperate to try to fit in, you know, and you know, I wasn't strong, I wasn't tough. So I couldn't fit in that way. I wasn't like, you know, like a ladies' man, so I couldn't fit in that way. And so I remember when I was a kid, I used to just listen and watch and try to be like, you know, like if Keith was like the cool kid in the school, I'd be like, all right, if I put my cuffs up on my pants like Keith, and you say that thing like how Keith says it. So I grew up listening and in some degree imitating or emulating other people, and it was like a survival mechanism.
That's right.
A socialization mechanism, and it really gave me the gift of being a observer of people and things, because one thing that I found is that actors, you know, mostly all my friends are actors. Some of the best, most loving, generous, emotionally available people in the world are actors. But when you're acting, right, you have the material and you're trying to, like, you know, and it's a good amount of it is internal before it's external. So there's a lot of focus on ourselves, you know, and whereas to be a writer, even though, like, as I said, everything that I've written has always come out of some pain or some ununderstandable thing that I'm trying to figure out. But to be a writer, you have to be interested in the world. You have to be interested in other people, you know, and to develop that skill of looking and listening and learning and staying interested, you know. In acting school, the teacher would always talk about how you need to take in stimulus that will continue to inspire you, you know, as an artist, right? And it's the same thing as a writer, you know. And so, you know, I don't know, maybe some of the students are aware of a play. I wrote a play called In Arabia, We'd All Be Kings.
Yes.
And it took place in Times Square, and it was a whole bunch of characters in Times Square, and it was centered in this bar, right? So, you know, at the time I was living in Times Square. I was living in one of those SRO buildings, and it was one of those buildings where it was, you know, the population was partially, I think, HIV, partially mentally ill that was being reintegrated, partially homeless, partially elderly, and then some artists. So I was in, you know, a very specific environment, you know, and my job at the day, I was doing arts education. So I was in prisons, I was in shelters, hospitals doing arts education. And you know, I loved it, but I wanted to be an actor, you know. Just checking. Everything okay?
Yes, it is. Thank you for checking.
Yeah. I wanted to be on Law and Order, you know.
Oh.
But you know, and at that time in my life, all the people in my life were you know, in that world, and I felt a lot more. I had a lot more in common with the people in that world than this other world that just felt like you could never get to, you know, to be in a, you know, like a real play, to get your equity card, da 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 da.
Yeah.
And so, you know, if you read In Arabia We'd All Be Kings, you know, those characters all have a reflection on me. There's a guy named Lenny who just got out of jail and still lives with his mother, you know, and then, you know, and I had been living with my mother, and he feels like a loser, and his girlfriend, you know, is like, hey, you know, we need some money, you know, up in here, you know, and I was always broke and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, so I would always take what's going on with me and then put it into, you know, into other characters, other voices. Because I wasn't writing one-man shows, although some people were, and then also because of my friends in the company, you know, I was also wanted to be able to give them parts, you know.
Sure.
You know, and that's what we did. And the last thing I'll say before whatever we
the next thing
is that when I first started writing, because I was funny, you know, like one thing that I had when I was a kid was I was funny. And that was another survival skill. You know,
Yes.
If you can't fight, you better be able to snap.
Make them laugh, yeah.
Or make them laugh or whatever. And so when I first started writing plays, they were mostly funny, you know, and my plays still have a lot of humor in them, but I thought it had to be funny. That if the audience is laughing every minute, then, you know, like, you know, I guess to a degree, I thought like no one's gonna really care what I have to say, like, but I gotta make them laugh.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then, you know, and then things changed when I started working with Phil Hoffman.
Yes.
Phil Hoffman, the actor, and I started this new play, and it was a little bit more. That was Arabia, when I went a little more deeper, a little less afraid of being funny, and Phil was one of the people running the company. He said, "Who do you want to direct it?" I said, "How about you?" And he said, "Well, I never directed before." And I said, "Well, I never wrote before a couple of years ago." And there was something about working with Phil that really liberated me and gave me permission to really sort of go there, because my experience was that I could write anything and that he would be able to understand it intellectually and emotionally and communicate it to actors in a way that ignited them.
Wow.
And that's another gift, you know, that I had. And, you know, it went both ways. He wanted to direct,
sure.
You know, he wanted that outlet, but yeah, so that's I think a long answer to a short question, but.
No, it's just a delicious one. I love hearing about your collaborations and you're building relationships that are lifelong and helping one another. And it is a turnabout experience. Sometimes someone helps you, sometimes the other helps the other. And I can see that with your career, and I didn't know that that you were a 2 to 3 vote away from a totally different life, you know, and yes, I think that your ability to observe has, for me, in my experience of your plays and your writing, it's made me be more observant because they're so specific. And now I know of those people in Washington Square Park that you're talking about. I know where you got some of your training, that observing from those characters. You're putting it out there. The audience, though, seeing these new characters on the stage, how has that changed, you know, your ability to keep writing and giving to other audiences? You know, I mean, your audiences are a little different than the characters that you are writing about.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when it started out, as you guys know, anybody that's a young playwright knows that when you first start writing plays, the audience for your play is your friends, you know, maybe, you know, people in your building, you know, you know, I used to have my mother take my phone book, address book, and pretend to be like from Labyrinth and calling to alert them, you know, that there's this new play coming up. Anyway,
it worked.
You know, so how I think of it is this, is that I'm aware that I have even from the beginning, because, you know, in the beginning, that was my audience. My audience was my friends and people that, you know, came in one way or the other. And I think of it as like my people, you know, those are my people. So I'm aware that my people, when it started out, was, you know, younger, more diverse, sometimes less familiar with, you know, with shit, whatever. But I always believed in what they say, you know, the universal. Like, I always believed that if I wrote something and it was good and we got good actors to put it up, that it could be received by anybody or by most people, you know?
So what do you mean? Yeah, what do you think is good? What is good? What do you mean by good?
No, I mean, like, in a way, when you go to the theater, I mean, it's a wildly oversimplification, but it's kind of like there's only there's like maybe 3 kinds of theater. There's amazing transcendent theater, you know, that when the play's over, you don't want to leave your seat.
Wow.
And then when you go out to the lobby, you know, with your friends, you don't even necessarily want to talk to your friends. And they say, let's go for a drink. And you kind of just want to like take a walk around the block for an hour. You know, there's that kind of theater. Then there's good theater where you're like, yo, that was good. Want to go have a drink? Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. And then there's like 89 billion versions of like horrible, where you just want to
89 billion.
You know, where you just want to kill yourself. And so I felt like, as long as I'm not writing the kind of theater that's making people want to kill themselves, then why can't, why can't some of the older ladies that live in my building come and see it and get something out of it? And the first sort of clue that I got was that, you know, like older white neighbors would come to the shows and they liked them, and then they would come back.
Sure.
And I was like, you know what? This is for, you know, this can be for everybody.
You're building community with your plays, and I think that is definitely that changing. Your audiences are getting more savvy, and they want more of what you're you're putting out there, which is authentic New Yorkian, true characters.
I'm also not by any stretch of the imagination the only one. There's other people, there's other voices, and there's people that came before me that got some shine. There's a lot that never got their proper shine. It's like a lot of things have to happen to get, whatever, to be able to be speaking to you and whoever's out there. But when we did Motherfucker with the Hat on Broadway, that was like a good litmus test of what I was talking about. Because we rehearsed the play in the same space that we rehearsed all our plays at Lab. So we rehearsed the play like we were going to do it in a little 99-seat theater. And then the day that we moved into the theater on Broadway, like all of us were scared. All of us were like, oh shit. Like Bobby Cannavale was scared, Chris Rock, everyone was scared. And we were also scared because how are our people gonna be able to come see the show? Well, we did certain things, where I had, in my contract to have tickets at a lower price, for people under a certain age,
Thank you.
But anyway, what ended up happening was, our crowd was, it's Broadway. So it was still like, probably higher percentage of sort of what you think of as a Broadway audience, older, white. But our theater was very, the audience of our theater was starting to look like the subway or the bus. There was all kinds of people there. And that, I think, was the thing that we were like the most excited about and proud of, that like, and it was like a validation that, yeah, like, what I'm doing maybe has a lot of characters that you don't see every day, or maybe it has a lot of cursing, blah, 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 blah. But like, it can be received
and impactful to people and appreciated, and to people who have no idea, who have never met a character like you have created for the stage. You and other writers are bringing an opportunity for a larger audience to see themselves. And that's a wonderful thing for writers to be pursuing, is who's not being represented. Let's write about them. Let's let them have an opportunity to see themselves.
That's certainly true, Keith. And for me to be even a small part of it, it does, I feel good about that. But I'll tell you, by the same token, I remember when my mother, we didn't have a lot of money. We didn't go to theater a lot, but she tried to take us like once a year or every couple of years. And I remember she took me to see a play by A.R. Gurney.
Pete.
I forgot which one it was, but like, it took place in Connecticut. It was all like, kind of wealthy white people. And on the surface, there was nothing that I immediately could relate to. And yet, by the end of that play, I was crying and I was moved and I had that experience. And I'll tell you another one that was even more resonant for me was one day my friend Mel Nieves called me and he's like, hey, we're filling the house. We got extra tickets for this play. You want to come see it? So I was like, all right. But like, I didn't want to go, and I was like kind of pissed off, and I went with a friend and I sat down, and it was Kenny Lonergan's This Is Our Youth with Mark Ruffalo.
Oh.
And I forgot who the other people is, but partially because Mark Ruffalo was like a revelation to me. But here's the thing. I started watching that play, and if you don't know the play, it's about like, three kind of upper middle class kids in the Upper West Side, which is also happens to be the neighborhood that I grew up in. And those kids I immediately identified as like the kids that I fucking hated, because they all have more money than me. They weren't very nice to me when they would like go play like, spin the bottle or let's go make out in the closet. Like, Steven was not playing spin the bottle with them,
Not included.
Which is, by the way, if you see Motherfucker with the Hat, that Cousin Julio's speech he has a speech that's about that. That's where it comes from. But anyway,
Thank you.
So I started watching the play, and it still gets me emotional because I was I was so moved by it. And the reason I was moved by it was like, I was like, those are the kids that I fucking hated and I thought were assholes. And yeah, they did have money. And yeah, their fathers all were like kind of famous or this and that. But they were fucking in pain too. And they were suffering too. And they didn't know what the hell to do too. And to finally be able to understand, I mean, this is a resentment I carried like, you know, my whole life.
Sure.
And it just, you know, and so that's powerful and legitimate too. And, you know, like PS a couple of years later, we got to do Jesus Up the A Train in London. And the same producer was doing This Is Our Youth in the West End. And so we were invited to go see it. And afterwards, everyone was talking to Kenny Lonergan. I couldn't even go up to him. I was so shy. I was so afraid to talk to him, you know? And we grew up in the same neighborhood. He's a little bit older, but his experience was totally different. I was afraid to talk to him. And finally, I did talk to him. And then, like, again, PS, a few years later, I'm having, like, a really hard time in my life. And because I have a real hard time writing. And I did this ridiculous fucking thing, which is I wrote an email to, and I put on it every playwright that I knew. You know, and you know how it is, like, you get a lot of emails and you'll be like, you know, you may not be good friends with John Guare, but you know his email.
Sure.
You know? So anyway, I sent an email to like all the playwrights I knew. And I said, I'm trying to write. I can't write. It's not working. You know, I think, you know, I'm getting, maybe try one more time. And I got to quit. I'm never going to write again. And I was, you know, I was serious and I thought I was serious.
Sure.
And what was amazing was the responses that I got, you know, ranging from, you know, not cool and supportive ones, but the ones that were supportive. I got an email from Tony Kushner.
Yeah.
Who's a mensch, and anyone who gets to meet him or interact with him, and he was just very helpful. I got an email from Martin McDonagh.
Yes.
And Martin McDonagh is, he's a British playwright. He's written a lot of movies. He wrote a movie that I think won the Oscar a couple of years ago with Frances McDormand. But he's like a competitive, cutthroat motherfucker. And if he was here, he'd be like, yep, that's right, I am. And the letter he wrote to me was, he said basically, Stephen, you can't quit because I think most writers suck. But I think that you're good. And I think I'm the best playwright in the world. So I need the competition so you can't quit. That's literally what he said. But the point of it was that Lonergan, who I didn't even hardly know, was too afraid to talk to just a couple of years before. His letter back was, I have a house in West Hampton. No one's there. You know, if the key is under the mat, if you want to stay as long as you want. And I went and I stayed there for a month, you know, and he really helped me, you know. And again, it was like, that's somebody like, did I think Kenny Lonergan was my people? No. In fact, when we were little, you know, he's a little older than me. If I see him, he might have been one of the kids that I thought was a fucking asshole, you know? So yes, you know, the playing field of who gets seen is changing and needs to keep going, you know?
Agreed.
But also, like, you know, the world is everybody.
It's universal, Stephen.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, good or bad. This is my youth I received as good, transformational. You know, other plays I've seen was like another play about white middle class, wow, who gives a fuck? But the difference is one is good and one is bad, to me. Subjective, you know?
Art is. This email that you sent out to these playwrights is one of the most interesting things I could imagine. And sending out, it's almost like have you published those letters, those emails? It's a wonderful moment. And I'm so glad you shared that with us. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing too, is that one thing that I've learned along the way is that basically everybody is vulnerable. Everybody is insecure. Everybody needs assurance. You know, like when I was growing up, and I learned it the hard way, You know, I learned it because, you know, there were people that were like, you know, better known than me or more successful for me, blah, blah, blah. And when you meet those people or better looking, whatever, and you just assume that they're all right, you know?
Right.
You just assume like they don't, you know, they don't need you to like, you know, tell them, oh, I liked your movie or blah, 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 blah. But the fact is, and the most sensitive fucking person in the whole world ever was Phil Hoffman.
None can
If
imagine.
you like, you might go see his play, right? And you might think like, oh, I'm not going to go backstage. I don't want to bother him, right?
Sure.
Or if you see him, you like, I don't want to seem like I'm not cool and be like, oh, I really loved, you know, But the fact is, if he knew that you went to the play, Keith,
yeah,
you know, and you didn't go backstage and say anything, you know, I'd be on the phone with him and he's like, yeah, you know, Keith Winstead, you know, he came to the play and it's like,
he didn't come
he
back.
didn't say anything, like insecure.
Yes.
You know, everybody has it. So, you know, in that moment that I wrote that email, like, you know, that was basically like a plea for help. I didn't know it at the time.
Sure.
And it came, and it's everybody. So, you know, there might be a couple of people in there who are playwrights that might think, oh, Stephen has written these plays, like you said, you know, the introduction, whenever I get introduced, I don't know the person that's being introduced. You know, I'm like aware, like, yeah, that did happen.
That happened.
But I don't relate to it. It's like if there's one thing that I can impress upon on you guys is that like it is true that we really are all people. My mom told me once she said, because where we lived, there was always actors around and stuff. And my mother was like, you know, a huge fan of everyone and everything. And one day she said she saw this older actor. He's dead now. You would know him, but maybe they were Milo. Remember Milo O'Shea?
The O'Shea, Milo O'Shea.
Eyebrows.
Yes.
Actor.
Yes.
And she said she saw him and he was carrying 2 heavy shopping bags, but she had just seen him in a play. And she wanted to say something, but then she was like shy. And then she was like, fuck it. She went up to him and, you know, she just said, you know, I saw you in this play. You're so wonderful, blah, blah, blah. And he looked at her and he said, you have no idea how much I needed to hear that right now. And what she said to me was like, never be afraid to give someone a compliment, you know, if it's sincere, you know, and, you know, and that goes for, you know, famous people or unfamous people, you know, it's an act of, you know, of generosity, you know, and, you know, some people are, you know, some people are gonna be like, you know, whatever, that's on them. But the fact is that we're all vulnerable. And if we're in the arts, if you're in the arts, you know, a chance is like 99% that there's some part of you, no matter how much love and wonderful upbringing you got, that you didn't quite get enough. And we need it, you know, we need it. You know, not all the time, but we need to know that what we do has some effect on others. So like in that old man who was carrying the heavy grocery bags that most people didn't even notice.
Sure.
But to my mother, you know, and it made a difference in his day.
That kindness works. I really have to remind my students and myself and my family that kindness is important, especially right now, and to offer it to someone, a compliment, a word of encouragement. I'm often, by some of my students, I'm sort of surprised when my students offer me kindness or a word of encouragement, and it is contagious. We should be doing it more. And so these stories that you're telling me about your relationships, it tells me how I understand why your plays are so rich, because you have rich relationships around you. Yes, sure, we're none of us are angels, none of us are devils. We're a mix of all of the goods and the bads and the uglies. But to know that and to do better is what we're here to do. Go ahead.
One more thing on that is that the other thing that I've observed is that the people who like work in this business, like over the long haul,
Sure.
like Chris Rock came in and did our play, and he didn't know everybody. We all knew each other. He came in, But the thing about Chris is like, Chris is nice to everybody. Chris says hello to everybody. Chris gives respect to the guy at the doorman, to the top, to the producer. He's not an asshole. Jimmy Smits is another one that he's done a lot of stuff, but like the same thing. He's nice to fucking everything. Most people that sustain careers are, they're decent people. If you're a genius and you're an asshole, it's going to be accepted for, until it's not.
That's right, for a certain amount of time.
But maybe for a long time. But over the long haul, being a human being, investing in community, whatever that means to you, having a community,
Yes.
That's the stuff that that will sustain you, and that's the stuff that will keep you going.
I'm wanting to take us to a question that came through the live chat, and you mentioned one of your plays earlier when you saw the it was playing at the same time as the Kenneth Longren play, and Jesus Hopped the A Train. You were producing, or you were having that in London, I think you said. I have someone who asked, how did the character Lucius develop in your head?
Oh, that's a really good question. And the key word is develop. It did develop, he wasn't born whole. Okay, so when I was writing that play, if you're familiar with my plays, there's some spiritual questioning that runs through them. When I was writing that play, I was at a point in my life, I was raised Catholic, but I kind of lost my connection to God and all that stuff. But then I got to a point in my life where I needed to believe or have faith in something outside of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And, the church in the old ways wasn't really available to me anymore. And I didn't know where to go, where to turn. And what I found is that when I did invest in that faith or in that journey, I was taken care of one way or another, But then what I was at that time, what I was going through was like, yeah, but then if I do that, then I'm like, I have to do the right thing, I can't steal, I can't shoplift anymore. I used to be a shoplifter, I gotta, blah, blah, blah. Because if I'm gonna have a relationship with God, I gotta be good. And so I had a real conflict. And that's part of where that play came out of. But also in my examination about it was, I was always fascinated, and it is a Christian tenet, that you can be the worst person in the world, but if you ask for forgiveness and you really mean it, you can be salvaged, you can be saved, you can have a useful purpose, your spirit can be lifted. And so I thought in my mind, what better example or test of that principle than a serial killer, a guy like Lucius, who killed 8 people.
8 people.
Killed a little kid, chopped off his penis, fed it to him. Beat up, killed a little delivery boy because the sun, shined.
That's right.
And so that was, in the beginning, my thought was I was testing that theory about forgiveness, and the characters started to emerge. And Ron Cephas Jones, who played Lucius, I had known for a while. I'd seen him in a play, and I always thought this guy is like a genius in the making, but he's not with the right people. I need to write something that he can be in, and Phil and me will work with him, blah, 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 blah. So, but what started to happen with that character was started doing research, and I started learning about sociopaths, psychopathic behavior. And what I started to realize is, like, if you're a sociopath, if you're unfortunately afflicted with that, there's no empathy switch. You don't have empathy. You don't have access to it. And that's really what makes them different than others. And there's, that whole question, is it nature or is it nurture?
Mm-hmm.
Were they born that way, or did it happen? Whatever it is, that that thing is gone. And that's why they're able to kill and not feel remorse. Or even there's sociopaths that aren't murderers, but just people, hey, there's sociopaths in our business. They're highly successful because they don't give a fuck about anyone else. So anyway, I started to see, like, oh, all right, well, what if they're mentally ill in that way? What does that have to do with God? Blah, 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 blah. And then I started doing research. And the thing that really tipped it off for me was I watched one day an interview with the guy who killed John Lennon.
Oh, man.
I forgot his name, Mark David Chapman. And it was like, I don't know, 20 years later and this and that, and trying to, I think he was up for parole. Mm-hmm. And he did this whole interview, I think, with Connie Chung, and, and he was like, saying, expressing remorse and this and that, and it was a bad time, blah, blah, blah. But then if you listen, like, really carefully, he was still kind of like blaming it on Yoko. And he still kind of had these little, like, mitigating factors. And I realized, like, oh, this guy's a sociopath. He can't really take responsibility. He doesn't really have empathy. And if you can't really take responsibility, then you're not really asking for forgiveness, then you can't really be, how do you be forgiven? Now, I think God forgives I think if there's a God, that he forgives serial killers because I think God's capacity for empathy and love, dwarfs ours.
I agree.
But, now I'm going along and I'm like, oh, okay, so is Lucius really saved?
Mm-hmm.
Or does he think he's saved? And then he, and the play started out as like, he's trying to save Angel because he feels like if he saves Angel, then he will be saved. And what does being saved mean for him? It means not going to death row, right? He's out, he has this case about it in Florida. So what ended up happening to the fellow or a lady who asked the question was, eventually I realized, there's three big scenes between those characters. And in between the second scene and the third scene, we learn that Lucius lost his appeal, right? And that he's going to death row. And that's the third scene, right? They have a fight in the second scene. Then the third scene, Lucius is not talking to him. And at this point now, Angel needs him, needs to have these conversations. And so what I realized was, each of these scenes is Lucius trying to save Angel. Mm-hmm. But what I realized was like, eventually was like, oh, in this last scene, he's not trying to save Angel. He's trying to condemn Angel. In the first two scenes, he's getting Angel to try to admit what he's done so he can be saved in the eyes of God. Yes. And then in this third scene, he's like, oh no, motherfucker, if I'm going to death row, if I'm going to suffer, you're going to suffer. So I'm going to convince you to tell on yourself so you can suffer. No chicken wings and beer for you.
Yeah.
No, motherfucker. So that was sort of like, but Keith and questioner, that didn't happen right away. If you read the DPS version of the script, compared to the one that's in 3 plays by Guirgis,
sure,
it's little differences, but it's differences, and mainly in that last scene. It was only from the opportunity. That play started in a 70-seat theater. Then we had the opportunity to go off Broadway. Then we went to Rikers Island and did it for inmates. Excellent. Which, by the way, the inmates were all rooting for the guards.
Oh.
And they were against Angel and Lucius, and they were like, nah, they're trying to game the system. Anyway, and then Edinburgh. In the opportunity to keep working on the play, the evolution, the development, as the questioner said, was allowed to continue. So it got to the point at the Donmar warehouse where I was like, I know what the fuck this is now. Phil, it's this. And Phil's like, good. Ron, it's this. And then, then it was, ready to be what it was going to be. So it did develop over time. And it started as like, an examination of God's capacity for empathy and love. And it turned into something else. Because the last thing I'll say that I discovered in research about sociopaths and psychopaths is that apparently, they're different than us. But apparently, like, they're aware that they're different. And oftentimes, they don't want to be. They want to be like us. It's, it's lonely. It's hard out there.
I can imagine, for those.
And they want to be like us. So when there's people in prison who, quote unquote, find God, and people are like, yeah, they're full of shit. They're just trying to get parole. Oftentimes, it's like these people are like, they're aware that they're different. They don't want to be. And then they see, oh, there's this book that everyone reads, and these rules and these, things and that. So if I read this book and I learn the scripture and blah, 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 then I can be like everyone else.
I'll be better, right?
But the truth is that unfortunately that they can't. But that's why a lot of these motherfuckers could quote the Bible upways, downways, sideways. It's in their effort to,
to change.
There was just a Netflix series about the Night Stalker.
The Night Stalker.
Who was a Latino serial killer in LA. That guy just, you might have seen him. Like he was like a devil worshiper, AC/DC kind of handsome guy, sunglasses. Anyway, the Netflix special tells the story from the point of view of the investigators and the victims, which is good. But because I started getting into learning about this shit and also on a TV show, I learned a lot about him from his side, and from his side, like this guy was tortured by his parents, raped by several members of his family, locked in closets. There was one person in his family that was nice to him, and it was a Vietnam vet who was also fucking psycho and had killed civilians and showed Ramirez photos of the dead people. And then they would go out hunting and kill like local pets and stuff like that. He was literally conditioned and trained to be, who he wanted to be. So it's fascinating, but it's sprung from, again, like, I didn't say like, oh, it'd be really cool to write a play in prison with a serial killer. Yeah, if I didn't really have a connection to it, it would probably be bullshit, That play sprung from my own conundrum of needing so badly help from another source, but being so hesitant about having to join anything, be a part of anything, change, have anyone tell me what to do, and it came out of that. And that's, manifested angel. The last part, which might be helpful to writers, is there is a component to that story. I did have a friend who joined a cult, and I did basically give up a year and a half of my life trying to kidnap him to program him. It didn't work. And then eventually I went to therapy and I learned that I just associated with my youth and I didn't want to grow up. And that's why I was so attached with blah, blah, blah. Anyway, at the time, I thought maybe someday this would be something I would write about. But at the time, a lot of times when things happen to us, in the moment, we're not ready to write about it because we're still in it, Yeah. It's just like, say you have to do a monologue where you have to cry, and it's like, and your mother died a month ago, and and then you do the monologue, you can't cry, and you're like, what's up? And it's because there's, you're not ready yet. So it was, some years later after that happened that I wrote the play. I still had all the anger. I still had all the, but it was accessible to me. So I put all those things together and we ended up with that play.
Man, and what
But it's not
powerful play.
complicated. Like what I'm saying for writers, like for writers or for actors, it's not complicated. It really isn't. All it is about writing what's going on inside of you and then finding a medium for it that's like, you know, that doesn't necessarily have to be literally about you.
That's
Otherwise,
right.
every play I write would be about, you know, my next play would be about a, you know, middle-aged Egyptian, Irish, American playwright. You know, who the fuck cares? I'm not that interesting.
Right.
But my feelings are universal.
That's right.
And we can all put our shit just the same way you do with your characters. When you're playing a character, you're putting yourself on the line, you know, and it's the same thing. So it's not complicated. You can do it. And anything that you're gonna write, if it's coming from you, it may be good, it may be not so good, but you can make it better. But if it's coming from you, and you know, I don't know, you know, and Keith or whoever your writing teachers are, you know, and they hear it like, it could be bad, but if it's coming from you, we're gonna be interested.
That's it.
Because it's about something.
That's it.
And we can try to like help. But if it's just bullshit, like, you know, then there's enough bullshit.
There is. There's
even
too
when
much.
I worked, like, you know, I've done some film and television work.
Yes.
And not everything I worked on was like, you know, amazing. But even when I was working on stuff that wasn't the highest quality, I always worked from what was inside of me.
You found an attachment. You found that.
You have to find a way. Just like if you're in a play that's not so good, you have to find a way to make it real and alive for you.
Preach.
You know, it's the same thing with writing.
I thank you. That is truth and gospel put on a platter for us, because if you're not feeling, questioning, examining something, and you may not know what it is, but you know you're feeling something when you're writing, then if you're not doing that, then you need to find it. And wherever it hurts, wherever it aches, below that part in your gut where you laugh and where you cry, and those insecurities, those difficult times that we've all been exposed to, in order to share them, perhaps in our art. I have another question from someone in the chat, and are there any agents that are BIPOC that exclusively represent writers of color? Are there agents that help and represent?
That's a really good question. And I'm sure that there are, but I'm like, I'm not that industry.
Right, the agents,
savvy,
exactly.
Which sounds like disingenuous because I know I'm in the industry, but what I can say is, look, it's hard for everybody. It's hard for everyone. There's no promises, but like, if you are a young BIPOC writer and you're practicing your craft, and you know, and you're pretty good, like, this is a perfect time for you.
Amen.
That you will be found. Like, I was always told that, like, you know, if you're talented and if you work hard, like, you will be found. It will not go unnoticed. And I believe that for everybody, you know, but I do know that this is that time for young BIPOC writers. I know a half dozen who are maybe just a little bit further down the road than where you are, and they're getting a lot of amazing opportunities, which is amazing. And then the trick is, when you're given the opportunity, to execute.
Thank you.
You know, because if you fail, then they'll be like, all right, we scratched that off the list. We hired that, you know, lesbian, you know, Puerto Rican, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we did that. We checked off the list. It didn't work out. So when you have the opportunity, seize it and rally all the support that you can behind it, and know that like it's not just about you, it's about it's about the person next to you or
your fellow artists.
Not to put pressure on you, but just to be aware. But it is, I promise you, a good time to be a young writer of color. It is.
And, this opportunity, the CUNY Theater Festival, for these young writers who are trying to discover what are they writing about. Tonight is that opportunity where we have 10 new works that are in various stages and various forms, but these other actors from other schools have come together with these writers and directors and have created an evening of voices. And you know what? Tonight at 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. And so
is there a link for it?
I'll send I'll ask Emma, dear Emma, to drop that into the chat if you can, dear Emma. And
watch as many as I can.
You're going to have fun with these. It takes effort, guts, and luck. And when you build those relationships like these students are doing through the CUNY Theater Festival, it's very similar to what you were doing at Labyrinth and pre-Labyrinth. And this is the time to build those relationships for the rest of your theater career.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding us that.
Yeah, the other thing that's really important is the directors, the people that are going to direct your plays. And again, what I would say is like, look, obviously I was very fortunate. I really only have worked with a handful in my full career. And, but like when you have an opportunity, which you will have, to either get a production, get a workshop, the artistic director may like want to pair you up with a certain director or, blah, blah. It's like, okay, as a young person, but like we have to have decorum, even as old people, like we have to have decorum. Like, again, don't be an asshole, but you got to stand up for yourself. And so when you're meeting directors, even if they're like, quote unquote, oh, they directed blah, 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 blah at LCT3, you want to make sure that they're interested in directing your play, that they're interested in realizing your vision. They're interested in telling your story, not their interpretation of your story. Not, yeah, I've really wanted to do a play about, X, like the blessing that I had in those early days. A guy named Charles Goforth was the first one who directed a few of my plays. He was always like, and this guy was trying to make it as a director, so he had every need to be showy, blah, blah, blah. But what he cared about was how, about realizing the play and helping the player to realize the play. And then Phil Hoffman, the same thing. And I'll tell you, like, Phil was like, a lovely, one of the best people I've ever known in my life, like legit. But he also was like, as you might imagine, highly opinionated, not used to being told he was wrong, not used to like not getting his way, even when he wasn't famous. And yet when we worked together, it was constantly deferring to not the story he wanted to tell, but what's the story that Steven's trying to tell? And how do we tell Steven's story? So when you're looking for collaborators and specifically directors, try to find those people. And you can ask, you can find a diplomatic way to ask. And I would say, I would much rather work with a director who I felt was trying to tell my story, who didn't have as many credits and wasn't as well known, than somebody who, had this blah, blah, blah. Oh, they went to Yale or, right. but you get the sense that it's like more about them.
Mhm.
And there can be pressure on you to work on it. Because again, artistic directors, like, you know, on the one hand, they're fucking amazing people, and everyone that comes down on them, you know, you got to realize, like, if you're working in the theater, you're not making a lot of money, and that these people, if they were working in another form, would be making so much. But at the same time, especially with what's going on now, a lot of it is about checking boxes. So they might be like, oh, you know, here's the young upcoming BIPOC writer. Let's pair him up with the young upcoming BIPOC director, but maybe that director is not the one that's right for you. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? So, and it takes diplomacy, but also a spine to be able to say no. And sometimes we have to say no.
What do you listen for when the director first meets with you and says, I like your play? What do you listen for? How do you have that first meeting?
Man, it hasn't happened in a while because things are a little different now.
Yeah.
You know, I wish that we could do it together. You know, I wish we could like role play some meetings. But look, you'll know. Like, I think you'll know. Like, no matter what. Here's what I would say. That no matter what status that director has, or because it's like, the first thing is, you know, they should be talking to me like a peer, right?
No status.
That, you know, that we're in this together. That they're asking me a lot of questions about the play, not telling me what they see. There's an art, if for the directors out there, which, you know, we do something, there's an art to telling the writer certain things, but to do it in a way, you know, like, as a director, I believe like the best direction that I give is a direction where I'm basically telling the actors what they should be doing, but they believe that they've come up with it themselves, you know?
You're a guide.
With a writer, you know? And it's all how you say it. One example is G's Hop the A Train.
Yes.
That play used to have scenes that were outside the prison.
Oh.
There was a scene with like the prosecutor and the lawyer, blah, blah, blah. There were scenes outside the prison. And, you know, I was a pretty good writer, so those scenes are engaging, you know? People are like, yeah, I really love that. You know, I love the prosecutor. And then one day, Phil said to me, you know, I think the best scenes in the play are the ones that are inside the prison. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. And then I go down the elevator, you know, go home. I'm like thinking to myself, I don't give a fuck what you think is the best scenes. Oh, the best scenes are in the prison. Fuck you, this is my play. I'm gonna do what I want to, blah, blah. I went home, saw the play, looked at it, I'm like, the best scenes of the play are in the prison. You know? And you know, and you know, now that's an example of you know, he didn't say it in a way like, Stephen, you really need to do that.
Right.
He just offered up a thought, and it made a difference, you know.
And the storytelling, yes.
Another thing too is that, you know, if you're going to get a production, there might be like a workshop, right?
Sure.
Oftentimes they do that, and that's a really good testing ground. And the other thing is that what you want to feel and what you want to do too in a workshop when you're working with the director is, the director should always have your back, right? So if you're writing a play and maybe, you know, and whatever the actors are reading, like when I was writing a play and it was a work in progress, whatever was on the page, Phil just took it as that's what it is. You know, he never said, well, Stephen's still writing, so he probably doesn't mean this. Or, oh yeah, you know, sometimes you write stupid shit, you know, or whatever, or stuff that's not quite where it needs to be. But he had my back 100%. And by the same token, I had his back. So if he gave a direction that I thought was wrong, I didn't say, whoa, hold on.
Right.
That's wrong. You know, maybe I would find a diplomatic way to say it or say nothing, but then afterwards be like, yo, You know, he's trying to go to the store, not to the
Right.
whatever. So if you have a, you know, if you are observing in a workshop setting that the director has your back, you know, that's a good sign. If the director is asking a lot of questions about the work, that's a good sign. If you feel, you know, if you feel like the director is interested in telling your story, it will reveal itself. You know,
It will reveal
and if the
itself.
director is, you know, trying to like put their spin on it, that'll reveal itself too.
Asking good questions are the basis of a good director to help the collaborative process, because you're walking hand in hand to get this across the aisle, to get it onto the stage, get it across the stage. I've had a couple things. I mean, the chat's going is crazy, but there's one that is for all writers and probably a lot of just non-writers now is, you know, but how, after giving us some good stories, how do you keep motivated? How do you keep that going? You know, some people don't like to write. They like having written, you know?
That's me. I hate to write. I mean, I'm not, yeah, I have an extremely complicated relationship with writing. And, you know, and I'm not, wasn't bullshitting. Like, my friends kind of forced me to write. And
Good.
mostly what helped me get things written was like, I don't want to let Phil down. I don't want to let John down. You know, I don't want to let Dave down. You know, Dave turned down a movie to do my play. I got to finish the play, you know, stuff like that, which again speaks to, if you're working with friends, you know, that's it. That's another way that it helps. I've had jobs, you know, I'm not proud to say this, but again, like, you know, you have some success as a writer, you get opportunities outside. I've gotten amazing opportunities in film and television where I would take the job and then never write a word and then get fired. Because at the end of the day, like, you know, HBO or money really wasn't enough
for you
to force me. But like, not letting down Keith, that
you showed up today.
that I cared about, you know. But anyway, how you go on is, so partially I was forced, but you know, there's another element to this that that could sound like, you know, wrong, but let's like make sure that it sounds right. Is that if you have the ability to write, if you're a writer, if you're a playwright, if you're writing for people, right? Keith said, you know, you know, Stephen, you wrote for voicing people that were not at the time represented as much as, you know, as they were, the voices that needed to be heard, right? And I said, hey, that's something that makes me feel good. But then it also is like, it's a responsibility. You know, that there's another aspect to this, which can also really help you when you start writing. And that's the concept of service. So when you bring a new play into the world, it can be an act of service because you don't know how it's going to affect other people. Just like when you're acting in a play, I can't tell you how many times I talked about seeing Mark Ruffalo in that play and how much it affected me. I remember seeing John Malkovich in Burn This.
Oh man. And
I went back to college and changed my major to theater. I mean, that's what, you know, this shit can do. And it's service. So I've had a theater company that I've felt I need to serve, and also a community that needs to be served. You know, now in 2021, I think some of those unheard voices are being heard. And, you know, part of my job is to help develop and encourage the people that are writing those voices. But what keeps me going is that I know, devoid of ego or anything else, that what I write seems to have a positive effect on other people. for example, I wrote a play, Last Days of Judas Iscariot.
Yes.
Now that play is like a wildly messy, imperfect play.
Wild.
And when the reviews came out, they were kind of mixed. And they were kind of like, yeah, Stephen can write the hood, but this is a little bit above his A grade, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like such a failure. And I felt like I let down my company. I let down Phil and George Wolfe, who like gave us like carte blanche to do what we want. I felt like such a failure. And then one day I got a phone call from John Ware. I stayed in my house for like 2 weeks. I didn't leave the house. And I got a phone call one night and they said, hello, is this Stephen Guirgis? I didn't know how to say my name. And he had looked my number up in information because he just saw the play. And he said these nice things, whatever. And then a couple other people, playwrights said, and then I felt a little, but really what changed it for me was I started to hear from people like the people that are in the audience, young people. I've never had more mail or people come up to me than about that play and how much it meant to them, how much the Butch Honeywell shit meant to them, you know? And then from that, I learned that like, you know, it's not about the result, it's about the process, you know? And the result is gonna be the result. And the fact is that play is not perfect. If I could do it again, I would try to make it better, but I know it's affected people. So I have a responsibility to keep writing until one day if I just suck and that happens, you know, then maybe I won't have that responsibility. You know, I'm so fortunate because I've always wanted to act and I act occasionally and I just got a job. I'm leaving next week. I have to call you too about the writing workshop.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
Reschedule it.
Yes, we can.
If it's when I'm leaving, but I'm gonna work on a TV series.
Tell me a little bit about that.
A series regular. It's a small part, but I'm regular.
Congrats.
I get to go act, you know, and that's what I love to do, and that's great. And I thank the universe for it to happen. But I still got to write.
Yes, sir. You do.
Because it's not just all about me. So when you're writing something, and when I'm talking about writing from a personal place, you know, and then you can, you know, camouflage it by not making it literal, you know, but when you're writing from a personal place, it's a form of service because you don't know who's going to be in that audience. It's going to be like, it's okay to feel that.
Right.
If that happened to someone else, that happens all the time. And I know that you guys in the audience have experienced it when you've seen stuff. So that's what I mean by service. And sometimes when I'm stuck and I'm scared and I can't write, I think of it that way, you know, and if I pray, I say like, I can't do this shit alone. Help me, like, just to be of service. So that's another element that can help you as a writer, but also that's how I keep going. The last play that we did was Halfway Bitches Went Straight to Heaven. And that's a direct result of John called me. It was like the theater's in trouble. You know, we got it. We need a play. Blah, 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 blah. It was not the right time for me to write a play. Okay. At all, but I did, and I wrote a play for I think 17 actors, and they're mostly all company members, and a lot of the people in that play, some of them had no professional experience at all. You know,
you give them opportunity.
You giving them opportunity. You know, and not stupidly. I really think we might have to lean on Keith and fuck with Keith a little bit, but I think Keith's going to be able to play that part and be great. You know, it's belief. But anyway, it's service, and if you are tapped into that notion of being service-minded, even a little, it's going to really help you down the road.
I don't know what else. If you search all ancient wisdom traditions and gurus, it's all about being in service of each other. I mean, that is, in some people, a little 4%, and that's enough, and that's fine. But a little bit of service to one another is beautiful. The chat, is there a question from the chat? It's got a little text here saying that. I do want to find out, could you give me, you said that Burn This with John Malkovich. turned a corner for you. You changed your major. You started focusing. You said that John Ortiz gave you the leg up or the nudge and vouched for you. And we know what a rich history and relationship with Phil Hoffman and what these things produced. The very thing that changed you, put you onto this path. I'm wondering if there are writers that also gave you that nudge in the back.
Yeah.
Who inspired you?
Again, like I didn't intend to be a writer. And when I first started being a writer, I didn't have any writer friends. I would get into these writers groups and I felt like I got nothing in common with them. So it took me a while to warm up to just even this thing. But this is what I will tell you that is absolutely a fact is, I was interested in acting. And in high school, I remember the drama class, my teacher's name was John McDonald. And we would read plays in class, and you read what you would think at that time. We read, Arthur Miller and Eugene O'Neill and maybe like one August Wilson, blah, blah, blah. And, it was interesting to me. And then one day we read Tennessee Williams. And, I was a high school kid and a bit of a burnout, and on the surface had like little to nothing in common with the characters that he wrote about. Southerners, women. Tennessee Williams was gay, very gay even, and a lot of stuff that seemingly wouldn't be in my wheelhouse. And I remember getting choked up hearing the plays and then reading the plays, and that I felt that. And then I got to do Glass Menagerie in high school. I'm sure it was horrible, but like, but to me, out of everybody, there are masters, but Tennessee Williams is the one who has, for me, his enormous empathy for humanity.
That's it.
And understanding of weakness. He has a quote, I think I might get it slightly wrong, where he says, "Nothing human disgusts me." And that just opens the world to everything. And so I really responded to that. And also there was a poetry to his writing and to his ethos, and that humanity, that had a huge influence on me. And then another guy that did too was, then when I got a little older, of course, I liked Sam Shepard and Mamet and whatever. But the other guy who really had a big influences, who wrote Sister Mary Ignatius?
Oh, that's Chris Durang.
Christopher Durang. Okay, so when I first was exposed to Christopher Durang, I saw Sister Mary Ignatius when I was a kid, I think in grammar school even. And the nuns took us to see that play, which is a very rebellious play, but I went to a kind of a cool Catholic school. But anyway, in college, doing the scene studies, and his writing to me was perfect.
Sure.
His, it was and I was like, okay, this is what writing is. Every line is smart. Every line is funny. There's no duds, and that had a big influence on me, which actually in the beginning, when I first started writing, I was a little bit too ruled by everything has to be smart, everything has to be funny. And then I kind of broke away from it, but he had a big influence. And, Miguel Pinheiro, anybody who doesn't know, Google, read, his poems and plays, huge influence. Amazing thing about his plays was early 70s. And you talk about street characters that are real, the fucking dialogue, it's like it's not dated.
Right.
And it was from like 40 years ago. And this is a guy that when, you know, on his opening night at the Public, he was late because he was out mugging people to buy dope, you know, like.
Oh, wow.
You know, but he's another one that was, you know, like a hero. And then obviously August Wilson. You know, to be honest, I didn't read August Wilson. I still haven't read a lot of it. I didn't want to read it because I didn't want to fall prey to the temptation to try to copy it.
Sure.
You know, because I'd seen a couple of plays and I was like, this guy is the best writer of dialogue, you know, the best.
The best. The best.
And Kenny Lonergan, once I got that experience, Kenny Lonergan, you know, he writes about stuff that's not necessarily in my book, but like he's had a big influence on me. And I remember I saw This Is Our Youth in London like 9 times. Like after I got over the emotional shit, I was like, how is he able to sustain dialogue? 30, 40 pages.
Yeah.
So slowly I became a bit of a student of writing. Yes. I kind of like not knowing stuff. But I'd say Tennessee Williams was huge. And before that, really the influence was watching TV. Really was being a kid, watching like Happy Days, Good Times, Welcome Back, and that formula, that rhythm. You know, there's like the rhythm to sitcom. There's a rhythm to stand-up comedy.
Yes.
There's a rhythm to music, and there's a rhythm to the streets.
Yes.
And tapping into that rhythm, you know, with your heart plus that rhythm,
extraordinary.
Was sort of in there.
It's elegant. When you put the heart and that rhythm, the rate, the meter, the pause, and it's coming from the gut, the heart. There's nothing like it. And I can see your writing being influenced by Williams, definitely. And you're a pretty damn good dramatist. I mean, I gotta tell you, you take this.
I'm not that good. I'm really.
How you do it?
Like, I'm never gonna I know I'm never gonna be as good as Tennessee Williams. And to me, contemporary American, it's like Kushner. Like I know that I'm never gonna be like Kushner, but you know, when I wrote Judas, you know, I reread Angels in America.
Yeah.
You know, I thought about how he was playful with form and structure. You know, like one thing I'm very lucky about is that when I see things and people that are like better than me, even actors, you know, writers, like I don't get jealous, I get inspired.
Yes.
It doesn't mean I'm not capable of jealousy. You know, I have
we all are, yes.
I have a friend who was like a contemporary of mine and whatever, and I have another friend who's always saying like, "God, this guy's always trying to put you in the same category as him. You're much better than him." Blah blah blah. And I'm almost like, bro, it's not a competition. It's not a competition, and it's true. It's not a competition. But recently, over COVID, I started going to therapy. I got all fucked up and 12-step and this and that, and started like taking my own inventory. And I realized something. It was like, it's true. It's not a competition. It's true that what I meant to say was like, yo, you know, everything's cool. But I realized where was my ego in it? It's like, it's not a competition because I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, this guy can't fucking touch me. So if I think you're not as good as me, then hey, it's cool. It's not a competition, you know. But you know, if you do, like, you know, do you know the play Unmerciful Good Fortune by Edwin Sanchez?
I need to, but I know who Edwin Sanchez is, but I don't know that play.
It's the first time I read that play. It's about a girl young girl who works for like at a Burger King, and she poisons like 20 people, and they're killed, and she thinks that God wanted her to do it.
Oh,
you know. Anyway, I remember when I read that play, and I'm not good at reading, and I'm not good at reading plays. And I read that shit, and I was like, I could never write that.
Wow.
You know, and it was devoid of envy or ego. I was just like, you know, and that's why every time I see Eddie to this day, like he's on a pedestal and he's not coming down. And that's another thing too, is like, it's good to have heroes.
Sure.
You're gonna meet people that start out as your heroes and then they become your, you know, your friends or your peers. And it's important to relieve them of the burden of being a hero.
Sure.
So they can just be regular. But there are other people that I'm just like, no, like, boom, boom.
Stay up there.
It's always respect, always respect.
Respect is beautiful and important, but I do agree that there will always be lesser than and greater than. And to keep your balance, keep your head in that balance is important. And to really know your worth, your voice is so super important, because we're doing things with this thing called theater, this thing called writing that is very unusual. We're trying to express something through our gut so that people in a dark room might have a similar experience and then go and do something about it themselves. We're just exchanging energy that way.
You want to try to be the best you. Like there's an interview, if you go on YouTube, there's an interview with Jimi Hendrix on Dick Cavett show, which is really entertaining for many reasons. But there's one question where Dick Cavett says to Jimi Hendrix, you know, how does it feel to be the greatest guitarist in the world? And he just laughs and he's like, no, he won't take it, the compliment. And Cavett persists. And then Hendrix finally says, like, I'm the greatest guitarist sitting in this chair. You know? Anyway, like, you know, you're trying to do your best. And I appreciate that. You know, if I wouldn't be here, you wouldn't be talking to me if I hadn't done something in my life, right? But in my mind, you know, I constantly question that I haven't done enough. You know, have I, you know, that I wasted so much time.
Right.
And so it's just like you try to be, the measuring stick, you know, is your own self, you know, and giving the best that you can, you know.
Watch out for the saboteur.
They're out there.
They're out there.
That's another thing that's going to happen to you, is that you're going to have a lot, like the way you tell a real friend from a fake friend is that there are going to be people out there that that they're totally cool with you as long as you don't go above them, you know, as long as you don't get it. There was a time I was writing on a TV show in LA. My first time in LA, I was sleeping on my friend's couch. There was this coffee shop that we used to go to all the time. I loved it. It was like down to earth people. They used to play backgammon for money. I didn't used to play for money. I didn't like that. And I would get beat all the time, like beat. And one time I beat this kid, and it was like for $5. And I had taken so much abuse, and I was like, I won the game. I'm like, yo, pay up, $5, motherfucker, pay me. And he just got up and screamed, you make more money than anybody in this room.
Oh no.
And I was like, and then I realized where I was.
That's a scene.
And then after that, I was like, I've spent, you know, half my life in that coffee shop. I never talk about work. I never talk about it, dude. You know, it's like, you know, because like he was an out of work actor. I'm an out of work actor, except I happen to have that gig. And there are people that are going to be like that, but that's all right. The key is when you're young, if you develop relationships with people that are on your level, you keep them.
Yes.
Maintain them, feed them, nurture them. We meet new people on the way, you know, but you're going to need the people who are going to be able to tell you the truth.
That's right.
It's going to be like, Keith, you need to take a fucking shower, man.
I am smelly.
There will
be
people that won't say that shit to you.
I know they'll just sort of roll up their nose and roll their eyes and walk away.
Or just they don't want to offend you because, you know, they want to be in your play. So, you know, and you need the people that are going to love you the right way.
That's right.
Say, you know, my friend Liza, who's David's wife, you know, she's one of those people. And there's been a couple times in my life where I struggle with my own shit, you know. And,
sure.
And she's, you know, been like, Steven, you know, you need to take care of yourself. Steven, you need to get help, and not afraid to offend me because we were 18 together once. We were sitting in that audience that these guys are, listening to some person who we thought was somebody, you know, and we had that experience together. I know we're probably out of time. I was afraid of how we were going to fill 90 minutes. But one thing I want to say before I go is that, you know, when Labyrinth started, there was a theater in New York called Circle Rep.
Yes.
I'm sure you remember. And that was a place.
It was a shit.
Like, Circle Rep. I want to be part of Circle Rep. I want to be part of Circle Rep. And, you know, it was cool. But like, we were like, fuck Circle Rep. Like, let's do our own thing. And so what I would say to you is like, you know, there's a lot of people that will come up to me, how do I get to be part of Labyrinth? You know, and I could try to, you know, help and tell them. But like what I say more often than not is like, fuck Labyrinth. Make your own shit. You know, make your own shit. Like, that's the thing. Doesn't mean if you get a chance to work at Labyrinth, or if I had a chance to work at Circle Rep, I wouldn't have, of course. But find the people who you're simpatico with, that you also respect, and make the work happen.
Do it. I do have one question, and it may, and you can give me, and I know it's hard. I know it's a hard one. The favorite character you've written.
Favorite character.
The one.
Yeah. Can I give you two?
Oh, sure. I was waiting for 4 or 5.
Yeah, well, no, I don't want to be like, you know.
I know. Okay, give me 2.
I'll give you the number one male character is probably Angel Cruz from She's Hop the A Train.
Amen.
And the reason is really, and that plays about the experience that we had about starting in a 70-seat theater, being able to see the world and through it. But also, that was a time where that character is me, as much of me as you could get, you know, at that time, and you know, probably even now. And John Ortiz, who played that part, you know, I felt that I had like Scorsese had his De Niro, you know, like some of that like we were simpatico, and that I could contribute through my writing, and that he would ignite it and make it happen. And so I love that character, and I love him. And then the other character is Norca, Nasty Norca from Our Lady of 121st Street, which is a character who is only in the first act. And I love that character. Like, even though it's awful, I do find it funny, you know, like, you know, she, you know, how she goes off and all this stuff, but also she's in so much pain, you know, like, and that character was influenced, you know, of course there's me in it, but really, like, when I was doing arts education and working in prisons, I worked with female inmates. And then I also worked with young girls in Spofford and in ATDs, which call alternative to detention. And what I discovered was that there's people, it's not discovered, I knew it, but it was like, it was just in my face there, that especially working with the young girls, that there are some of those girls that still had a chance, and some of those girls, it was over for them. And they were like 15 or 16, you know, and their eyes were dead, and you just knew it was over. Nothing good was gonna happen the rest of their fucking life. And the thing that was heartbreaking was, you know, in the arts education shit, you want to tell, you know, part of what you're communicating is to like express your feelings, you know, write shit, be creative, tell how you feel. But the reality is you know, when you're incarcerated, expressing your feelings can get you killed. Revealing anything about yourself can get you killed. So we could go in and do these little role play games with them and they might get some of it, but they can't really apply it. And anyway, I met a couple of women and saw these, especially these young girls, and that idea that they were just done, it just broke my fucking heart. And I think that's what happened with Norca, is that, you know, that she, you know, like we all, you know, like when you went to school, and if you were lucky, even if you were poor, you know, but you have parents who loved you, you know, so like you were poor, but like, you know, like your mother would show up for the parent teacher meeting, or like, you know, you wore hand-me-downs, but like your mother cared how you looked. But then there's like that kid that like, you know, didn't have that, you know, it's like Norca's like, that's how Norca would have started out. And then it just spiraled from there. And so I just have so much fucking empathy for her, that even though her actions are so outrageous, you know, she can't accept responsibility for sleeping with her best friend's husband. She absolutely bears no responsibility for like going off on the white girl and physically assaulting her. And just, you know, it's just very powerful and very very sad. And so I love that character. And I love, you know, there's this scene in the second act that you don't get to see, where she basically like cons like the kind of quote unquote retarded, developmentally disabled guy into cashing his check. And they're at the bar, and he talks about how they smoke marijuana and drank margarita, you know, and it's like that she had this little moment, even though she's conning some, you know, disadvantaged guy, of like relief. So anyway, I have a lot of compassion for that character, and my friend Liza played it. And Phil really laid into her, you know, and she transcended, and it made a difference in her career, just like Angel John made a difference in Ortiz's career. So for all the reasons, the characters themselves, the actors who played them, and being able to know that like after Liza played Norca, she started booking work and she hasn't stopped. You know, that has a lot of meaning for me.
Well, you can say you've done something, you know, you've not only written a great role for Liza, but other characters.
Yeah, and all the, you know, and you go and you see productions all over the place, and especially in schools, and it's like, you know, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not so good, but what I often see in the work, especially in schools, is that I get the sense that the kids are really into it, and they really care, and they really want to be good, and they're really trying. And that is, you know, when
inspiring.
You're young, you can only survive on inspiration. So if I'm able to participate in some inspiration, you know, that makes me feel good. I don't, you know, I don't like advertise it. I don't
no need.
But
no need.
It means something, you know, it means something, like it means something.
You know, it's got to mean something. That is a question I often, you know, what does it mean to me? And I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. Your work has meant a lot to our students. I've watched them, light bulbs go off. I call it popcorn, you know, when they pop some popcorn and in the classroom, they see themselves, they see their friends, and they also get life lessons. It's really extraordinary to have you here.
You know
I'm
what?
gonna have to, yes, tell me.
I know we got to go, but there's one other character.
Oh, I knew it. Tell me.
And he's not actually on the stage, but in Motherfucker with the Hat, what's that character's name? The guy that comes to the defense of, you know, the guy he says he can get him to go kill the sponsor. I'm spacing out his name.
It's okay. I'm spacing out on it.
But you know who I'm talking about?
I do.
And he's the one who's like the psychopath from the neighborhood that everyone's afraid of. But when he was little, you know, the character's mother, right? And he'd be left alone. The Jackie's mother used to, you know, take care of him and read him stories, and he'd go home. And so because of that, he loves the mother so much that he loves Jackie, and he's a protector, and he's like a fucking psychopath, but he's got that love in him. And I'm forgetting the character's name, but I love that idea. And I've experienced that, and we all have. Those people who like, I'm sure you guys know those type of people who like danger to themselves and others in and out of prison, but like if they got your back, they got your back.
Yes.
You know, if they love, they love. And that's just, it's like Lucius. It's an extreme example of humanity, you know, that we're all human. So anyway, I'll shut up.
You don't have to shut up. Don't ever shut up, but thank you for joining us. I can't tell you how grateful. I will be forever thankful for having this moment with you and the students. And I think that we'll talk more about rearranging a workshop, because I'm excited about that. And I wish you so much luck when you go and shoot the heck out of this next scene.
Yeah,
you
man.
Know,
I'll probably be in LA when we do the workshop, so I can tell you how it's going. And so we'll email and thank you. And the last thing I want to say is that if there's any playwrights that are young playwrights that are in there and they have questions that didn't get answered, it's all right. You can give them my email.
You're very kind. I will put them directly in touch.
Communication of reading, but write and I'll write you back.
That's the truth. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining Stephen. I'm going to sign off now and say blessings to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be in touch with you very soon. Go and take a break. Okay.
And thank you to Emma.
I will tell her. I am much obliged.
We just got off of one incredible talk, and here comes another. This is Melissa Errico. And I have to say that this is a Broadway star, a songstress of Sondheim, I love the cabaret persona. I love the work that you create beyond the traditional Broadway, off-Broadway work. I'm gonna not blow any more smoke. I'm just gonna say hello, everyone. Say hi to the muted, currently muted. I think you're muted.
I'm not muted.
You're not muted. There you are. Hello.
Am I in the show?
She's live.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
How are you doing today?
Really good today. Really good. I missed a chance to go for a walk with my best friend in this. We were going to walk around Central Park, and she had the good idea to put AirPods on and walk together in our separate neighborhoods and still have a girl walk. So I just had a great walk with my best friend. So I feel great.
Virtually, and now here you come. You know, you find ways to keep those relationships tight. You know, and if you can't meet physically, you know, you do something else. And
so I got girl time in, and it feels good, you know.
Good.
So
I'm interested in what I wanted to jump right into. I know you have a couple of things for us to look into, and I'll leave you alone with that in just a moment with your characters, which I'm fascinated, and I can't wait to go into it. But how do you warm up? You know, what do you do? What do you do? What is it? Do you do throat coat? You know, do you do lozenges? Do you do, what was it? Dr. Gould's gargle. Have you ever heard of that one?
Yeah, I knew Dr. Gould, actually.
Oh.
I'm old enough to have been one of his patients. I was very, very young. I was 18 when I was in Les Mis, and he was my doctor.
Wow.
Dr. Gould was a legend. For anyone who doesn't know Dr. Gould, his office was unlike anything you'd ever seen. It was on the Upper East Side, and you'd walk in and you'd see pictures of the Prime Minister of England and India and John Kennedy. You'd see all the presidents, and you'd see Maria Callas, Pavarotti. I mean, he had the pictures of the great voices and of the world, and he was an icon in the field, and put many of the great speakers back together if they'd been hoarse or something.
Right.
He worked on Broadway, so he was sort of a pioneer in the field of otolaryngology. And so no, he was my doctor when I was Cosette, and I had a cold, and I don't know, I got hoarse, and I had to go to him. So Dr. Gould had a special thing he invented, which really was just, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm remembering this because he just said it to me in person. Baking soda, salt. I think that's the main thing: baking soda and salt,
and a little molasses, or either a honey something.
Yeah, I think a little molasses. Yeah, a little
baking soda, salt.
Yeah,
I think that's it.
And some salt.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think the salt was in. I think the baking soda has a saltiness. But anyway, you gargle with Dr. Gould's. You know, he would have been a rich man had he taken that over the counter.
Totally.
He didn't think like that. This is before branding. This is before the internet. This is before.
It became a talk amongst vocalists, and in my training, that everyone would call it, this is the gargle, and it's called Dr. Gould's gargle.
Yeah.
I love that you had an experience with him.
Oh, yeah, I knew him well, and he told me to drink water.
A lot of water.
Just drink a lot of water. He told me something else, which I don't think I can actually say on the air. It wasn't inappropriate, but it will seem inappropriate.
Okay. Well, you can tell me later and write it into a chat or something.
I don't know the sense of humor level out there. So
that's true. You have to be mindful. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Gould was an interesting and practical doctor, and a real legend. It's wonderful to have known someone like him, to have, and I straddle one generation, almost the golden age of Broadway, if you will, because my agent was Sam Cohn. He found Woody Allen and Meryl Streep and Bob Fosse, and brought Mike Nichols, to career together.
Yeah.
Arthur Miller, so this is a whole world of New York City way before computers and telephones. And Russian tea room meetings at the Russian tea room, So I started so young, and I was so lucky because of My Fair Lady that I got to meet some of the icons of the arts in Manhattan in that sort of high style way.
Mm-hmm.
Even the doctor had a sense of style. He'd serve you cookies, and his office was all gorgeous.
That flashy New York, otherworldly, accepting and embracing you, is driven many actors to the tunnel and crawl through. And it's so difficult to keep everything going. How do you keep your vocal cords going? How do you work on the voice? And
you asked me how I warm up. I mean, to give you a non digressive answer, the technical way in which I warm up would be similar to what I just did, which I took a really hearty hour and 20-minute walk. Anything for cardio, if you don't have that much time to do something leisurely, 20 minutes of cardio. I was even told, if you're absolutely desperate and you need cardio, to hold your desk or the wall with one hand and swing this arm in a circle. Literally just swing it. I mean, if we're really doing a hands-on masterclass, I'm happy to do all crazy things for you today. But you would literally swing your arm round, 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 and then do it on the other side, because something about getting these pec muscles loose, is very good for your breath. And if you really don't have a lot of time and you don't have a lot of space and you can't, you don't really fully want to sweat, but you need to get your lungs open and your body moving, just swing your arms. Drinking lots and lots of water, a nice warm meal. Obviously, it'd be nice to have a good night's sleep. And then there are vocal exercises that I do right in my desk here, where I sometimes have Zoom voice lessons.
Oh.
I even bought this curious little tool or toy that my singing teacher advised me to get, and it is you can buy it at a place called I think it's oovo.com. It's the OOVO straw, and it can just sit on your neck. It's a little. I got the necklace so I wouldn't lose it because I have children and I lose everything. The straw is what you mostly want, and the straw is a nice, easy way to vocalize, and it's a natural mute. So if you live in a small apartment or you want to vocalize, you would go, then again, or go, you'll find you'll go higher with this than you would if you were singing. This creates a very calm, natural stream of air, and you get closer to what singers like me and some really good singers out there, they call the whistle voice. We're all chasing the whistle voice these days. It's a new, I don't know if it's a new phrase, but that very small passage to the highest part of your voice just has to do with proper placement. And I think the straw is a little bit of a nice thing for warming up. It's something I would recommend looking into. It's not going to hurt you.
No, I'm going to put it, we'll put it in the chat so that people can take a look at that and after you speak.
Many voice therapists, my daughter had a problem with her voice, just a little swelling. She's a little girl, and she went to a voice therapist, and they just had her do it through a straw, going, I have a straw here. I always have a straw nearby. This is
breath management too, right?
But you know what? It also keeps your jaw from moving and your mouth from doing funny stuff. It sort of controls it. Or you can even not blow through, but go like this kind of sound. There are people who do or or, so little sounds, and this kind of directs the face so that you're keeping your jaw calm. A lot of people do
the tense and the wide and
faces and things. And I think this really attaches you to your soft palate, keeps your mouth in line. You can also use a straw for really strange things. I can't believe we've gotten right into the weird stuff.
We're swinging arms. We're bringing the straws in. Camels.
Character. Well, this is how to, I'll come up with a way that this connects, because here's another strange thing you can do with a straw. And I really recommend this is a lot of times people's tongues pull back and the tension in their tongue is a problem. I noticed this wonderful singer, Alexa Green, on her Instagram last night. She's a voice teacher as well. She had her tongue out and she was singing a high D above high C, and she was with her teacher and she put it on her Instagram because it was perfect. And the way she was singing was she had her tongue out. She was singing and she hit this incredible note. And I realized that the same thing this week, my teacher used a straw. I feel like it's going to look funny, so I'm going to turn to the side. But
okay. Nobody's judging.
So you put your tongue over the straw.
Yes.
So use it as a crutch and keep going higher, 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 higher. And your tongue won't pull back because you have it.
It's less tension. That takes care of that tension.
Committed to putting that tongue over there so you find other space inside the head. I have one interesting observation, as I retrain myself in the pandemic and use the pandemic for whatever good we can, which is when you take Zoom voice lessons, because we're so close like this, I can't even see you, but you're feeling me right here.
I am.
I sing. I don't feel compelled to go, and sing like I feel like going into my head. It's almost like your energy right there and watching me challenges me to not circularly breathe, but to breathe and send energy into the head, to drop this jaw and to sort of sing within your head as opposed to pushing. A lot of bad habits come from pushing this way. Jaw, that's tight area. if you're here and you find a way to hang the jaw from here, get that tongue calm. You can practice that by just letting it out. But learning to sing inside ourselves, you might find some wonderful clarity and placement and overtones in the voice that you wouldn't if you were pressing out.
Sure.
Now, the pandemic has opportunities for technical training.
Advancement, yes.
Yeah, because the teacher can see you in a certain way, and you don't feel the pressure to project in the same way. You're working intimately like a recording artist almost.
That's right. The old school of project for the balcony and get that diaphragm really in check, and that's not what we're doing right now. We're learning how to create art intimately.
Yeah, and to learn the economy of the voice would actually probably create an economy of effort. So once we get back to the microphones and back to the big stage, it's possible we have more control. We're in our instruments. And, hopefully there'll be some, I'm hoping to use the next stretch of time now that I'm a little out of the terror of what the hell is going on. It's been, I feel like we've been in a trauma just reacting, whereas now I feel like we know this is going to come to an end, but it's not happening immediately. So maybe this next chapter, here I am teaching, maybe we could use it for learning and restoring our health, getting over the trauma, the shock that the world has viruses. I mean, who knew? I mean, I guess we knew, but I didn't know really. This is a terrible shock to all of us. So hopefully I'll be able to, in this hour, just share ideas ideas that'll just go in your head about what an actor's life is like, and that you can use this time. And we just addressed a technical thing I didn't expect to talk about, but you can use this time to make some technical shifts and work on your awareness of your voice. So I'll share stories, and it seems kind of one-sided a little, but that I'll share.
You're going to talk about Daisy now, right? Are you about to go into Daisy?
I'll share stories about what I do and what I have found useful. And I would hope that anyone who's out there who has a provocative question or in some way is getting thinking, send the question to Emma. And I'll stop. I'll talk about one character that I've played. I'll stop and I'll take some questions, so in like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, or I'll just speak a while. And if Emma would interrupt or pitch me a question, if somebody has something they want to. So it's something like a conversation. I don't want anyone to feel out there that this is a speech.
Right. We're engaging here.
Let's think of it as a private lesson. Whoever's out there, a master.
I love that.
Private lesson. So share some.
I will say there are already 3 questions from me.
Okay, so it's not like I tell my students, just because you log on does not meet the requirements of this course. You have to engage and have conversation. So I'm so glad you have stuff, Emma. I'm going to sign myself off. Tell us more about Daisy and these questions. And thank you again. I'll see you in just a minute.
Emma, is there any question about warming up that's sort of about chapter 1 there?
Yes, well, there was a question that was just what are other ways to take care of your voice as a sort of general.
Oh, well, let me just give you a quick laundry list of things you should have, and then we can talk again about this. Or I could maybe do an Instagram live with the university. Maybe we should arrange that because vocal health is something I know a lot about, and I would love to do it more. So whoever is asking, I'm not kidding, DM me on Instagram and we'll organize an IG live about it. We could even do it tomorrow or this week. But just for a quick laundry list, I like that straw. I like having straws around, and I would look up straw phonation. It's called exercises. Nobody can hurt themselves doing that. And it's a nice, easy way to start to move the vocal cords. I think you should steam. I think a steamer is a nice thing to own. It's they sell them at CVS. It's made by the Vicks company. There's many of them. I don't like just the nose one. I like the one that goes the whole mouth. And you breathe in steam. I do not believe in menthol. I don't believe you should put anything in it that's eucalyptus or anything that's designed to break up mucus for when you're sick. That's for people who don't sing. That's for people who want to dry their colds for some reason because they hate it. But singers never do that. Just forget it. You're never going to hear. The menthol is out of your life. That's my advice, but I'm here to give you my advice. So I say no menthol. I say steam, moisture. I like the neti pot. The neti pot is going to get a lot of people rolling their eyes. It looks like a horn. Mine is red. And there's a wonderful little nasal cleaning product, and it comes in little packets. Let's do the IG Live. Whoever's asking, DM me on Instagram at Melissa_Errico, ERRICO _fairy mom. Like I'm a fairy mom. My children say that's corny, but that's my name and that's my verified account. All the other accounts are not really me. Melissa_Errico _fairy mom. And I'll get the products out and I'll do a thing where I show you. But that's a wonderful little thing. I have to just give you the name because it's really good. And I know it's good. And you put it in the water at a lukewarm temperature and you run the water in one nostril. And if you can believe this, it comes out the other side. Everybody's going to say I'm nuts, but it's true. All singers do this because they clean the sinuses. So we'll go through these things and I'll show you the spray. I like a certain spray to moisturize my throat when I have a big show and I can't drink because I can't go to the bathroom. So ways to moisturize your throat while you're performing with a little kind of an aloe product. And I like just keeping your nose moist. That would just be like ocean water. Your life is water, salt and water. That's your life. And maybe a few sweet things like Manuka honey. I like Manuka honey in tea. I don't do throat coat tea religiously, but I think it's nice. It feels nice. And that's made with slippery elm bark. So I'll stop there. But if the person who asked is interested, we can rally a vocal, I think they call that hygiene or care. We can have like the Melissa's care package. Okay, so, all right. So any other questions that I can move on?
I mean, there are, I think do your character thing and then I can drop in. They're a little bit, broader
questions. Well, save your broader questions. This is what I'm going to offer you guys. I think we only have till 4. Is that right?
Yes. We can go a little bit, 4 or 5 maybe. Yeah.
All right. So we only have like 45 minutes. And so about what I'll do for about 10 minutes, I'll just do quick. I'm going to tell you out there about 2 characters that I've played. The theme that Keith gave me is something called creating a character. Now, a lot of people feel that, you create a character by deciding, what they look like, starting from the physical, what are they, how do they dress? Are they fat? Are they thin? Are they poor? Are they rich? And sort of deal with a kind of an outside, process. I was trained not to think like that. I was trained to work very differently. And when I say trained, it's that I had a teacher. I had one single teacher that really impacted me and felt like the person that I would kind of stick with as my mentor. Now, he has passed away, but he wrote a book. His name was Harold Guskin. And Harold Guskin really didn't believe much in Stanislavski's analysis and process. Stanislavski believed that you have to know a super objective for your character, always have to know what the character wants. All the small movements and attitudes and actions in the play are underneath this super objective. And then when you're emotional, he said you use something called emotional recall. Some of you may know about that, which is like the character is upset, somebody dies, and then you're supposed to, in the middle of the play, stop and have an emotional recall of somebody who died in your life and sort of learn to make a connection between your emotions and the character. My teacher didn't believe in this. He felt that it was too analytical. and kind of stuck. And also my teacher felt, and I'm adding this to him, but I think what he was saying was he felt that actors shouldn't know too much about their characters. Actors shouldn't be in total control like an intellectual would, like an interpreter of literature would. It's not our job as actors to say, my character is going all the way over there, because I don't even know what's going to happen in my own life, never mind my character's life. That's not natural. And actors, our goal is to be free and relaxed and natural. So my teacher felt that if you have all these techniques and ideas on stage and you're fulfilling them in this way, that it's going to be very apparent that you are acting, and that it would be very much a handicap to having outrageous and natural and unpredictable performance. This is what he thought was really important. This is probably why he titled his book, I have it here, How to Stop Acting. He called his book How to Stop Acting. I think there's a wonderful quote early on in it by Kevin Kline, which I always like Kevin Kline, and I love the things that he has to say. Here we go. Acting is finding the truth. Some truths are more important than other truths. Some truths resonate, and some are just intellectual notions. Good acting is when it is a truth that is intellectually and absolutely inspired, something personal and transcendent that moves you. That's what we're talking about. It's the truth that is important to you. The truth that is personal in a profound way. So that's Kevin Kline. And that's from this book. So the way Harold Guskin would go about creating a character is he called it moment by moment, line by line, piecemeal. Harold's idea is that you look at, you don't look at the character as a whole, but you look at what the character says and what the character does. You read the lines, in other words. So the first thing you do when you're facing a character is not having all these conceived ideas, not looking for this big super objective, not trying to figure out what the dress is that they wear. Simply look at what they say. And it's a real trial and error kind of a state of mind. And I really enjoyed it. It may not be for everyone, but I really enjoyed Harold Guskin's technique. So what he would do was you would look down at your script and you would take the lines literally. Unlike Stanislavski, who would say, what's the subtext? That it's always something else other than what the character is saying. Harold used to not say that. He used to say to immediately look at what they're actually saying. And just as in life, the words may carry up subtext, which will resonate or whatever, but you might mean exactly what you're saying. So right away, just continually to read the lines. And I've worked with Kevin Kline on Pygmalion. I did a one night performance of Pygmalion, and it was so interesting because he would talk to himself all the time backstage. He wanted to rehearse all the time. He wanted to run the lines all the time. Every time he said, he also studied with Harold Guskin. He's a student of this man. Every time we went over the scene and again, there would be something that would click, that by repetition, I could see Kevin discovering the character, finding rhythms in the talking. So it's it may sound like it's vague, but it's not. It's about testing in your head your choices and sort of trusting yourself, but moment to moment, piecemeal in that moment, not looking at the whole. So that's an overall idea that I just wanted to share. It's a little bit hard to explain without taking a scene. Let's say if we were doing a class and you would act with me. The other thing I wanted to say was that he really believed in the imagination, the personal imagination. So yes, line by line, but to enhance your imagination. If you just limit the character to what you already know and feel, he thought you'll be too small to inhabit it all. You have to really do your characters justice. You have to enhance your imagination. And that would mean reading a lot about human behavior, about the politics of the time, the history, if it's the Middle Ages, if it's the Renaissance, but that you really should study the music, the dance, the customs, and let all of that seep in so that your imagination will take over, so that you see yourself there in that world. So one thing I thought I would do is I'll share two characters that I have played, and maybe you'll see a little bit of this technique at work. I'll look at a song and I'll look at the macro environment, like I was saying about research. So the first one I wanted to talk about is right here, is Daisy. Daisy Gamble is a character from a musical called On a Clear Day, You Can See Forever. I wasn't sure if it would be of any interest to anyone to see what a professional or Broadway, off-Broadway script looks like, but we just get our scripts in a binder. I brought out my my original script. Daisy Gamble, when I first got her, was a character that I didn't know anything about. I really was late as well to the process. I don't like to do this, but I started fairly unprepared. I didn't have all my research done. So I had to stay calm because you can't rush acting. And if you just go, oh my God, I got this play, I have to play the pretty girl, or I have to play the bitch, or I have to play something, and you just throw it all on and it's superficial and you fulfill what you think is required, it's dead. So even if you can, you want to be as rehearsed and slow in the process as possible. This is an unusual situation where I came into this and I hadn't done my homework as much as I should have. So I kept thinking of Harold, and I did it moment by moment on the rehearsal floor. My leading actor, Stephen Bogartis, he came having memorized the entire play already. He had done all his homework. He was very patient. We're old friends. And he needed that for himself because learning lines was tricky for him. I learn lines quickly. So, or at least I used to. I'm getting older, so we'll see. I'm sure that's an evolving thing. But so Stephen was always ready, relaxed, but he knew his lines. I didn't know the lines. So the story of, as I learned right away in rehearsal, the story is very complicated. It is set in the 1960s. The character is from Queens. She's a spinster, or a girl doesn't have a man. She's getting a little older. So right away, I had in my mind, I can tell Barbra Streisand did the film. I didn't watch the movie. You can watch the movies. I don't always watch the movies of the things I'm doing. That's something we could all discuss if we were doing a class together, how much of the research of other actresses' performances to watch. I love reading everything. I love reading the plays that things are based on. And I'll tell you what I read for Daisy Gamble had to do with supernatural things and ESP. So the character is from Queens. I come from Long Island. So right away I could hear, oh, what? So Dr. Bruckner, like right away I could hear that sort of a voice, something like that would be appropriate. It seems to be kind of written in the script. Oh, I gotta stop smoking before this afternoon. It's my chance with Latimer and Latimer. What time is it? How many hours do I have to quit? She wants to quit smoking. So she oh my gosh. So she has a way of talking where you can tell the Queens is there. So I was, right away playing around with an accent. A lot of people have accent coaches for those kind of things. I would say that Harold would advise, don't worry if you sound like a jackass at first. Play. Don't come to rehearsal all stuck. Like, I have the voice, I have the performance, I'm ready. if you're given a character, this is why I chose this character. It's a character. It's not me. It's a little farther from me than Brigadoon or Finian's Rainbow or some character that's a little more dreamy or you know, a little more just of a girl, a gal like myself, where I feel like I don't have to put on accents, quirkiness. You know, this character is quirky. So first thing I observed was that she's from Queens, and that would require an accent. She wants to give up smoking. And so first thing Harold would just want me to make sure I know is the plot. And the plot was very, very charming. She's a quirky girl with very low self-esteem, and she wants to give up smoking and goes to a doctor to hypnotize her. While she's there, she tells him that she has some talents. Now, this is where it's going to sound nuts, but she can make plants grow by talking to them. Like she can, if she has supernatural powers, and if a telephone is going to ring, she'll say it's for you before the phone rings. And he'll then pick up the phone at the doctor's office and wonder how she knew the phone was about to ring. And he couldn't find his keys, and she said, they're in your other pocket. So she knows where things are. So right away, the director reminds me, or informs us at the beginning of rehearsal that Alan J. Lerner, who wrote this story, was very interested in supernatural things, the paranormal, with parapsychology. Apparently, he'd been studying it and fascinated with it. I looked this up last night, since he was 11 years old. This is later in his career. He had already had a falling out with Lowe. Lerner and Lowe wrote My Fair Lady, and this is later in his career. This is a book that I love, The Complete Lyrics of Alan J. Lerner, written by my friend Dominic McHugh. I recommend all of his books. He's a wonderful musicologist, and some of his books are really interesting. So I would and do look at books like this because they have a little bit of the history, and they have the lyrics and some of the songs that are cut and so on. But one of the interesting things is that Alan J. Lerner was very interested in why there are people who know where things are or think of something they know wasn't in the room, and then all of a sudden their glasses are there. Like, where did they come from? He believed that weird stuff happens, and he wanted to write a musical about weird stuff. Now, I starred in My Fair Lady, and I know a little bit about the other common storyline that occurs in many musicals and plays, which is the teacher and student relationship. So this is a doctor and a sort of a student. So this is like My Fair Lady with ESP, basically. So I put all this together as I'm getting to know the character, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, so the writer is really interested in ESP. So I'm going to take the ESP seriously. I'm not going to make fun of it. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm hypnotized. You know, I'm going to take it seriously. I want to quit smoking. And my teacher, Harold, would say, take it, don't make fun of it, take it face value. I want to quit smoking. Can you help me, doctor? And he says, yes, I'm going to hypnotize you. And she says, okay, so she sits in the chair and she's willing to be hypnotized. And he asks her questions about herself, and she explains that she has these supernatural powers, the ESP, etc. So it's already a comedy, and I have to take all this seriously. And so how do you create a character? You take, Harold would say, you take the lines literally. Every character has to be ourselves as well. Meryl Streep always says that. She doesn't play characters. She's always playing herself. I'm a little like that. I mean, I wish I was as good, but I believe that we won't be believable. We'll just look like we're acting. We want to be ourselves, and that our potential as actors is to find ourselves in all these characters. So let's just say that's the opening scene. I'm given all of that. It's the first day of rehearsal. Stephen is off book already. And I know I have the Queen's accent and I want to quit smoking. My first song is very interesting. And that's all I'll do today with you guys, is I'll give you a little background on how I experience a character and how I approach it without pushing myself at it, but allow all this to come in, both research, the world around it, and maybe the first song. That's what I'll do for you guys today, because we only have another half an hour. So, and I'll take some questions as well. So I'll wrap this up soon, but I just wanted to give you an idea how I take in information, and that it is playful, you know, and Harold would say not to analyze what she wants in her life. He would probably say it has nothing to do with smoking. I mean, Stanislavski, I don't even want to get into what I didn't study with him. So I'm not interested. What my teacher would say is that you set up an appointment with the hypnotist and you show up. And you show up and you say, oh, doctor. So let me go to the first scene. This is the very beginning. Lights up. Daisy comes in. Oh, I see a bad word. Okay. I don't remember saying a bad word. Oh, yeah. Yeah. When I get hypnotized, I go back to my child. I go back to my, I get hypnotized easily. Actually, I walk into the hypnotist's office and he's hypnotizing someone else and he snaps his finger and I get hypnotized because she's so, this is funny. You see, this is where comedy, she's such a good, she's so good at being, she's so receptive that he's hypnotizing someone else in his office and she gets hypnotized sort of through the wall. You know, that's funny, but you don't make fun of it. You actually get hypnotized. So my character hears him saying, go back to when you were 5 years old. 5, 1, 2, 3. And he's hypnotizing a different patient. And I start being 5 years old and I say, Henry, you son of a bitch, come out of here, Henry Tillsbury. You give me back my crayon or I'll glue your ears to your elbow and tell your mom. So I remember having like a fight in the playground and I'm 5 years old. So that's my opening line in the play. That's funny, but I don't make fun of it. I completely believe I'm 5 years old and someone took my crayon. So this is all I'm trying to say is take it for face value and you'll start to find the character. Believe what you're saying. And this is how I was trained. Believe what you're saying. And then other layers will come in. So the only other thing I will go through is when I finally sit down with the hypnotist, when it's my turn, I sing a song. He says, you can make flowers grow. And she says, yes. And he says, really? Well, yeah, I mean, for her, of course I can. I can make flowers grow. And he gives her a pot. He has a pot in the room. Here's a little pot, like kind of a pot. And he gives her a pot and she holds the pot and he said, show me. And she starts to sing. She says, talk to the flowers right here. He says, yeah, you haven't got a thing to fear. Well, what if someone should see? And he says, there's no one here but you and me. Very Henry Higgins, and Eliza Doolittle's in his office, if you know what I mean, if you know My Fair Lady. So she's like a student, and so she's going to share with her teacher. And she sings this song. You mean talk as if they were in the ground? Okay, but please turn around, turn around. So she makes him turn around before she's going to do something intimate with the plant. So you see when she says turn around, it's funny, it's flirty, but you learn something about the character because she's not she's not vulgar. She finds this is her personal thing, so she wants a gentleman's gaze to turn around, and she's not embarrassed to say that. So you learn something about the character just from your first lines. Turn around, turn around. So he'll turn around and she'll check that he's not that he doesn't cheat, you know. And this is character, you see? The script is telling you. And then she turns to the plants, and she's alone with the plants. And she sings, hey, buds below, up is where to grow, up with which below can't compare with. Hurry, it's lovely up here. She's encouraging the plants to grow. Life down a hole takes an awful toll, what with not a soul there to share with. Hurry, it's lovely up here. Wake up, bestir yourself. It's time that you disinter yourself. You've got a spot to fill, a pot to fill, etc. She's saying grow, grow. And you see how generous Daisy is as she sings to the plant. And it should be hard for you not to notice that she's generous to the plant and wants the plant to grow and come out of the darkness in the same way that she, as a girl with low self-esteem, also needs to come out of her own pot and grow and change. So it's very touching, and right from the very beginning, the script is funny, but you take it seriously and you take each line and your character will come. And that's just Daisy. I can't get into the play much farther, but I'll let you know that after she has made the plant grow, the doctor knows her better. He's impressed with her. He has her sit down and he hypnotizes her. And when he hypnotizes her, she describes suddenly living a life in late 18th century England. And her voice changes. And when she's hypnotized, she changes into another person. She becomes someone named Melinda Wells, who died in her late 20s from circumstances beyond her control. And she was in love with a painter. And she literally has an entire other identity when she's hypnotized. So when I sit in the chair and the doctor stands next to me, he's not teaching me phonetics this time like he would in My Fair Lady. And of course, it was Burton Lane's music this time. The session that we have as pupil and teacher, doctor, patient, I take on a whole other character. And that's when the lights change a little and another actress comes in and puts me in a coat and a hat. And suddenly I'm Melinda, and I have to have a British accent, get rid of all the 1960s quirky girl with the, Dr. Bruckner, all that. And suddenly I'm Melinda Wells, and I'm a completely other girl, and I'm another person, and I sing more classically. And so Harold would never try to put those two worlds together until way later. You might synthesize, why inside am I this woman? What was that woman's life like inside me? Why is she my history? That's not for us as actors to piece together. That's for critics to piece together. You have to just leave it in pieces and work on in each individual piece. So the more spectacularly daring and playful you are in rehearsal, you have a chance to make absolutely disastrous decisions, which you'll know are bad, and you'll just keep rehearsing, try other things. But you run the risk of also being simply spectacular, because you took bold chances and played with the character moment to moment. And you know what? That's what makes it fun. And that's my advice, is to keep it fun for yourself. James Gandolfini said that training with Harold made it fun. And Glenn Close studied with him. So I find a focus on your imagination and creativity and line by line exploration will bring the character to you, not analysis. But I do believe in research. So that is, I guess, as far as I'll go with Daisy Gamble. But it's a great show, and I'd love to talk to you more about it if it's of any interest. Does anyone have any questions about Daisy or anything that I said? Emma, did I?
Yeah. Hi, Melissa. Yes. Well, I'm not. Again, some slightly off-topic questions in the chat. Which, I can throw you one if you'd like, or we can save them for the end.
Well, I think that probably is a surprising amount of information about how to approach a character and how to find that particular character. But I'll take a random question and then I'll move on to another. Give me one completely left field question.
Great. Here's a question from Tim. It's half comment, half question. I think that Amour is one of the best scores I've ever heard, and your vocals are nothing less than perfection. But it only lasted 17 performances on Broadway. Why do you think that was? And I thought that question was interesting because it's like that thing about working so hard, right? How does that feel when you think, critically acclaimed and it was great, but
well,
it has a rough go.
As Sondheim always says, you can't control how something will be received or what will be popular, and you don't always do things to be popular. I was disappointed to see that Amour didn't have a long commercial run, but Amour was a small show that came over from Paris, and it was, by nature, it was a challenging idea to translate a French musical that's written by Michel Legrand, who is a subtle composer whose music is not overtly, like rock or anthemic. It's subtle and delicate. So the show was subtle and delicate, and I think we're very proud of the production that we put on. I think, though, to answer your question, had we not been plagued by some problems with the set and the physical world, we may have had more success. We had a real problem with our set. Our set fell on the audience, and actually the boulangerie, which is the bakery, fell on the front row in previews, and it was really malfunctioning. And the idea of the play, for anyone out there who doesn't know, was supernatural in another way, not the way I just described Daisy, but in the physical concept is that the leading man, who is an ordinary civil servant, one day can walk through walls. And so you need the actual magic of a person walking through walls on stage. The recent London production accomplished that with light bulbs, the flashlights, and people walked through light, sort of walls of light. That was interesting. We used the Cirque du Soleil team, but we had actual walls that were made of rubber bands, and the leading actor had to move through them, and he's so physically talented. He's like a clown. He has wonderful physical motions, but his feet would get stuck, his ankle would get stuck in the thing, or it would wiggle when he would be finished. So it didn't look magical. So it's a very collaborative art form, the theater. So I talked about this the other day on a interview program on Instagram Live about how musical theater is uniquely challenging insofar as it doesn't always have a clear author. Every team can really affect the outcome. The choreographer, the set designer, the composer, the author, the director, there's so many authors. And in some ways, unless all those teams magically have a centralized vision that works, things can go wrong. So I was disappointed, but I think it's built into the art form. I don't think we're unique. We're not uniquely disappointed. So many shows don't work. So many shows like Baby, should have been a hit. And it just got a mixed review in the New York Times, and it never had what it deserved. So many shows that are hits were also changed and bear no resemblance to the first draft when they finally became hits, like even Hamilton. So you need to be flexible, and you need to kind of move on to the next thing and try to laugh, even though it's very disappointing to see a show not work out. Resilience is really the essential quality you need to keep going, because this is a tough art form. You can't control everything. So that's my answer for you. I loved him more, and thank you for looking at it and listening to it. So proud of it. And it created the greatest relationship of my life, one of them, with its composer, with Michel Legrand. And I don't have a copy of my record right in front of me, but my album with Michel Legrand is new. And so Amour lives on for me. So what else you got for me, Emma?
Okay, we have, this question is fun. It just came in. Okay, here's a Daisy related question from Sheila. What are some of your favorite moments from playing Daisy, especially if you found different things with each performance?
Oh, I loved the show so much that I didn't want it to close. I've never been in a show that was like this, like completely. Every single performance, we were getting better. Like I never wanted it to end. We were really growing. So, what were some of my favorite moments? Well, I think I always loved. I loved that line about the motel. Yeah, after I sang What Did I Have I Don't Have Now, which is a great song, really great. Anyone knows Edie Gourmet's version. It's such a good song. It's when she finds out that he's been in love with her while she's hypnotized. He's come to fall in love with her past life, but he doesn't like her as she is now. And that hurts. And it's kind of a wonderful metaphor for not being appreciated for the people we become, but sometimes being appreciated for what we once were. Something I would think a lot of famous actors feels, that it's hard to evolve, to age, to and people in general. It's sometimes you're not appreciated for the person you've become and the evolution of yourself. So it's a painful and wonderful, sassy song saying, what did I have I don't have now? And why have I been sharing myself with this person who doesn't appreciate me? And then he comes in and they have a good fight. So to answer your question, my favorite part was the good fight right after that song. He comes in, Daisy, what do you mean the next life? What are you talking about? I've been trying to find you all day. Where did you go? She goes, to Max's hardware store, which is just a non sequitur. Where? Max's hardware store to get a new shovel. And he says, but where have you been since then? I wanted to work. He goes, oh, you wanted to do some researching tonight, with me. Because I'm basically saying he wants to be with Melinda. He wants to hypnotize me so he could be with this gorgeous woman from the 18th century. He goes, tonight with me. He goes, of course with you. You mean look at some old English stuff together? And he says, yes, Daisy, I wanted to, and maybe top off the evening with a little hypnotism, sort of one delicious little trance before nighty-night. So she's really pissed, right? He goes, what is it, Daisy? And she says, get off my roof. Because they're on a roof. And he says, what? I said, get off my roof. What in the world? Get this straight, Mr. Dr. Bruckner. Your courting days are over. I'm through being a go-between for you and your dream girl. You're not going to go on using my head for a motel. That's it. Get this straight. You're not going to go on using my head for a motel. If they got that, if the audience fell over, like the whole thing is so funny. And you see it, so you're not making fun. You don't play it like a joke. She's serious. You've been using my head as a motel. It's hilarious. It's serious. It's heartbreaking, but funny at the same time. So like I'm actually feeling like dying for her. And yet I know how, funny it is to the audience. So it's a wonderful moment, and I love the show. I loved it. So I just loved it. So as you can see. All right. So Emma, do you think I should move on? Because I only have 15 minutes, or less. So
yeah, let's do
a quick overview.
Another character.
I'll give you another character, and I'll do it much more briefly. Another character I just thought I would mention to you, just so you see what how a person thinks when they are given a character, and maybe it helps you a little bit in how you will approach your own roles. I'm assuming we have a lot of actors out there. I was given the role of Leona in Do I Hear a Waltz? Do I Hear a Waltz is a musical written by Arthur Lawrence, who has written many great plays and wrote Gypsy, and with music by Richard Rodgers and lyrics by Stephen Sondheim. It was based on a play from 1952 called The Time of the Cuckoo. I thought, just to give you a feeling about how I approach character, I brought The Time of the Cuckoo instead of the musical script. I brought this out. I like finding, and this is just for the pleasure of being an actress, I like finding old editions. This says here, Whitehall, 1953. So this must have belonged to someone, and it may have been a gift to me, and I may be forgetting. But it's a wonderful old edition, copyright 1951. And it's an old edition of the play. And so when I got the role of Leona, I knew that she also would need something of an accent. It's another period piece. And I also knew that it was a woman with a big emotional history. Right away, if you read this and you even see, there was a film called Summertime, which I did not see, with Katharine Hepburn, but I can only speak about A Time of the Cuckoo. This is a character who's about my age, but whose parents died when she was 16, and she had 3 siblings. She had, I think, 2 brothers and a sister. I think that was the arrangement, is 3, and she had to take care of them. And she was older than her brothers and sisters. She was 16, and she became a mother to her brothers and sisters. And when you meet her in the play and in the musical, she is taking herself on a vacation for the first time in her life. So imagine a girl my age, in her 40s or her late 40s, having the first time in her life where she's getting to go to Europe, and she's going to go to Venice, and it's her time. So I started working on this way before we went into rehearsals, because I could feel and sense that she was a complicated person and that she had suffered a lot and in her life. And I knew that even though it's a musical and it is not Time of the Cuckoo, that she was a deeply lonesome character, and she, in the course of the play, finds love with a man in Venice, but she finds out that he is married. And so she is bitter about that and doesn't take that well. One thing that I noticed as I learned the lines and went line by line was that I almost could sense people that I know. My mother and her sister grew up in this time. Women that had a lot of responsibilities in the home, but also knew that modernity was coming. Women's lib is somewhere around the corner, and sort of repressed, and emotionally wanting a miracle. And I'll give you an example. When I would be preparing the script, I read Leona has just gotten to Venice, and in the script, she meets the woman who runs the hotel, whose name is Fioria, and it was played by Karen Ziemba. And so she's a sexy Italian woman who runs the hotel. Fioria asks her how her trip has been. And Leona says, well, on the train coming here, I met another American girl. In America, Signora, every female under 50 is a girl. And then Fioria says, and after 50? Leona says, well, who cares? This girl on the train was waiting. Now, by the way, I know I said believe what you're saying. I don't think there was a girl on the train, but you have to play it like there was a girl on the train. She may be talking about herself. I'm just putting that in your head. As an actor, I don't think she met a girl. I think she's talking about herself, but I don't play that. I play what I mean. at first, when I first start rehearsing. And then, I don't know, later in the run, things can change. But my advice to you as actors is believe your characters, believe their dialogue and their experiences. I think that's a neat and tidy way to move forward. I think it will resonate with subtext later. Anyhow, so who cares, she says. This girl on the train was waiting. For what? The Italian lady says. Well, she came to Europe to find something. It was way back in the back of her mind, past seeing places and getting some culture. That was up front, here. Buying cheap perfume was about here, and letting loose for once was about here. But way back was the something she was waiting for. And the Italian lady says, what? And she says, a wonderful, mystical, magical miracle. No, to do what? Beats me. I guess to find her whatever it was she'd been missing all her life. You know, the bargains some people expect on a hot 6-week vacation. Now, you do have to go. Would you care to come with me? Oh, no, thank you. When in Italy, you should meet some Italians. Oh, two's company. Oh, Mrs. Samish. And they go on from there. So just for a moment, she says she met a girl who wants more than shopping or cheap perfume. Somewhere in the way back, she was waiting for a miracle. And that's where Sondheim wrote those songs. Magical, mystical miracle. Can it be? Yes, it's true. So she was waiting for a magical miracle. And that's where you get the idea for the title, Do I Hear a Waltz? Oh my, so she heard a waltz because a miracle happened. Magical, mystical miracle, can it be? Yes, it's true. So I like sometimes to look at the source material of a play, of a musical, the source material being a play in this case, and find where Sondheim and Richard Rodgers lifted those key ideas and how the character thinks. This character maybe she's lying. Maybe she's too shy. She wants something so badly because it's so far underneath. So someone like Leona is very unhappy underneath. And she's very brash and has a lot of bon ami. Once she gets to Italy, she wants to be popular and she has a big mouth. But there's a lot of fear underneath her, fear of being lied to and fear of not being loved. And she really screws up with this guy. She screws up because she can't trust and she can't let love in. And she changes at the end, but it's too late. And the Italian man says, it is too late. The feeling is gone. You are too complicated, Leona. So she blows it. So it's a harsh musical. And it's really harsh. It's a Sondheimian kind of harsh. So that's a little bit of how I work on a character that's a little sadder and maybe has a rich literary history like this one does. So I only have 3 more minutes. I thought I'm gonna mention a third character, which is a character that I'm not going to get to talk about. But if anybody wants to talk about it sometime, we can also set that up. The other character I wanted to share with you is the idea of a one-woman show. It's something that I do a lot. If you follow me more on social media, you'll see sort of concert work and things like that. And when I do a concert, I often have a character, for example, that I'm playing. It's Melissa, but it's Melissa singing Sondheim, for example. When I sing Sondheim, I have a character. It's not a character like these women that we've gotten to know today that I've told you a little bit about, Leona and Daisy. But the Sondheim character is a woman who, in my case, I choose to wear black when I sing Sondheim, maybe a turtleneck dress, not too much flesh and so on. Although I have done it actually in sexy dresses, but wearing black, I think, works for me with Sondheim. And it's a kind of an intelligent, but very sad, layered kind of persona. You need to have access to many layers in yourself. Not tormented, but you have to be able to be tormented. And so when I do a cabaret act, there's a kind of alter ego. And I just encourage you guys, as you're in the pandemic, if you're writing one person show, or doing any kind of act, and you have to be alone because we're also separated right now, you can create characters around yourself and around songs. And I'd be happy to talk with you about that at another time. But there are alter egos and personas in cabaret work, and I hope you'll check out some of the stuff that I do, and we'll talk some more. Emma, any good questions out there? So I don't talk. I love hearing and making the connection as well. Everything moved so quickly, but it went so well.
There was this, yeah. I'm gonna let you go. 1 or 2 minutes over. We started a little bit late. This is a good question. Where did it go? Oh, this is a question about the rehearsal process, which I think ties into like finding your character and everything. How do you detach yourself from the fear of like making bad decisions when it's time to rehearse?
Oh, you really have to. How do you detach yourself from making bad decisions? That you have to. You have to allow yourself to be absolutely crazy and arbitrary sometimes, completely outrageous and arbitrary. Explore a wrong choice if it strikes you in some way that it comes into your head. Like if it's intruding, you have to try it. And as long as you don't hurt another person physically or act in a rude way, sexually, in some kind of gross way, there shouldn't be a reason you can't explore. You'll know if it's a terrible decision, but you got to do it. Because here's one thing. A lot of people are naturally chatty. For example, I'm chatty. But a lot of times, let's say if you're playing a photographer, you might just want to do the character like really, really slow and quiet because the person is a person who observes. So you might want to try, like answering like a camera, or some stupid idea. I just made that up. But it might be a terrible idea that would bore an audience out of their brains, but hopefully you'll be allowed to explore that. You can definitely explore it in your own head and in your apartment. You could walk around, and I suggest you do, talking to yourself, reaching into yourself all the time. So you can get rid of some of your really wacky ideas, on your own, but you must do them. Harold would really, you got to read this book because Harold would really encourage you to be as outrageous and do as much stupid stuff as you possibly can. In fact, he has stories in his book about people who did not get a good reaction at an audition because they were too prepared and they were too boring. But if you effed around and you played and you let it hit you, and you were not just doing nonsense, but that you were you had a sense and a reaction you wanted to try, that freedom is usually so attractive to directors. So I vote for freedom. Join me somewhere. I won't hold you back. Anything else? I hope I answer your question. We can keep at that one if you want. I wish you were in my class so I could hear your voice. What else you got?
I mean, it's a big question.
More?
I thought that was it. We are just about, I want to remind everyone that Asa's Instagram, it's in the chat section of YouTube. So we're going to try to maybe set up another vocal health, thing with her. There were more questions about relaxation techniques and the audition process and other things we didn't get to.
Auditions, meditation. I mean, I was told to do a thing on creating a character. So that's what we did. But just remember the power of your imagination. If you get anything from me, please, your imagination must become real and important to you. That's what I want to leave. Your imagination is important to you. Your memories and the ideas and images that you study, both of them are really important.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Melissa. It was so lovely getting to hear all about On a Clear Day and your other work, and watching you work with that straw. Was delightful.
All right.
I hope we can do it again.
Okay. Weirdly, we all know how to find each other now.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Professor Keith Winstead, and this is the CUNY Theater Festival that you've been tuning into. And we were just talking with Melissa Errico about her journey in her career. And this next guest artist that I'd like to introduce is an actress, a playwright, an advocate, and I'm sure you will enjoy and find things out about this human in just a moment that none of us know, I hope. You know, we often in our talks find out a little more about these icons, these people who are up on these, you know, pedestals, who have won these awards and things, but we find out, you know, they're just like us. You know, we do definitely enjoy realizing that we're all in the same boat here together. Nikkole Saulter, she was just telling me that she's got some salmon marinating in some yogurt. I did, because it's got me interested now. I'm like, yogurt, salmon. Hello. Yeah. Hello, dear. How are you?
I'm great, Keith. How are you?
Thank you, Nikkole. I'm good. I'm so glad you joined us.
Happy springtime.
It's getting there, right? We're there.
Well, today's the official day, yeah.
Happy springtime, CUNY Sphere. Yes, we have we've been inside all day, so we didn't see the daylight today. But it's okay. It's worth this delicious, delightful day of new works and of our students meeting these guest artists like yourself. You know, I first heard of Nikkole, of you when In the Continuum happened, and then I know you're an actress. I've seen that, and then I just got a notice through TCG that you're on that board. Congratulations! And you know, I just want to know, you know, how did you go from school? Tell us a little bit about that for our students who are growing their own craft now. That you were in school, and then you had a little bit of a phenomenon happen.
Yeah, I guess you could say it's a phenomenon, but we weren't the first people from the program I graduated from to have that phenomenon. I went to NYU graduate acting school, or the grad acting program at NYU.
Yes.
At the time, it was being run or helmed by Zelda Fichandler, who had invested quite a lot in developing curriculum and approaches to training actors for the field. In her third year of the program she structured, she allotted for a whole month's worth of time where you didn't have to do anything. There were no shows, there were no rehearsals, there were no classes, there was nothing. And they opened the door for you to the resources of the department, the spaces, and a modicum of a budget and access to other artists to collaborate with, to do whatever it was that you wanted to do, anything that you like. And at that time, I had chickened out of writing a play in my undergraduate time at Howard University. And I decided that I wasn't going to throw away another free opportunity to create.
Wow.
And I began to develop a one-person show because I didn't really feel like trying to figure out how to partner with someone to do something that I really wanted to do. I didn't want to have to convince someone of the subject matter or its importance or anything. And Danai Gurira, who you all know probably from Black Panther and what's the zombie one? The zombie one.
Get Out.
Get Out? No,
Get
no,
Out.
that's a
That's a different movie. That's a movie.
Yeah. Well, you guys know. Everyone who is listening, they know what it is.
They're trying to yell at us right now.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Blame it on the mind. You know, it's on the tip of my tongue. Either way, she and I were in the same graduate acting class. And one of the interesting things about one of the unintended consequences of creating diverse spaces sometimes, especially those spaces that are limited in number, is that the people of color are often divided in order to ensure that every space has a person of color. And so while we were in the same class at NYU, when our class was sectioned, which was often to take actual instruction, they would put one of us in each section. So the result is that we actually never got to learn or work together very much. And we thought that was a shame. So during free play, we decided to sign up to share the use of a theater at our program together. So we'd be sharing like a slot of time. That way, neither of us had to do a 2-hour one-person show.
Always practical.
We could do a 1-hour one-person show, or however we could finesse the time. And so that made us both of us feel a little better as well. Now, during NYU, there were these things called sharings. They were opportunities to share your performative work with classes beyond your own at certain times during a semester or a year or whatever. And all of the sharings that Danai had shared were things that she had created, in part because she was, sadly faced with a canon bereft of characters that were suited to her cultural interests. So she wrote her own. So I always assumed, she told me later, it was an assumption I made, it wasn't an intention she had, but I'd always assumed that she was sort of piecing those things together and creating something from all the things that she had created thus far. And I decided that I wanted to play a character that was Black and female and young, which is not something that most training programs afford Black young women, because they often train using the canon of what they would call the classics, which have nothing to do with young Black women.
There is no place.
No. So I was, excited and fervent and determined to create something a story that was recognizable, and to sort of apply my skill and craft and talent to something that I cared about. So I'd heard a statistic about HIV and AIDS running rampant through the African-American community. And this was, early 2000s. And there was a CDC statistic about the rate at which new AIDS and HIV cases were arising within the African-American community among heterosexual Black women. And I thought that was the whole statistic was confusing to me. I have a very, very African-American and African diasporic social and familial circle. Many, and the women of that circle greatly outnumber the men. And none of them, all of them, most of them, not all of them, most of them are heterosexual, and none of them were being plagued with the HIV and AIDS diagnosis that, according to the CDC, they should have been. There should have been someone in my circle that that had been touched by this. And so I figured one of two things was happening. Either we're not talking about it and someone in my community is touched and they don't feel loved, supported, protected enough to be open about it, or the CDC is full of shit.
Those numbers, baby, I know.
You know, either way, that was all I needed to start my journey of creation. And I was more interested in the silence than I was in the CDC being full of shit.
Yeah.
So I went that route with my story making. And at a certain point, I went to Howard University with Chadwick. You call him Chadwick Boseman. We called him Chad. And when we were at Howard, he had written a play in verse that I absolutely fell in love with. I thought it was so amazing. The whole thing was in blank verse. It was rhythmic. It was beautiful. And I was like, oh my God, you know, I'm gonna do that. So when I started my play, I definitely started it with the poetry in mind as the creative device I would use, the artistic device I would use. But after a while of trying that, the storytelling really didn't support the use of the poetic form. And when Danai and I took up one of our teachers, her name was Antoinette Lavecchia, and she said to us, you know, I'm here for you, because they also have nothing to do for us that month either. So she's like, hey, if you want us to take a look at some of your work or help you or give you any advice or just be some eyes and ears or whatever you need. And so we said, yes, please come check out our rehearsal. And we rehearsed this play. And she had some interesting feedback for both of us. But for me, she basically said my work was unintelligible.
No, okay.
So I had to drop the poetry quickly and start anew, which I did. But she also said something else. She said, you know, one person shows are cool, but it seems like these pieces can go together. Have you ever thought of that? And Danai and I looked at each other like, no, but immediately we're relieved. And we're like, but yes, because neither of us were really too keen on doing a one-person show.
Sure.
And so we just continued our rehearsal process. I'm sort of responsible for our own narrative tracks, but helping each other and looking for ways in which our stories overlapped and could be juxtaposed for greater theatrical effect. And we did it. And the response that we got from our peers and from the faculty began to just ripple out beyond our community. And before we knew it, we were off Broadway, performing it on off nights of a Terrence McNally show that starred Marion Seldes. The theater, our primary stages, they saw us as diamonds in the rough, but weren't really ready to invest in us in the full way. And our production values were ridiculously cheap. So the risk on the off night of a show was pretty minimal. Like the stage is dark, you might as well open it and do something.
Yeah.
And so I remember the Terrence McNally show had a guillotine in it. Yeah. And when we saw the set that we had to use, we were like, what are we gonna do with the guillotine?
Wow.
And we did something creative with it. It was interesting. But what happened was that the primary stages, at least amongst the media, treated it like a production. So they invited media to come see it and have it reviewed. And our reviews were stellar. And that paved the path for the artists we have both become.
That's a terrific story. And I enjoy the surprises and the encouragement and direction shifting that professors or contemporaries, that as you were collaborating, you just keep trying like you're in a pinball machine. You hit this, it's going to send you here. Hit this, it's going to send you there. And you're gonna hit that.
It was very, very interesting. Very interesting. And for a long time, I actually felt like a fraud. I felt like my success was a fraud because up until that point in my life, everything that I achieved came with great effort and strategy,
right,
and forward thinking and planning. And this evolved seemingly effortlessly.
Were you in a different mind frame, a different mindset, a different, sense of play as opposed to sense of work? Or
no, I mean literally, it was a personal goal to have finished a play that I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Period. I didn't care what happened to it. I just needed to be able to tell myself that I followed through on an impulse, a creative impulse, and that I honored the muse within me, the ideas that came to me. I mean, so much of our education system teaches us, I would say particularly people of color and particularly women and particularly those who are non-binary, that your ideas are worthless.
Mm.
You're writing papers and you're quoting people who are valued, not you. You're reading things written by people who know nothing of you and care not for you. There's nothing about you walk into buildings that are named after people who owned you. There's just
right.
There's nothing about the way that our education system is set up that really fortifies the idea in people of color and the idea in women that your ideas are brilliant and worthy of being developed and worthy of being praised and exalted and worthy of stage worthy. They don't do that. And so I think things around this area are getting better. But, when you look back in history, even before the Black arts movement, when you find works of theater art that were created by Black women, those were some badass women.
For real.
Because there's nothing about the world that told them that they should do that.
The personal goal of writing a play then broke through that barrier also. But did you know it, that you were doing it? Did you say, okay, I'm going to break this barrier because,
yes,
screw that,
I totally knew that I was breaking that barrier.
Thank you.
There was a lot of bittersweetness to my education. I'm so thankful for NYU specifically. I think it really put me on the path of becoming an artist. But in many ways, it did not allow for the specificity of myself. And so I was very much trying to honor that. And I actually had been awakened to that because I went to historically Black college for undergrad. And I remember coming to NYU and feeling inherently that I was stupid because all of the points of references, I was angry at Howard and I felt stupid because all of the points of reference that my teachers were using were from works that I did not read. And I was like, how did I get an undergraduate degree? And I don't know anything about Ibsen. And I don't know anything about Chekhov. And I know very little about Shakespeare and all of these plays, all these references, like one of the reason why music is so cool, like popular music is so cool, is because it it celebrates the ways in which we're connected, and it also creates a sense of exclusivity. So when you listen to like a rap song or a popular pop song, it'll have references to the way in which people like us do things. Like I'm from Los Angeles, California, so they'll talk about Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Well, those people who are not from Los Angeles, those people who are not into soul food, those people who don't do the things that we do the way that we do them, won't get that reference. Right? So it makes you feel like you're an insider if you do.
That's right. You're
if you
empowering.
Do.
You're
Yeah,
empowering.
and so I didn't get any of those references. So I felt like a complete and total outsider. And I was like, how can a program have graduated me ostensibly to put me out into the marketplace of employment as such an outsider as Howard did? Then after about a semester of feeling like that, I realized that Howard University actually gave me references that white institutions would never.
Like what? Like what were they? What were your references?
Like Wole Soyinka, like we studied the work of the African diaspora.
Yes.
From the continent of Africa through the Caribbean to South America. Like these artists and their works, which are stellar and exalted in the places where they're from. We don't know about them here because we don't like things because this is an anti-Black society.
Right.
And so these people and these theatrical forms and these words that they were all English speaking words. We didn't learn anything that wasn't, now that I'm thinking about it, but either way, all of those things that I did get access to and I did get to learn and I did get to talk about from theoretical principles, from Fanon, to Wole Soyinka. Like this is my foundational understanding of theater. And so I felt once I got to NYU, like, oh, well, I'll just read the shit that they read. Like I can catch up.
Right.
But what I can't do is get what Howard gave me ever.
That's right.
Yeah.
Your training, I love that story because it reminds me of a gift that you've gotten, but then you realize, no, this is not the gift that I need. I need something else in order to do what I want to do. But actually, it's the one thing that you do need all along. Mm-hmm. And that kind of reversal, if you will, it warms my heart because I see that every day with my students. My students want to see themselves. They want to know more about their heritage, and we're in the most diverse city in the world, and BMCC is incredibly diverse, and so it brings me joy to hear your story because I know that our students are feeling a little bit more at home. So thank you for that. We had earlier, this whole festival has been geared toward a couple of panels that focusing on academia and how we are changing and need to change our teaching. Everything that you've just mentioned, and do you scoop the classics up and throw them out with the garbage, or send them up against the back of a fireplace, and just abolish it? Well, maybe so. It wasn't a conversation today, and to start over, a dear student who was on the panel, LaBouginetta, said, abolish it, start something new. And the conversation was, right now in our time, it's the opportunity, it's the time, it's ripe for something new, not that. And so that's the interesting conversation that you're pegging into, that this festival is encouraging and learning. How do we do it? How do we started in the education, of course, I think.
Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, I don't want to be cynical, but like old people are old and calcified.
Well, that's not
And
cynical. I mean,
they're just
it's
more,
true.
they're just invested in where they're invested, and it takes too much energy to move that Titanic ship. But I think starting with young people is imperative. I think that being responsible, I don't necessarily think that you can't teach what we consider to be, you know, Western European theatrical classics.
Right.
I think that you have to put them in proper perspective. Like they are not normal. They are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And there are many, many ways to skin this dramatic storytelling cat.
Mm-hmm.
And we should be made aware of as many of those ways as we can. And we should understand that they're all a part of a whole. No one is the whole.
Yes.
I think it takes a shift of mindset first. And then you allow that mindset to trickle down to the practical matters of your budget, your curriculum, your recruitment strategies, your everything. I think that it's an opportunity for people in positions of power in academia to return to the student's mind. There are many things that need to be learned by them in order to impart these kinds of opportunities to the students. And I think that's sometimes a thing that's not very welcomed. Mm-hmm. You know, no one wants to be that vulnerable. I find that in academia, people say that they want to learn, but when it's time to actually become the student and be in the vulnerable place of not knowing and having to learn anew, you know, people get bogged down with their life and their families and their bills and their kids, and they just don't do it. I think so. If that's the case, then it's also about hiring people who already have that, so that, you know, if
already have that education, who already have that understanding. Yes.
So if the people who are here don't want to learn, then at least we should get people who know.
Isn't that what's happening? Do you feel that that's what's happening?
I don't know. It's I'd like to say
I
yes,
hope so.
But I also think that it's a more insidious thing than hiring more people of color, right?
Absolutely.
Because if all of those people of color have been educated the same way, then you just have brown and Black people who are doing the same thing that white people are doing. You know, they've learned the same things the same way. And so, you know, that's why I think we need to take the next evolutionary step in our understanding of diversity.
Amen.
It's not just making sure that every skin tone is represented and every gender is represented and every region is represented. It also delves into approach and aesthetic and cultural perspective and politic and everything. And I believe in diversity because I believe in nature. There's no ecosystem in nature that is homogeneous, that survives. Your own microbiome in your gut, you die if it weren't diverse. And that's what's happened to our society. The push to homogenize, the push to create cultural conformity for purposes of dominance is killing us.
For purposes, yes.
When you think about the body doesn't function that way. The heart doesn't wish it was the brain. The brain doesn't wish it was the lungs. The liver is not like, oh, if I could just be, you know, a uterus. Everything is doing what it's doing excellently well, and there's space for them to do that. And if we have created our society from a perspective, a worldview that is false. The Western worldview looks at the world and sees hierarchy. And in nature, there's no hierarchy. There's order.
Yeah.
But there's no rank.
No status.
A sense of what's better or worse or more important or more essential than the other. Like, let me cut off your toe or pull out your gallbladder and see how well you do. You know, you need it all.
Yeah.
You need it all. And I think once the systems that we create in society, once the systems that we create in academia reflect the truth of nature, then I hypothesize that we will thrive.
That's a beautiful hypothesis. And I think that getting back to nature, for me, it's personal. I'm very much about observing nature and learning from that. And when you just brought it to realness of nature, and the body, I'm going, okay, you're right. Let's get back.
Yeah, I think the body in Western culture has been looked at as something to dominate, not as something to learn from. And I feel like what I would call naturalism, cultures that have a naturalist worldview were demonized and murdered.
Yes.
And really the wisdom there.
I don't know how we'll get around it, through it, over it, or under it, but I think and I feel good that something is changing. And I want to.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I have a total optimistic point of view.
Oh, thank you.
I have a total optimistic. I actually have a very long view, even beyond my life. I feel like the need for change is required for human evolution. And so I feel like just like nature is turning my hair gray, right? We can all fight it. Right. I can dye it. You can do whatever you want to do, but you shall not stop the fact that nature is turning your hair gray. And so in that sense, I feel like the evolution of the human species is going to happen, whether it pulls us along kicking and screaming with hell and fire and hurricanes and mudslides, or whether we turn and choose to decide to be in its flow. Either way, it's gonna
and choose. Let's get in the flow.
Get in the flow. This is what's happening.
I love the flow. Mythali Csikszentmihalyi wrote this book called Flow, which is the optimum experience. I often, with my Theater 100 students, I get them to understanding that you can be intentional. You can actually create this in your mind. You can create flow. Yes. And we're not taught these sorts of things. When you were telling me about
our storytelling basis is not that. We believe, if we believe our stories reflect our worldview, then we believe that change comes from conflict.
That's right.
Not choice.
That's right.
So you have to wait for something to go very wrong before you think maybe this could be different. Maybe it should be different. I feel like that's where humanity is moving, from a place where we're constantly being pushed into the evolutionary changes that are required of us, to the point where we can invite them, welcome them, prepare for them, join them, get in the flow of them.
Help create them. Here we go.
Help create them.
Yeah.
Amplify them.
Amplify them. Yes. This is a desire that I think a lot of us could get aboard. I think we can all get aboard this from that right now, to help our species turn a corner and to open up, find the awareness, find the ability to be kind.
I mean, we know better, but we haven't done better yet. All of the things that we talked about have been a part of the human knowledge base for a very, very long time.
I agree.
But we haven't allowed them to become embodied in us.
How do we do that? Have conversations like this?
That's why
Take
I
action?
love acting.
I know.
Because acting is a spiritual practice. Actors know how to become.
There you go. When you say actors know how to become, you study, you train, and you prepare, but you know when you feel that thing and you go over into the next character, it is spiritual. Yes.
Actors
An
know
energy shift.
we're keenly prepared to help humanity understand the process of becoming that which you are not currently.
Beautifully put. Did you just like quote script? What is that? Did you just make that up? That's really good. to become what we aren't currently. That's what we're driving to. That's what we're needing right now. And it's taking up.
We're in the business of transformation. That's what we are.
And through our writing and through our acting, we can make change. It's one of the biggest horns that I blow with my playwriting classes is you can really do something here, you know, just, yeah.
Stories are the software to the body's hardware. Without a story, you're a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
It's the narrative that gives you the experience, not the other way around. The meaning you create out of the experience comes in the formation of a narrative. Otherwise, you just have a series of events that don't mean anything. So your life only has meaning because of the narrative that you create for it.
You do create your own reality. Yes.
By the stories that you tell yourself.
That's
and so
right.
We as professional storytellers, since everyone's telling a story, no one, unless they're Buddha like Zen,
right,
or zombified,
right,
everybody else is telling themselves a story every day, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're all doing it all the time, why do we need professional storytellers? Well, we need professional storytellers because we are all doing it on behalf of us all.
Yes, we are. We are taking the time, making it part of our lives, researching it, and allowing
programmed this way.
Yeah.
And I think the next evolutionary step in our artistry really comes from artists not only acknowledging their capacity to reflect that which is true and that which exists, but also taking responsibility for their power to influence that which will be created.
That responsibility is great, yes. And you could really make something happen with that responsibility and make that change. Super thinking. I'm all over the place with my thoughts because you just stirred me up like a snow globe. I'm just like, what? But you're so right. And I'm kind of speechless at the moment. I wanted to talk about how your audience received your work and your other plays, and because our audience is a lot of theater audiences are like you said, calcified, and they're a little looking for maybe the Williams and the O'Neill or something again, but they're seeing different characters, and I love that. I love characters that are new to the theater for these audiences. Did you have an experience with your audiences and how they took your characters?
I mean, I'll say this. I've had great experiences with audiences in terms of, I've had great ego experiences with audiences. People like me.
You're so beautiful. That's so truthful. Thank you.
But I also think that the challenge therein for me lies in the notion that we've trained our audiences to accept that we are actually here for their entertainment and pleasure. as opposed to we being an essential service to the evolution of humanity, that is not here, that is as much here for your pleasure as, say, your religious rights are or your schools are. We're actually here for your nourishment, right? We're here for your nourishment. We're here for your enrichment. Whereas we create sacred secular spaces and sacred secular experiences, we are the people who bring people together who know not each other, right? Everywhere, at any other time, you're always around people you know in some form or another. But it's at like the theater where you could be sitting next to someone you don't know. It's like the theater and the subway, right?
True.
So I feel like what I've always yearned for in audiences is people who have a different understanding and respect for what we do. So people who come to my work in search of entertainment sometimes will not be happy.
Mm-hmm.
But
maybe
people who come to my work or who allow themselves while viewing my work to see it as nourishment, intellectual, spiritual, emotional nourishment, are able to participate differently and leave differently. I would love for there to be a greater global, if not national, campaign that re-educates our nation or people in general about the essential nature of the arts. Like, I don't know what people think, but when they think about artists, like they think starving artists, they think crazy creative people. But I want them to think like, oh, these are people who are the stewards of the technology that allow us to have an experience and create meaning out of our lives.
I'm so interested in this. How do we do this? Because at one time, playwrights were holy people, were, you know, storytellers. They were, you know, they were part of the, you know, the leaders and respected. But and then again, some actors have been burned at the stake because they were heretics or something like that. So we've history has really given us some good things and some bad things. But right now, we need to get back to that.
Yeah, and I still think in a way we do, in a crazy way. It's like audiences are our pimps. Like they spend a lot of time telling us that we're worthless. And then they dress us up and exalt us, you know, and show us off.
Right.
When it's convenient for them. And then they go back to telling us that we're worthless. It's a horrible relationship we're in here with these audiences.
That is not a symbiotic relationship. No. No. But soon, yeah, I mean, those calcified things are, you know, going to gone and be forgotten with the rest, you know. And I think that the work, the education, the theater that's coming out, that we have the opportunity to create now, we won't know for another bit of time post-pandemic, but perhaps we can make something extraordinary here with.
I think we can. I mean, if we allow the destruction to destroy that which is unhealthy and out of alignment. Like, I feel like so many people are still sort of clinging to, and I understand, I have a great understanding and I guess empathy and sympathy for the position, you know, when you've invested in a way of being and a way of doing for so long, and especially if you found a way to thrive in that dysfunction. And now someone wants to change the rules. Like, you don't want to, enough people haven't developed the kind of worldview that would make that feel like it's not a loss.
Right. It's going to take longer than our lifetime. Yes, it is.
But I think but I think it's been changing. You know, it's been evolving. People have taken steps before us and they've handed us a baton. Maybe we can take a leap forward. That would help. And then we're going to have to hand off the baton. Like, we're finite and limited in that way, but we're not the beginning of anything, and nor will we be the end.
Mm-hmm. There will be more.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at character, and I'm going to shift, but we've been talking about playwriting and your work of creating, and but the actor, and could you, for our actor students, let them know how you go about your first steps of creating character? Like, is it something that I'll just leave it at that. What are your first steps, Nikkole?
Well, I feel like there are many approaches, and so I don't want to purport that my way is the way. If my way is the way that works for me.
Right.
And another way might work for you. I am a very heady person, a very analytical person. So it's imperative for me to have some level of understanding before I can jump. A lot of people, I know a lot of people who actually jump and learn a bunch of stuff that they need to know. I need to learn a bunch of stuff and then I can jump. My approach is always, starting with the text.
Always, that's the good place.
It's a great place. I mean, I'm also keenly aware of how to not start with text. I also create when I write. I'm essentially improving things into becoming. I'm using my skills as an actor to create the text. I'm using what I know the storytelling needs for the actor to determine what's in the text that I'm creating. So it can work that way too. But either way, I need to know some stuff.
Yeah.
So if I'm devising it, I need to know about the topic matter that I'm seeking to create story around, and the thematic matter around which. And so I do a lot of reading. I do a lot of what I call introducing myself. I turn on my learner's mind. I write down all of my assumptions and I challenge them. Is this true? Is this the truth of this story that we're telling? And if I'm acting in something that's already been written, I get that information from the text. The text is skeletal to me. It's not a finished thing. I am the finished thing. I become the finished thing. So with that skeletal information, I allow it to guide my sense of curiosity about how to make the meat and the skin and the flair of the thing come alive with the foundational information that it provides. I spend quite a bit of time in getting to know and what I call coming to knowledge and understanding is that period. And I would say the next period is befriending. I'm looking for myself within that, finding how my preferences or lack thereof align or disalign. I befriend my character before I become. So it's very like Talented Mr. Ripley, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, how are you? Oh, you like that? What else do you like? What do you like to wear? What do you like to do? Who are you? Et cetera, et cetera. And then when I feel like I know enough, I eat her.
Your detective work that then eats her. That's
like a strange species of spider, like I start to eat her.
Well,
I start to become her.
Yeah.
Move from the place of representing her and knowing her and understanding her and advocating for her to becoming her. And that process happens mostly after all of the sort of research, dramaturgical work and acting choices work happens. It's time to get up and start to move from knowing and understanding to becoming. And then from there, once I have become the text, that's why I say it's spiritual for those people who are Christian. You want to become the living word. I am the living word is what Jesus said. Right. You become the text, you become the word. then you have room to add or to continue to probe or continue to push the boundaries of the text itself. So that the text is more like becoming the text is like becoming a page on a coloring book. All the lines are there, the picture is clear, but you're not quite living yet. You're living once you are able to add color. And the color that you decide to add, the whole color scheme you decide to have, is the difference between my performance of the text and, say, your performance of the text, because we're both responsible for becoming the rules of the world that are there.
Sure. The task.
What's going to make your performance different than mine? It's the colors I choose. It's how I accessorize my Black dress that makes me different than you wearing the same Black dress.
Right. The uniqueness is bringing you to the role.
Right. So you continue to ask yourself, what else is possible here? What else is possible here? These are the things I have to show. This is what I have to embody. But what else is possible here? What of those things is of interest to me? Which of those things brings me joy? Which of those things captures my curiosity? Which of those things challenges me in a way that I want to be challenged? How can I incorporate those things? And then you're living.
I love how you speak of it, of breathing life into this character and doing your study training, and then you get to a point where the curiosity is the word that you use. I love actors who are curious.
Yeah.
And it's something that you have to somewhat train to understand how to be curious. Remember how we were as children? We would be, going into the pots and pans and crawling into the cabinets, and we were curious.
Mm-hmm. You have, I think half of the battle, I would say a third to a half of the battle is knowing what questions to ask and answering them.
So you're approaching a character and knowing what questions to ask, like, what is your ache? What is your hurt? Do you investigate that deeply, or you go?
I investigate everything. My goal is to be able to embody this person, not just in the given circumstances of the play.
Sure.
Not just following the blocking. I'm not looking to be a puppet.
No.
I'm looking to become. And then my skills as an actor, technically, allow for what I have become to be communicated to you in clear ways, in reachable ways, in accessible ways. But I'm concerned with becoming. Which also why I like theater and I don't like film as much. In film, there's often no time to become.
No, it's very
I
confusing.
need time. I'm a fine wine kind of lady when it comes to my acting, and so I often feel like I need more time when I'm faced with work on television and film, or I feel a bit disconnected from the overarching narrative itself. So while I might be connected to the moment, I have no idea what I'm part of. So I can't even be a quality collaborator because I only have the sides from one scene of a thing that I know nothing else about. So I do feel like a puppet because I'm at your mercy. I have no idea what I'm doing that is serving anything. I just keep waiting for you to approve and clap for me. Right. And I'm like, well, that must have worked. Yeah. I don't know why or how.
I'm at a loss sometimes too. I go, that worked. That you're gonna buy that. Okay. All right. Well,
it's not our medium.
It's not
while our services are useful, it's not about becoming. I mean, I've been on set sometimes where people have just sort of, you know, been like, laugh. And I go, huh? And they go, perfect. What? And I'm like, huh? What just happened? I don't consider that acting. I was just responding to the fact that you clapped in front of my face.
Right.
And that's what they needed. And so that's why I also believe in theatrical training in theater. Because while our services are useful to that medium, that medium can exist without us. It's storytelling through pictures. It doesn't need us. Theater needs us.
Theater needs us, and we're seeing that more and more. I am certain that the energy exchange from that thousand-eyed monster in the dark with the actors is a real thing. And I don't know how it works, but when it does work, it really is spiritual, and people do walk away with something better, or something to think about, or something to
Keith, we help people practice life. That's what we do.
Oh my gosh. We help people practice life.
Yes.
Wow, that's a great way of looking at it. I mean, students, does that resonate with you? I mean, does anyone have any questions for Nikkole or myself? I'm going to ask Nikkole something else. Put those questions into the chat box if you do, and Emma will deliver them this way. You know, I wanted to have a minute about telling our students about TCG. I mentioned that earlier, and I think that it's an important part of our world. It's Theater Communication Group, and what?
Theater Communications Group is a service organization mostly for institutions, but also for individual artists within our field. Actually, I'm chair of the board, and I'm actually trying to change that dynamic to bring that dynamic into more equilibrium, to have the institution also offer more services to individual artists. But that aside, why it's an important institution is because, well, here's something quite practical. I'm sure everyone is aware of the relief bills that have been coming down the pike since we've been embroiled in this COVID madness, right? Mm-hmm. If the theaters of our nation weren't connected, how successful do you think they would have been in lobbying to be a part of those relief efforts, to be considered worthy and necessary for those relief efforts? So that connectivity is a part of what TCG provides to the field. A place for people to come together, to share best practices, to benefit from one another's knowledge and artistry, and to bring more awareness and intention around our collective contributions to the evolution of our field. We do that through grant making. We give out grants to individuals and to institutions, and we re-grant from national and regional institutions. We do that through research, keeping track of the statistics, the data that come from our theaters. We do that through advocacy, directly on a federal level to the Hill every year. We do that through convenings. We have conferences that are the best. I mean, I got involved in TCG because of conferences. I'm lamenting because during COVID, we haven't had the opportunity to actually come together live, but we still have been convening virtually. And we convene also not only collectively and annually with everyone, but we also convene throughout the year with people across affinity group. So whether or not you want to, you can acknowledge every measure of your intersectionality through convenings and find a sense of community nationally within our field. I find that many artists, because we're treated like puppets and because we're treated as though we're expendable, many artists aren't involved in our field in a way that give them a sense of what they're really a part of. when you come to a TCG conference, you find out what you're a part of.
Mm.
And you can be a part. So that your colleague group, your colleague community can grow beyond the individual artists. You know, you should get to know what people are doing in marketing and in community engagement, and what the executive leadership is doing, and what management leadership is doing, and what audience development is doing, and what the artists are doing, and what the musicians are doing, and what the backstage people are doing. They're all there. So when you're an actor, you're often just with actors,
right?
And maybe you're and a stage manager. But when you allow yourself to meet the totality of the ecology that makes up the field, you now understand what you're a part of. You can probably make a more educated contribution to what it is, and you probably have more access to challenge things and get things done when you want to get things done.
Right. People will
because
help
you have friends in other places.
That's right. Those relationships, you know, some people say networking, oh, what is that? But I'd like to build it into, you're building relationships. You know, network makes me think of.
Life is relational.
Yeah.
Life is not transactional. Our culture is transactional. That's crap.
That's why we got on the network. Right.
Life is relational. And I mean, this moment of TCG is actually reinforcing that idea in me. If we had waited till we needed something from the federal government to ask for it, do you think we would have gotten it? It's because we have a relationship that spans decades with those offices and some of those people, that they will bother to talk to us, let alone respond to our need, let alone consider us even when we're not talking.
Right.
That's relational.
That's important.
Transactional is out of sight, out of mind. So yes, you must build relationships. My career wouldn't exist without relationships.
Right.
It would not exist.
Mine either. I would not be here if I had not known someone who said they need someone to teach a nighttime acting class at BMCC 14 years ago, and so here we are. So stick with those, your people. Stick with your people. You know it in your gut. You know.
It's like gardening, guys. It's like gardening.
I love your analogy.
You plant seeds everywhere you go. You don't get to decide when they're going to bloom or when harvest time is. But every interaction you have is a seed planted, and it's a seed planted from which you will have to eat. So don't plant poison. Plant things that you actually want to enjoy later on.
And if you never get to enjoy it, someone else will, you know?
Yeah.
Your
the
energy.
garden's for everybody.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just excited about your focus on TCG. What opportunities could I tell the students that they could look into, whether it be an internship or can they come to a, you know,
TCG? Oh, well, things are, I mean, I would say yes in the quote unquote normal world, yes.
Yeah.
Internship for sure. But I mean, we're not even in our offices anymore. You know what I mean? Things are going to be very different. What I would encourage every student here to do is to become a TCG member.
Yes.
First and foremost, become a member. That affords you the opportunity to take advantage of opportunities that only go to members. It also will get you in the loop of communication. So you'll know what's going on.
It's, the magazine is
everything.
It's everything.
American Theater Magazine is the only magazine dedicated to promoting and chronicling, not just promoting, chronicling. Like the work that we do is ethereal. It's ephemeral. Once it's done, it's over, it's done. It's like you didn't do it at all, right? If they weren't being chronicled by a publication like American Theater, it would almost be like it never existed.
I have some questions from the chat box. The from your experience, what's been helpful in building artistic communities while managing managing competitive. Let me see. Emma, I can't read this word. Managing competitive something, and competitive in other cities, maybe. But your experience, what's been helpful in building artistic communities?
Well, I think first and foremost, removing the word competition from your mind. Do not allow the system that has been established that governs how we get work to determine how you relate to one another.
That's it.
You are a human being, they're a human being. The talent is abundant. Of course, they're talented. You're talented. Everybody's talented. So it's no one need be diminished and no one need be adversarial. See the people around you as your brothers and sisters, talk to them. I mean, I'm sure COVID is different, but I'm sure we'll find a way around it. Human beings are incredibly adaptable. Like, go to things, go see people's work, go be inspired by them, go be encouraged by them, go places and talk and offer to help.
Yes. Yes. Engage, volunteer, say, I want to be a part. It's difficult sometimes. You don't always feel the security to go, I want to be a part. But
you should, especially when you're young. I can't tell you how many things I got just because I was like, I want to work for you.
Look at that. I want to work for you. Yeah.
I want to work with you. I want to work for you. Can I come check out what you're doing? Can I? Like when you're young, people are like, oh, isn't that cute? So ambitious. When you old, like me, like this lady's a stalker.
Right. Gonna create a whole nother company just right here.
Yeah, and actually I have no sympathy for this generation a little bit because the bar of entry to the work that you want to do is so low. Go do it.
Do it. I'm encouraging it every day.
Nothing to stop you. Like I am a part of a generation or the last of a generation who could not gain access if it weren't through other people. I could not do it. Someone has to permit me. Someone has to open the door for me so that I can do it. You can just go do it.
Yeah. It's there for you. It is.
It's literally at your fingertips. It's literally on your phone right now. You can get up and go create whatever you want. Like, so go make something.
And it's valid. Whether you think that it's not, is not your business. You just do it, you know? Do it. And let somebody else say that they like it or not, because you've done it and it's done. Move on to the next thing. What's the last thing that we've got to wrap up here in just a moment, okay? What's the last thing that you saw or read that just turned you on, that just like, wowed you?
Saw or read. Does it have to be theater?
No.
Because I just saw something, oh God. Behind their eyes, behind their eyes. Something. I don't know why I was watching this. Shouldn't have been. Probably had plenty of other work that needed to be done.
We do
that. But that story had such an interesting twist. It made me go back and almost watch it a second time. Not because I was so enthralled, but because the twist, I don't want to say any more because I will ruin it if you actually intend to watch it.
It's a thriller.
I guess it is. It was a little scary to me, but I'm a student of story.
Sure.
So I it's not often that I find a story that really makes me go, wait a minute, what just happened?
Oh, I like that too.
And then I had to like pause it, and I got to like, wait a minute, oh my God, that's happening? Oh, wait a minute. Now I got to watch the whole thing again because I wasn't supposed to know that was happening. That's part of the appeal of the storytelling. But at the same time, when I find a story that does that to me, I'm often like, oh my God. And that story did that for me.
Behind Their Eyes. Mm-hmm.
Behind Their Eyes. I think it's on Netflix.
Behind Her Eyes.
Behind Her Eyes. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I watched MTC has a reading series where they're, trying to right the wrongs of racism by bringing forward the reading of plays by people who have been sidelined by, the mainstream world. And but that's not why I was watching them. I was watching them because Ron Cephas Jones was performing in one of them. And he's one of my he's one of my favorite actors to watch. And he's one of my favorite also because he's like fine, like he gets better the older he gets. He gets just better and better and better. Anyway, he was in it and I was like, I've got to see it. He did a miraculous, it wasn't miraculous. He did a really great job. I just like watching him do his thing. So I saw that. There was another theater thing that I saw that hit me. I don't know. Now I'm just riffing.
It's good. We're down to our last couple minutes, and I just want to tell you what an honor it has been to sit here and just be a friend to you. Thank you for helping me understand a little bit more, helping my students understand a little bit more, be a little bit more brave.
Yeah, well, maybe one day we'll actually meet in person.
I'd like that. I have full intention on doing that. And I know that if we're back in classroom, I'm going to have to ask you to come to my classroom and say hi to them. I will.
Happily.
You are so kind and giving, and I look forward to seeing your next work. And what is your next work? What do you get on the plate?
Oh God. Well, knock on wood. I just booked, acting wise, I just booked New Amsterdam and I got a recurring role. So I'm hoping I recur frequently. We'll
Congrats.
See. Acting wise on stage, I mean, they're planning for it, but no one really knows about these openings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I was scheduled at the beginning of COVID to do the world premiere of Kirsten Greenwich's new play, who's a fabulous African-American female writer who writes about Americana in New England.
Oh.
And so my whole family's from Providence. And so she holds a very special, I love her writing. And then writing wise, my play breakout session is going to open whatever Cleveland Public Theater's new season will be, whenever that happens. And
That's beautiful. Well, theater is on pause, but the work continues. Here we go. I'm going to take us now to a panel discussion and thank this lovely person for all the gifts. And we'll see you again, Nikkole. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank you for being here today and for participating with our amazing guest artists that we've had today. My name is Isidora Farias. I'm an alum from BMCC. I recently graduated. And as an alum from BMCC, I can tell you that BMCC and CUNY has given me many skills that I can apply to the theater world, such as building a strong resume, searching for internships, and always being professional and always learning how to collaborate. Now more than ever, it is very important for us as artists and as students to learn how to create meaningful connections to one another through the boundaries that we currently have in the online world. So today we've created a special panel for you, which is called Industry. And this panel is going to have a special focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. During my time at BMCC, I also had the pleasure to meet amazing professors. And today I have the pleasure to introduce to you Charles Burks, who will be moderating the panel 2. Please watch and enjoy.
Hey everyone, how are you? I'm Chuck Burks. I'm your host for this discussion panel on equity, diversity, inclusion in the industry. I'm gonna allow each panelist to chime in and say their name really quickly, and then I'm gonna read the bios, and then we're gonna get started. It's been a full day. Thank you for coming to the CUNY Theater Festival, and big kudos to Keith Winstead, who put this all together. The brainchild and the flow has been impeccable, and the guests and all the different people that have been contributing into the backbones of this. Emma, huge congratulations. Thank you for your support. Mark Goodlow, all those people that we don't see. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So first off, I'm Chuck Burks, and then I'm gonna pass it over to Liz.
Why you gotta pick me first? Okay. I'm Liz Ortiz. I am a casting director who identifies as an indie film producer. And the name of my little situation is called I Ain't Playing Films because I ain't playing. And I've been really invested in this whole inclusion piece since the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next on the list, we have Jason. Chime in.
I am Jason Stiers. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, originally. I'm a casting director here in New York. And yeah, I mostly do theater, and I'm sure we'll talk about it later on, but I do film and television and commercials and dance companies and pretty much anything that I can do.
Thank you. And we're gonna go next to Megan.
Hello, I'm Megan Healy, and I am a costume and scenic designer and puppet designer. I am the chair of the Department of Drama at Queens College CUNY, and I'm so pleased to join you tonight from my apartment in the Bronx, which is on the traditional homelands of the Lenape people.
Yes, thank you. And Graham.
Hello, my name is Graham Schmidt. I am a theater director and film director, dramaturg, and a new play development coordinator for a small theater company in New York City. I am originally from Texas, currently located on the Muncie, Lenape, and Canarsie people's ancestral unceded territory, commonly known as Brooklyn, New York.
Thank you, thank you. And one of my favorite students is in the building. Let's give it up for, I call her affectionately Gammon. Natalia, introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Natalia Gammon. I'm actually zooming in from TPAC. I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. I'm a theater major here at BMCC, as well as the president of our only student-led Center Stage Theater Club.
Yes, and again, I apologize, I should have said, I'm zooming in from the Lenape land, which is also known as Teaneck, New Jersey. We have to acknowledge that we are existing on some stolen property, and we are here as guests, and they may come back and reclaim it at some day because they're still here, and they should be able to repossess what they have lended to us, unfortunately. All right, so I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna read some bios, then we're gonna go through a couple of questions, and each panelist is gonna chime in, and we're gonna talk about this important thing, which is equity, diversity, inclusion, representation in the industry. So let me just start out first off with Megan Healy. All right, I'm gonna read her bio right here, very, very extensive. Here we go. And is a costume, scenic, and puppet designer who specializes in new work and community-based practice. She has designed costumes and scenery for more than 75 world premiere productions. MFA in design from NYU Tish's School, chair of the Department of Drama, Theater, and Dance at Queens College CUNY. Definitely one of the great schools out there that if you're interested in going to, you now have a connection to talk to somebody about that. Then we're gonna go to Liz Ortiz. I'm blessed to have her. She came in at the last minute, and I gotta say, she's a big deal in this business, and I've actually had the pleasure of being working with her, having been cast, seeing her work, and the things that she does in this industry is amazing. Is an NYC-based casting director, award-winning indie film producer, and director, credited on projects which she has screened at hundreds of film festivals. Here are a few of the festivals: Sundance, BAM, Cinefest, Toronto, Brooklyn, Palm Springs, HBO Latino, Urban World, among others. And some of the projects have appeared and aired on CBS, HBO, Showtime, Lifetime Movies, and Cinemax. Casting and producing highlights include Advantageous, which was a Sundance premiere at the top selection on Netflix, Lost Revolution, HBO Latino, Zombie Honeymoon, Showtime cult classic, Barrio Boy, which I have a role in, is coming out in the near future. Excellent film that has had a labor of love to get to where it is right now. It's in post-production. And she also seen as a writer, producer, and director of feature documentary. Liz also cast U.S. premiere in the experimental stage production Pruance, commissioned by the Guggenheim Museum. Recently cast the pilot for a multicultural animated series entitled Mine for Jolu Productions, casting consultant for a series My Sweet Life, and is attached as a producer and casting director for the feature film Become America, and many, many more things. Holds a BFA from Brooklyn College. Teaches acting at Brooklyn College's BFA program, and currently serves as the new play development coordinator for Egg and Spoon Theater Collective, and associate director for Che Yu's Cambodian rock band.
That's not me. That's not me.
That's not you. Oh, my bad.
No, that's not me. That's not me. That's not me.
My bad. I skipped down. I went to Graham.
Yeah, go to Graham. Okay, thank you.
Go back.
That ain't me.
Liz has done some amazing things, and let me get to Graham Schmidt, who is a director, dramaturg, and teacher whose work imagines and works towards a liberated society. He teaches acting. He's the one that teaches acting at Brooklyn College's BFA program, and currently serves as the new play development coordinator for Egg and Spoon Theater Collective and associate director for Che Yu's Cambodian rock band. And you can reach him at www.grahamschmidt.com. I'm going to move on to Jason Stiers. Was named one of the industry players you need to know by Backstage, having such projects as the 2014 Tony Award Best Musical, A Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder, Broadway's first national tour and second national tour, the hit off-Broadway comedy Puffs, or 7 increasingly eventful years at Certain School of Magic and Magic. Wow, that's a mouthful. He also cast the 3-time Emmy-nominated production of Carousel. New York Philharmonic / PBS was the credit for that. And the highly praised HBO documentary 6 by Sondheim, and most recently worked with Camille A. Brown and George C. Wolfe on the critically acclaimed Ma Rainey's Black Bottom for Netflix, which has been nominated for some Academy Award performances. Amazing. And Golden Globe, the list goes on. I think I got everyone. I'm the co-coordinator of the theater program at BMCC. I teach at BMCC. I teach acting level 1, level 2, voice and movement, playwriting, and I also am a working professional as well. So here we are. How do we tackle this issue of equity, diversity, inclusion, and representation in this industry? One of my first questions that I will put out there, and I would like to know, especially from Gammon, what area or what group of people do you think need more representation in the area of industry of entertainment? I'm gonna start out with Gammon.
Okay. I feel like the answer is obvious. It's obviously people of color. But at this point, I feel like it's not even about us being underrepresented. I feel like it's more about like proper representation and like an accurate like depiction of who we are as people. Mm-hmm. I feel like our industry is very whitewashed, to be blunt. And white people will take up a lot of space in these areas. I personally, from personal experience, I grew up in a Black and brown neighborhood. I grew up around nothing but people of color. But I know very well that I live
in the melting pot of the country. And if I go anywhere else, I'm not going to see myself in the industry. I have yet to be directed by a person of color. I've had, correction, one director. I've had one director of color. All of my other directors have been white.
Okay.
And they not only put us in a position where we don't see ourselves accurately, but I feel like they also make it a point of duty to never put us in roles of power.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna ask the rest of the panel if they want to chime in for your own respective field of expertise. Who do you think needs more representation?
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in because, okay, I'm so tired of like diversity and like, I'm like the old hooker, put the money in the dresser, let's keep it moving. So, because I've been talking about this for so many years, and now I'm an expert, I'm a pioneer. I'm like, I have never been on a covered wagon. But anyway, I would say inclusive to people of color, because this is included with that, artists, performers with disabilities, because that crosses, and I highly recommend the Oscar-nominated documentary that's made by a dear friend of mine, Jim Lebrecht, called Crip Camp. And that's where people think it stops at the color line. And there's such a resistance to something that I think it's like Darwinism, like survival of the fittest. I think there's an unconscious societal psychosis of resistance. If you're in a wheelchair, I don't want to get too close because it might rub off on me. I might get it. So like in the Dickensian days where they had the sick houses, or you're an invalid, meaning you're not valid. So there's this confusion of not being valid. So that crosses the spectrum of color. And then no one's even talking about accommodation. So that's where I feel that really ramps it up. And to me, it's been a hybrid of multiculturalism, certainly, but accommodating and access for PWDs, performers with disabilities. And I just want to say one thing, because I say this now. I'm booked to do these panels all the time, because now it's like 21 years later. It's like, oh, let's talk to her, but whatever. So I came up with the term that somebody will appropriate. Somebody's gonna take credit for this, okay? But I came up with this 3 years ago, and I call it reflective casting. And I put it back on the people that have a problem with it, okay? So let's reflect who's out in these streets, and then let's reflect why it's a problem. Let's tell great stories. Done. It's not that deep.
Thank you. No, and you made a great point that inclusion of that particular category is important, and it doesn't disavow any others, but it is something that is highly needed. So thank you for sharing that. Anyone else want to chime in? Where else do we see a need for inclusion or representation in your respective fields?
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on that, what Liz said, which was so great. And there's also like the reality of the ageism factor that happens, especially in Hollywood, that happens on stage. You know, the conversations around inclusion, and it's so, these words are all laden with so much backstory that at times it's easy to kind of get hyper focused on one particular group or another, and then to also overgeneralize any said group. Kind of to Natalia's point, you know, just like having accurate representation and understanding there's no monolithic, like there's no one definitive answer for representing an entire culture, an entire group, a subgroup, whatever it may be. So that's the sort of stuff, you know, and like I love, Liz, that term, and I love that that's a very product oriented term when you're looking at casting. The kind of thing that I can't wait for somebody to appropriate for me is that essential casting, where the process, we're focusing on the essence of the person walking in the door and how they interpret material when they walk through the door through the lens of their own experience. And I think that's kind of where we've ended up. And I think that will eventually shift out, and you know, everything goes through waves. I think it's where we are right now. I think we might be ending out pretty soon. Apparently going to Liz's style of casting. And so, but you know, I think that's not that I don't think I've directly answered like who exactly. The answer is yes. You know, The answer is yes. It needs to be just decentered from the stereotypical like cisgendered white man, hetero white man is what it needs to be. Anything outside of that, yes. The answer is yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else before I jump to our next question? I don't want to. Yes, go ahead, Grant.
Just to piggyback off of these wonderful points, I was taking a look at the 2017-18 Asian American Performance Action Coalition's visibility report, and I think 85% of all New York productions were directed by a white person. So 85%. So we're obviously still in this place where opportunities in the American theater are dominated by white, male, cisgendered, able-bodied people. And I don't want to center that as the problem in the conversation. Obviously, I think it's way better to lift up the vibrant experience of people living with disabilities, the untold stories of Black Americans, people of color. I think it's really hard to have conversations about indigenous stories and indigenous artists, partly because the genocide was so successful. Like there are just not as many of them around to represent what happened and the consequences. So I feel like that erasure is one that's really important to address, because the sense of entitlement and ownership that was falsely handed down through, across generations among white settlers would be counteracted if we were able to lift up more of those stories. So that's my offering. But the answer, again, as Jason said, is yes, everything except what's currently being centered.
And Graham, you brought up a very good point about the indigenous people and the stories that are out there. And I think even though that there may not be a large myriad of performers or artists, those stories are there. And I think they're not being sought out to be told. Yes, Megan.
I apologize, but I have to push back on that and say there actually is a large body and a myriad of incredible Native American and indigenous writers and performers. And you are correct that the genocide and the erasure of their history and presence, this is a huge problem in their community. And I've had the privilege of working directly with those communities, and they want to stop being erased. And they want other people to stop telling their stories and to stop pretending that Native American and indigenous people are not still very much with us, with their stories, with their culture, their language, and their history. And more than ever, we need to lift them up. I wasn't going to answer because everyone else answered so beautifully.
No, you
and I especially was touched by what Natalia said, because I think that it is of profound importance that young people who are in training be able to work with artists who reflect their stories, their community, and their self. And this is something that students say all the time, and it is something that institutions of learning must address urgently.
Yes, and you jumped right in at the right point, because I think we as a people and as an industry need to do the work of lifting those stories, finding these performers, these artists, and bringing them to the forefront. We need to do that work to make that statement known. And we also need to diversify some of our expressions. I think we need to diversify some of our expressions. Like we always say, I'm going to piggyback. Well, we're going to buffalo back. So I'm going to add another diversified expression. I'm going to buffalo back what she just said and say that we need to really search out those stories and make things come to life. I'm going to move on to our next question or talking point for that matter. And if anything, evolves and you guys want to jump in and say something, totally feel free. My question is this right here. Do you know of any programs, opportunities that are promoting inclusion, equity, and diversity in your respective fields? Do you know of any that are existing right now? Yes, Liz.
I would say the ABC Diversity Showcase, which has been around for quite a while, has launched some promising talent over the years. And I would also say within the Casting Society of America, they have actual committees that are spearheaded by very devoted casting directors on both coasts with initiatives. And I would add that through SAG-AFTRA on the production side, there are concessions that are made, certain tax breaks and certain initiatives based on a percentage of how much inclusion that you're going to have. So those three off the top of my head, I would say, or have been out there for a while, which is great.
And ABC, also NBC does a writing initiative as well.
That's right.
CBS, they all are doing those initiatives, and you don't have to be union. You just submit as
it's just open, right?
They're just open submissions. Anyone else? Yes, go ahead, Megan.
Boundless Theater Company, which is an amazing Latinx company that's run by a person who's actually also a very good friend of mine, Maria Cristina Fuste, who is a Princess Grace Award-winning artistic director and lighting designer, has an unbelievable scholarship for young designers of color. They give it every year. 3 designers are chosen to collaborate with a group of writers and actually create their own sort of combination theater and performance art project that's design centric. The idea is to connect young designers of color to people working in the industry and also to one another to form collaborative and artistic bonds. Even during the pandemic, they managed to create an incredible video production last year with their 3 designers. They've just, I think, closed the application process, but they do it every year. And it's a really amazing program of mentorship and of community to community mentorship. And it's not just for Latinx students, it's for all global majority students who are interested in design, and you get to work with these amazing designers. I also want to point out that Intar Theater, one of our oldest and most honored Latinx companies, has an amazing writers workshop that they've been doing forever. And it's the home of people like August Wilson and Maria Irene Fornes. So their writing workshop is specifically oriented towards Latinx writers who write in English, as is consistent with their mission. And that's another amazing company and program that offers a lot of support to the community.
These are some jewels that are being dropped that I hope we are taking notes, and we'll be able to provide links later on when you guys come back to visit, because these opportunities, they come on a yearly basis most often. And if you just missed it, that gives you a whole year to prepare yourself to be ready for the next time it comes around, because it will come around and you'll be that much. And if you don't get in the first time, apply again. It's very important that you keep knocking on the door of opportunity. And are there any others that are out there that want to chime in?
Go ahead, Graham.
Okay, I was just going to shout out, I don't know a ton of details about this program, but Victor Vasquez of X Casting NYC has started a really cool internship program to train BIPOC artists to become casting directors. I'm sure Liz can talk about this for a long time, that's a sector of the industry that's notoriously dominated by a lot of white people, and there's people with a ton of power. So again, that is X Casting NYC, Victor Vasquez, and Broadway for Racial Justice. That's something definitely to look out for.
Awesome.
And I'm going to be the contrarian. I love Victor's program. Victor's absolutely amazing as far as what he does individually. He's unparalleled. I'm so happy he's finally here in New York. We're very lucky to have him. I will say the thing that I would encourage everyone to do is really do your homework. You know, I think there are certain programs that, while they are seemingly wonderful opportunities, they also are not necessarily, they're not for everyone. Let's say that. That is the most PC I can be. I'm not great at being very like, let's all be friends. You know, I'm not good at that, obviously. But there are really cool, very, very local programs. There's a program called Soul Center that's actually based out of Montgomery, Alabama. Erin Washington has started it up. She's had tons of experience between there and Atlanta and New York and LA. And she's doing some really cool stuff where they just had their first cohort this past December, I guess it was. Time doesn't exist anymore. Got like December, Thursday, whatever it was. They're doing some absolutely amazing stuff, and I would highly recommend checking them out, especially if you're from the South or if you have ties to the South. In having such a wonderful representation, being from Montgomery, of understanding like people have a very preset notion of what Montgomery looks like, and it's going to surprise you that it is not that at all. Montgomery is, when I left, was 54% Black African American. So like growing up in a world that even when I moved to New York, I was like, this is not what I grew up. This is not what I'm used to. And it wasn't because it was because there were so many more white people that I was seeing. It was very strange. So, you know, I think there's really cool, very small local stuff that's happening too. So I would highly recommend finding that kind of stuff too, because it's also going to really help the economy of our industry at a very local level.
Good. I want to ask Gammon a question. You've just solidified your allegiance to the next school you're going to. And I'm wondering, what are you hoping to experience when you go there in terms of this area of diversity and inclusion? What are you hoping to look forward to?
I'm by studying actor. That's what I want to say first. I've only studied acting. I haven't dabbled in directing. I mean, I'm starting to dabble in writing, but honestly, to fill a credit, I write songs, poetry. That's not the point. I want to hopefully go there and possibly be inspired in venturing out of my comfort zone, which is acting. That's really all I have to say about that. But yes.
And do you want to experience a situation where you are being taught or directed by people of color?
Oh, yes. That's that would probably answer your question a lot more accurately. That's exactly what I'm hoping to experience. I've honestly been in classrooms where most of my teachers, professors as well, have been people of color, fortunately, for my sake. In terms of directors, as I said, that has not been the case, but teachers, I'm hoping to be directed by people of color as well. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to announce where you're going?
Oh, I've been accepted to Brooklyn College's BFA program, and I will be attending in the fall.
Yes, yes, yes. We are so proud of you. We are so proud of you, and we wish you well. Not that you're leaving us right now because you're still on our panel. And I'm going to ask the next question, which is going to lead us to a very interesting discussion. The issue of white people in America and white American theater has been something that has sparked a huge movement, which is called We See You White American Theater. And if you all have a chance, I would suggest those that are watching this this panel to go to www.wecuwat.com. And this pretty much has sparked some interesting conversations, and they push some initiatives. It's a group of theater artists of color that have said that we see what has happened in America, especially white American theater, and we want some changes. And we're telling the stories that we've endured. So my question or my discussion point is, what examples have you heard of or encountered or endured that you would consider racism, microaggression in this industry? And that is open to all of you, because we've all heard something. And maybe some have endured and experienced or had a friend or a colleague. Yes, Gammon.
I'd like to start off by saying I do have a very close friend of mine. She's Hispanic. She's Puerto Rican. And it seems that the only roles that she would be cast in is roles of prostitutes, roles that where she only speaks Spanish, where they fetishize her culture, and it's ridiculous. And that's all I have to say about that. I personally haven't experienced anything, hope to not, but I have heard stories, and she was a major one that I've been talking about lately.
Thank you for sharing. Liz, I think you had your hand up. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I've had like knockout, drag out arguments when I've been on the producing side with content creators, where I'm like, well, why couldn't this role be played by a brilliant actor who happens to use a wheelchair? Or why couldn't be played by like a brown person or what have you? And I've been met, kind of to Gammon's point, I've been met with resistance with these, it's tokenism, you know, with these minor incidental roles that only function to move plot, as opposed to someone with an arc that they come out of it changed from the beginning because we were following their journey. So a lot of tokenism. And then personally, as a casting person, like I never set out to specialize in this. I just opened my mouth maybe a few years before some other people did. Because I, as a Latinx person, I just recognized it maybe earlier on or what have you. And so on that side, I've had such ignorance from people. Well, we need to hire some crippled people, so we thought you would know where to get them. And I'm not kidding. Or we need some mentally retarded people. Like I've had to correct some. We need midgets. I've had to correct. So I've become a corrector of of language and perception, or, well, yeah, we can cast like the brown girl to be like the one night stand. So I've a lot of correction, not policing, but correction. And I have turned down more than a couple of jobs over the years, because I just couldn't live with myself, being a party to such limitation. You know, and it could go one of two ways. It could go in the way that I just expressed, or fortunately a few times, and I hope that increases, where I'll get a content creator saying, thank you, I never thought of it that way. Or bring in who you think might be interesting for this. And to kind of change somebody's creative thinking. Like, of course, they say write about what you know. I get that, but isn't that a reflection of you, like the limitation of what you know or what you think you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else want to chime in? Have you heard or experienced or endured, you know, microaggression, racism, or had friends and what have you? Yes, Megan.
I wanted to comment that I am white, but a huge portion of my career has actually been spent working with Latinx companies. It's just a pathway that I took. All my best friends in graduate school were Puerto Rican and Latinx designers, and they wanted to work together when we graduated, and they were working with these great companies. And so I had these amazing opportunities. So I was working in a place that was outside of my culture. And I want to say that every time I came there, I was very welcomed and, you know, corrected or told things I didn't know. And when I worked in the Latinx companies in New York, you would not see these microaggressions, but then sometimes the play would move, right, to a regional theater, a big, fancy, important regional theater, or the directors that I was working with would be hired to do the Latinx play at some big, important, fancy regional theater. And we would go there, and it was like a completely different experience. And it's not that everybody was, you know, rude to us or overtly racist, but I want to comment that that is where you would see the distinctions. You would see that people's attitude was, well, this is the Latinx play, but the musical is the really important thing that we're doing. But I mean, you guys are doing the Latinx play, you know. And occasionally, of course, because I'm white, people would be more, let's say, forthright in their prejudices in front of me, which was quite shocking to me. And of course, they made a big mistake doing that, because there's no job that I care about more than I care about my integrity as an artist or my friends and, you know, who are like family to me. But I do want to say that I take that document, We See You White American Theater, as a testimony. And I want to say that I personally know and personally witnessed many of the testimonies that are given in this document. And it is not an exaggeration. And it is their truth because it's the truth. Like, they are documenting things that happen. These are not opinions. This is what people are experiencing. And I push back very hard on people who are made uncomfortable by this document because it makes them sad that racism doesn't exist. That's fine. But being sad about racism is not resolving the problem, and it's not helping anybody else to move forward. And it's not a reason to say that this didn't happen because it makes you uncomfortable. So I just want to say that I really am humbled and grateful for all the emotional labor and pain that went into creating this document, which is a gift to us to allow us to change and to transform our industry.
Yes. Kudos for that. I think Jason went to China.
I mean, and it was extensive. Like, that was not, even if it wasn't like, even if you took out the emotion of it, which was a ton, right? Even just the extensive, what everything was, all the research that went into it is insane. So like, and it also has so many varied viewpoints. So like, the fact that people can even have the audacity to try to like, center themselves and their own feelings, get up in their feelings about it, like, it's crazy to me. And yet they did. And choosing defensiveness, you know, if they were confronted about it, choosing defensiveness over just getting curious and being like, okay, we're here. Let's talk about this. And I think the fact that going back a little bit to what Liz brought up, which is really important as well, talking about like a kind of attributional tokenism, meaning like, for example, a character, it has been written in a certain way, therefore it can only be played by a certain, for example, oh, it's again, the sexy, the sexy, funny sidekick. Oh, it has to be, a Puerto Rican woman. Why is that the case? Why? And then why? Don't give me the example of Sofia Vergara. Like that's not acceptable at this point. We've been in multiple situations, just like Liz, where you just go, we are not aligned. Whatever you're doing is not what I do. And I think that's what people need to come to terms with, is like, you need to be able to go no and walk away, because that's not the kind of environment that A, I want to be around, B, I want to perpetuate. So, I think that what has been so great about We See White American Theater is that it creates a line in the sand of sorts. It creates a place, a kind of a moment for people to go, I'm drawing the line. This is what needs to be happening. And I love that people are being confronted about it. And the fear of being confronted is like white supremacy culture 101. Like,
yes. I would like to jump in and buffalo back off of what Jason just said. There is the thing that is what most impressed me about We See White American Theater is there is emotion, there is documentation, but there's also an agenda that was set forth. There was instructions on how to improve the problem that they are exposing. And not only that, they provided data. There is data, there is hard facts that is represented in the numbers, in the representation of saying this is why it's not happening this way. And that data included exposing certain types of racism. And what is incredible is that they give you the instructions on how to correct it. And then you see there's no reflection in the movement based upon their updates, because they are updating who has done something to move the needle and who has not done something, and the amount of time that they have not done anything. And that's what I love about this particular website and this movement that's going on. It's incredible. It's incredible. All right, I'm going to move on to the next discussion point. It leads us to a situation where we find ourselves having to respond to microaggressions and racism, and in a way that we almost have to teach other people. So recently we had the talk show, which is called The Talk, and it's on CBS, and there was an explosive discussion between the hosts, two hosts, Cheryl Underwood and Sharon Osbourne, which caused the show to be halted. And when I looked at that, I was a little like upset. I was like, because of this discussion, now the whole show doesn't exist. And this is exactly the things that need to be talked about and discussed. We have to start feeling that there's a need to have uncomfortable conversations that result in moving the needle in the right direction. So in terms of your own experiences, what insight do you offer to respond to exclusion, to respond to racism, to respond to microaggression that occurs in this industry that we're in? And we're all in jeopardy. Yes, Megan.
I'll dare to go first. I wanted to say, first of all, that part of it is accepting that white supremacy exists, because it tangibly does. And also accepting that as white people, white supremacy exists whether we like it or not, and whether we personally feel these feelings consciously or not. It's a series of, just to quote someone else, like a series of levers that works throughout your life invisibly, that pushes you upward and it pushes someone else downward. And many times white people do not consciously feel hate, or they feel that they want to change this, but every time they're confronted by evidence of how it's benefited them, or that they've made a mistake because they have a blind spot, they sort of flip out and become so upset about how upset they are that they might have done something racist, that it inhibits them from actually taking a step back and proactively changing. So I just want to say, if you're a white person, you've definitely done something racist in your life. You've definitely said something that's hurt somebody else. You've definitely benefited from white supremacy. And that doesn't in and of itself mean that now you're powerless Now you just have to give into the system and let racism wash over you. Like if someone comes to you and tells you that you have hurt them, assuming that you're not a sociopath, it's okay to say, I'm sorry. I will not do that to you again. I'm going to reflect on what led me to this choice, and I'm going to change what I'm doing. Like, and I'm not saying that because I'm a perfect white person. I have made mistakes. I have been humbled. I have been given the privilege of having people say to me, I'm checking you. You're wrong. The issue is whether you say, I was wrong, and then don't do it anymore, as opposed to the Sharon Osbourne method of screaming, having a meltdown, and then doing the beautiful Instagram notes apology, which, as we all know, shows true transformation and growth. You know, so just be humbled, right? Be honest. It's okay to make a mistake if you're able to reflect and not continue to cause the pain.
Thank you. Liz, go for it.
I think to everything that Megan said so brilliantly, I think there needs to be an acknowledgement. There's such a condition of fatigue to people who have been marginalized. There's such, it is absolutely woven into the cellular memory and DNA of generations. We're tired. You know, my son Jeremiah, who's Black, my job is to have the most peaceful, calm environment at home, because the second my 16-year-old, who is 6 feet tall and you know, adopted at 6 weeks, born in the Bronx, yes, that fatigue, and he's been experiencing racism since he's 5 years old, the conscious racism. So there's just such this underlying foundation of fatigue, and now we gotta be explaining this. Like even with that manifesto, there had to be like action step. Like we had to show people what to do. Like we had to break it down, right? So that's something else that really needs to be acknowledged. Or the person in the wheelchair who's so tired of being ignored and not being seen, which is why my documentary is called And Seen, S-E-E-N. It's challenging mainstream perceptions about disability within the industry, because I was so tired of fighting as a casting director to include performers with disabilities to come in to audition for sessions for roles that they were right for. I just want brilliant actors. So I think that fatigue needs to be addressed, because we're talking 400 years.
Yes. Thank you. Jason, and then Graham.
I was just gonna and I also just wanted to bring into that whole conversation that there has to be an equal amount of effort from especially white creatives to create and instill an environment of trust. It's not there. It's not there. And it doesn't happen overnight. It's not gonna happen through one act. It's not gonna happen through oh, well, I put out something on Instagram. That is not how it works. It has to be built over forever. It's a constant progress. And when you screw up, some of that trust is going to be pulled back, possibly. So you have to understand, I think that what I'm hoping to do with anybody that is in my industry, especially since that's where I think I have probably the most influence, is to remind the white people that control that of that constantly. It is not going to, just because you signed something that, we see you put out, now it's all easy peasy, easy flowing from here on out. No, it's constant work. And if it is hard and you're tired, well, that's how it's going to have to be for a while, or maybe forever, depending on how much, work harder, work smarter, whatever they tried to tell us when I was an intern there, So I think that it's just baffling to me that people cannot accept, especially in a country, the United States being predominantly a Judeo-Christian built society, or minded society, that they can't accept that we white people are beneficiaries of white supremacy, when they can easily believe that everyone's the sinner.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't make how that disconnect happens, and how religious groups have not stepped in to help connect these dots. I don't know, because I'm not a religious person that way. But yeah, I don't even know where I was going with that now, but that just,
It's all good. No, the whole point that you're making is that there's this holier than thou attitude that people have, but then they fail to recognize when they fall into the sin area themselves, when they benefit from sinful actions that have occurred, but then they don't want to attest that to their own being in their own lives. So I get you where you're going with that.
Accountability.
Exactly. Graham, I think you wanted to step in and say something.
Yes, sir. I think what the pandemic has sort of set the stage for is an opportunity to deepen not only our analysis of what's going on, but also a sense of purpose and relationship for me to resources and to access to opportunities. I had an experience that I've already written about, so I'm not breaking any news, but a collaborator of mine who's a wonderful playwright named Travis Tate that I went to school with is a Black queer writer, and he had an incredible two-hander that I was approaching producers with. It was about a father and a son, and the son is queer, and they've been estranged, and they're coming back together on a camping trip. So it's a simple, beautiful, profound story, and everything kind of got put on hold. And it was great for me too, because it was like this opportunity to take my first gesture in New York City. It's a story that I really believe in. It's a relationship with Blackness that is important to me, and a relationship with diversity that's important to me. And I was working with a producer on a reading, and she raised the question, do you think you're the right director for this project? And that occasioned a lot of introspection for me, because Travis had never had a Black director develop his work. Throughout a very competitive MFA program that we both went to, University of Texas at Austin, before that and after. And so I re-rolled myself and approached Ken Matt Martin, who now, by the way, new Victory Gardens Theater artistic director. That's awesome for Ken Matt. But Ken Matt and Travis hit it off. And for me, the win was just the sense of, like, I served a much deeper purpose for myself. And it was an act that was hoping to manifest a more beautiful, liberated society in the future. And that's not easy, because I've been trained to, and I feel like my greatest contribution still is as a director, as a facilitator, as someone who can create spaces where people can bring their full selves. But this was a situation in which it felt right to reorient my relationship with how I came to be in community with Travis. That is my, because it was a mostly white program, and I'm a cisgendered white man, and think maybe there's an opportunity here to redirect resources. So that's something that happened to me and is worth.
That was amazing. That was an amazing way to react and respond to something that was presented to you, that you weren't malicious about it, but you hadn't, you felt like this served the purpose of allowing for this to go in the hands of people that might be able to develop it in a different way. You're adequately prepared to do it as well as anyone else, but you allowed for that to happen.
And now I get to be the dramaturg on this incredible collaboration, which has like some incredible people attached. So it's.
Are you able to tell the name of the piece and when it might be coming out?
Yeah, so we've got a workshop at the theater company in Vermont. Shoot, the name is escaping me. It's really cool. It's right outside the Berkshires. But it's called Queen of the Night, after the Whitney Houston song. And Atu Blanks and Wood has been attached for quite a while. And yeah, it's awesome. Going to be fantastic. So awesome. I'm really excited about the future of it. But it's not, I'm not privy to any plans for full production yet.
But congratulations, and kudos to you for reacting that way and allowing for it to exist and flourish. Even though you're not the director, you're still attached to it. So Gammon, I have a question for you. Oftentimes you're going to find yourself as a young Black woman, going into spaces where there are not very many of you. And when opportunities do come out, you might be approached by other people who are not of color that will say, well, you got that role because it was Lynn Nottage. You got that role because it was August Wilson. And they're saying it because they feel as if like their opportunities might be taken away. How are you going to respond to someone who says something like that?
Truthfully, I typically don't even respond to comments like that, because those are just blatantly disrespectful. Why did you feel the need to come out of your face and say such a thing? But if I were to respond, I would say no, I got it because of my talent. Because I don't ever see myself putting myself in a position where I feel as though I'm casted only because of my skin color. And if that is the case, I need to take myself out of the equation because I'm not going to stand for being fetishized. That's not going to happen. So,
kudos to you. Kudos to you. There are very few young people that will respond in that way. Most times they're probably, and when I was your age, I didn't respond that way. So I give you a lot of respect because there was a time period when I went to school and I got into certain schools, which were really good schools. And I was told, well, you got in because of affirmative action. That didn't go well, that conversation. And I was a younger person and I had to let them know my SAT scores, along with me shoving them up against the locker. I had to let them know I had certain types of accolades and awards and shoved them into another locker. I didn't get suspended, but I did not respond appropriately. So kudos to you. I want to do a time check. If Emma is around or maybe Mark can let us know. I don't want to take up too much. Hey, how much time do we have before we start fielding questions from the audience? Because I do have 2 more points, but I don't want to go over.
I think you can get through your 2 points. There's about 25 minutes left of this panel, which I am loving. And Natalia, let me just say, before we get to questions, the chat was blowing up for you. It's all emojis of your, so everyone's like proud of you getting into the BFA program. My whole chat is just, it's a sea of emojis, which, you know, so just wanted to throw those vibes out there for you.
Thank you for the updates. Thank you for the updates. That's dope. We are very proud of Gavin. All right. Now here's what I'm going to ask you all. 5 years from now, what change in the industry would you like to see occur in regards to equity, inclusion, and diversity? 5 years from now, if you had the power. Go ahead, Gammon, and then we'll go to Liz.
Okie dokie. Quite frankly, I fully believe that art influences our life. And I feel as though the reason why we're not seeing much of a change in the world is because we don't see a change on the screen. And if we could just get our faces and our people, and this is including everyone, in places of power, then I feel as though life will begin to imitate art. And that's
everything Gammon said, everything, and then my little piece of it, never having to do a panel like this ever again.
Oh,
that's what I want to see 5 years. Stop asking me to do this.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. I like that. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Jason.
Economic transparency. I think the more the further we can get along in that process of becoming economically transparent about what people make, as far as, especially within the casting community, it's nonsense. Some people hoard a lot of money, pretend like they're so poor, sitting on their, out in the Hamptons, and just complaining and sad about their lives as they sit on a Zoom with a bunch of other people who have also, everyone lost their jobs, just FYI, everyone, literally everyone. So like, I think economic transparency, I think that's going to be super, super important as we go forward, and especially in our industry.
Yes, that is true. That is true. Anyone else want to chime in? 5 years from now, you got the power to make some changes. What changes you want to see?
I would love it if we use this as an actual moment of transformation. I'm getting a little nervous because I feel like as it's closer to the time where we might resume, because let's acknowledge it's been a time of enormous artistic and financial pain for people in our industry. We are really suffering. And those of us who have jobs in academia are lucky. The freelance people are not so lucky. They have lost their insurance. There was that really, really upsetting article in the New York Times the other day about equity's changed insurance policies and people are undergoing true suffering. And so I know that everybody wants to go back to work really badly, but I don't think the system worked before, honestly. I'd be in favor of blowing it up and starting again with a new equitable system, because I don't think it worked the way that it was. And I hope that we won't go back to the way it was before, that we will take this moment of transformation.
Thank you. Thank you. Graham, did you want to?
I hope that some of the seeds that have been planted during this this pause or calamitous time will continue to grow. And we've seen particularly women of color elevated to positions of leadership in whether we're talking about Nataki Garrett-Myers or Maria Goyanis at Woolly Mammoth. I hope that that door gets pushed open even more widely and we see more equity in terms of artistic leadership. That's what I would say. I hope that the whole thing gets blown up and reformed. I also wish that I had like a realistic thing that I could say that we should do for the next 5 years, but I'm not sure what it is. I just feel like whatever anybody is doing to agitate for change, I want to be there with them. So.
I agree. And I also want to say that I hope it doesn't become a situation where the BIPOC community becomes the flavor of the month just to appease what has happened. And then we find out that if you're going to give them opportunities, give them the same opportunities that the people previous to them had. Allow them to make mistakes, allow them to fall on their face and fail and still keep their opportunities and jobs, because that has happened before. You've had history of people who've had, leadership positions that have not been super successful, just marginal, and they've still kept their jobs. And this is a new opportunity for a new group of people. And some of them will be excellent and exceptional, and some of them will make mistakes and fall on their face. And I think they deserve the same amount of time and opportunity to get it right, just as the people who had those positions before. And it shouldn't be a situation where it's the flavor of the month and that person, they messed up and now we're never going to use that again. It's been stated in this panel before. And so that's what I want to see 5 years from now, is that there is more equity, there is more diversity, and there is more transparency, and there is more inclusion of all types of people. And that way you get to benefit from behind the stage, on top of the stage, behind the screen, in front of the screen, and see a new type of art that is existing in this industry. That's what needs to happen. We've had the same type of art for a while. Now we need some new food, and this new food is going to taste differently, and we're going to have to adapt to it and get to that. That was my major point. And the last thing I wanted to offer was, any of you wanted to make any closing statements or say anything, and then we're going to open it up to any chat questions whatsoever.
Just real quick. I think this is an opportunity for a social cultural revolution, because we're trending, and let's take advantage that this is fashionable now, and we could slip into that eye of the needle and to establish foundational practices that will change the paradigm moving forward. Let's take advantage that now this is what people are hashtagging about.
And let's not forget, Liz coined the term reflective casting. We have to give that to her.
Thank you, because somebody's going to steal it.
It will be stolen. Yes. Last comments and words before we go to the chat and find some questions. Anybody else? All right, so I guess we're going to go to the chat. Emma, are there any questions in the chat that we can address to our panel?
Hello, friends. Well, as often happens sometimes at the beginning of these Q&As, most of the chat is comments.
Okay.
And I will say that the comments are positive and people are enjoying it, even though it's remote. And we wish that you were here in person. And from a tech standpoint, I would have loved that, because it would have been far simpler.
I know.
But from going back to when you guys were talking about, it's been so long since I had to phrase things. Sorry, backstage person. I was just linking what you're talking about in terms of like access and blowing up, how the industry has been working to this movement of the getting rid of the 10 out of 12. And that kind of, which I know is a more theater focused thing, but I think in film too, that's sort of the feeling of like always being on. And I think people are feeling it a lot more in terms of right now of like, when am I not at work, of always being on call, of having these sort of like tech or filming schedules that are like really unreasonable and don't allow access to people who have to like work a 9-to-5 job to make a living or have childcare or whatever it is. So opening it up, I see Megan's hand. Go ahead.
Go for it, Megan.
Sorry, this is something I'm very impassioned about. And since I was in a position, because I'm in charge, I'm the chair, And we have eliminated the 10 out of 12. We will no longer allow any rehearsal that exceeds 8 hours in length, and it must have a 30 to 60-minute meal break during that time. I had never, to be honest, thought about it before. And when it was brought up in the We See You White American Theater document and then in other contexts, and I want to give a shout out to my dear friend, Regina Garcia, who's been doing a huge amount of work on this in the union and at USITT with other artists who are rejecting this model. The 10 out of 12 is gatekeeping. It's designed for upper middle class white men who have someone at home who can take care of their family obligations. It's designed for upper middle class people who don't need to have another job to be an artist because their families will support them. It's not a reflection of who students at CUNY are and their personal and financial needs. It excludes women who do the majority of emotional and physical labor in terms of families. And it excludes those of us who are caring for elders. I think that it's hugely destructive, and it builds a culture of macho nonsense where the idea is, I've spent 20 hours in the theater, like I've only slept 2 hours this week, and people thinking that that shows some kind of dedication or artistry, as opposed to creating a functional workplace where people are being thoughtful and mindful of each other's time. So I'm deeply opposed to continuing the 10 out of 12 model. And for the record, for designers, I have never worked 12 hours at a 10 out of 12 in my entire 23-year career. I've never worked less than 20 hours on those days. And we get paid a fee. We don't get compensated for that extra time. And when you add it up, we're making less than minimum wage. Yes. So basically we are subsidizing, as you said, Jason, who has the money? Not the people who are working in the theater who are being paid a $3,000 fee to do 500 hours of work on a play. So I'm just deeply opposed to it because I think it breeds a culture of abuse, and I feel very impassioned about it. And since I was the one in charge, I canceled it at Queens, and we are restructuring our technical rehearsals to support an 8-hour maximum day.
Kudos to you for being that brave to do that. And it's right. You are so right. Thank you for doing that. Amazing. Now, any other heads of departments would do that. They need to do it right away. So follow the lead. That's what's up. Awesome. Awesome. So I think we're done. I think we're pretty much done, unless there's other comments and concerns. And anybody want to shout out what they have coming up in the near future? Yes, go ahead, Grant.
I just wanted to mention also, we also live in a capitalist society, right? Which distorts value and it makes it such that embedded in our minds is what I'm doing is only valuable if it's generating money or profit. And I think the 10 out of 12 is a perfect example. Somebody owns the building; it has to be in use really aggressively during rehearsal periods so that we can start selling tickets, right? And that's why we have this exploitation of labor. I think it's important to start honoring the fact that rest and leisure is a really important part of a creative process. Sometimes it takes a lot of time for art to emerge, and it's important to be conscious. I think that that's not, the society is telling us that that's just not the way it is. No, that's just the way that capitalism wants it to be. So we need to push back against that and hold our time and and honor that. So
yes,
I just want to jump on that especially with what Jason was saying earlier, the whole economic, and Megan also the economic piece of it. I've turned down jobs if they don't have a budget to pay their actors. I don't care if it's a $50 Amazon gift card, respect the labor and the sacrifice that your creative team, whether they're on stage, in front of the camera, behind, whatever, pay your actors. I find it reprehensible that you can't afford to pay actors. Well, then figure it out.
Yeah.
Pay your people.
I tell you, one of the most amazing things is when I saw the amount of money that artistic directors were making in these theaters compared to what actors and designers and, stage craft, all of those people, the amount of money that they made on a yearly basis. Yes, Jason.
Only because I'm so excited about it. I'm obviously very much a person around economic transparency. If you ever get bored and you have any free time, it's really fun to look at 990s. And so 990s are the forms that not-for-profit institutions have to put into the world. And you can see what those heads of those not-for-profit theaters are making, in addition to anybody making over $100,000 a year, which you will love to see that stuff, because you'll get to see a little bit about the stars of certain shows making $1.2 million that year for doing a show that you've already done. I don't know, say Cabaret. So just, you know, if you get bored and you want to start familiarizing yourself with how all these things work, check out what are called 990s. They're fun.
Thank you, Jason. That is, I'm going to be looking at that today. That is amazing. That is amazing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably going to conclude our equity, diversity, inclusion in the industry portion of our discussion today. And I know at 7 o'clock, I think we're going to be having the CUNY Theater Festival plays and actors that will be presenting for the evening portion. Please stick around, tune in, handle yourselves accordingly. I have been Chuck Burks, and I thank all of my panelists that have been here with us. And you guys were awesome and amazing. And we had a vibrant discussion, and we learned a new term, which is reflective casting. And we're going to diversify some of our expressions by saying buffalo back sometimes instead of piggyback. And it's been great. It's been a wonderful time for me. So thank you guys. And Emma, we are done.
Okay, thank you so much, Liz, Jason, Natalia, Megan, Graham, Chuck. Thank you so much for moderating. What a great way to wrap up our daytime programming. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for being here. And we're gonna go to Keith in a minute, back in Theater 2. And I just want to tell everyone who's watching, we're gonna take a break for the evening panel, but I did make a very beautiful slideshow of BMCC shows through the ages, and you might see some familiar faces on this panel in that. So, you know, obviously go get a drink and eat if you've been sitting and watching all day, but it's a nice slideshow. At least that's what I thought at 3 a.m. when I was doing it this morning. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
That concludes the evening portion. No, that concludes the daytime portion of the CUNY Theater Festival with our panels, workshops, and master classes. Thank you each and every artist who allowed us to come into your home. Thank you so very much. What's going to happen now is we're going to take a slight break, but you're going to see, for those alumni who are out there, you're going to see all of the pictures from 2008 until current of productions here on this very stage and in the Box Theater. Our offering. It's our moment to give a slideshow and say, these are our productions. And there's also one production that is the first one that's about to come up. Laurie Keyes directing Carte Blanche, an original piece. Then we'll come back and we have some very special guests. And then we'll get into our evening portion of the CUNY Theater Festival's plays and monologues tonight. Come back at 7 o'clock or a little earlier and see what we have in store for you.
From around the globe, students gather in the most diverse city in the world to study theater during a pandemic. This is what we have as our offering to the CUNY sphere and the general public. In a world that is evolving so rapidly, so shall theater. The 2021 CUNY Theater Festival.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and oh, and just like that river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the 2021 CUNY Theater Festival. I'm Tony Monroe, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the president of the Borough of Manhattan Community College. I'm coming to you from one of our theaters here in Lower Manhattan, a venue that has served as a place where talent such as Robert De Niro, Sheryl Crow, Barbara Streisand, and so many others have performed for our community. Local talent, regional talent have used our facilities to show us their wonder, their gifts, and their talents. Due to physical distancing requirements and closure of the physical venues, restricting not only public performances but also rehearsals, many performing arts institutions attempted to adapt by offering new or newly expanded digital services and virtual performances. The arts are a critical piece of the fabric that makes our city, New York City, exciting and unique. Dance, opera, Broadway theater, orchestras, and concerts all disappeared a year ago, creating a hole in our world's desire to entertain and to be entertained. Our world is changing, and as COVID-19 vaccines continue to roll out, our future is looking brighter, and soon the doors of theaters and performance venues will open again. Today, BMCC is proud to be the host of the 2021 CUNY Theater Festival, which offers an impressive lineup of guest artists who will be offering specialty workshops, panel discussions, and lectures addressing equity, inclusion, and racial justice related issues in the theater community. The festival will conclude with the evening presentation of new works by CUNY student playwrights across CUNY campuses in collaboration with directors, actors, and designers from other CUNY schools. This event is truly a collection of dialogue and talent. Thank you to the organizers of this year's theater festival. Thank you to our CUNY partners and the other CUNY institutions. Many thanks to our BMCC Foundation board member, Elizabeth Butson, for your support. And many thanks to the faculty and staff in our BMCC Department of Speech, Communication, and Theater Arts for making this such a wonderful event. I hope that you enjoyed this year's festival, that you learn a lot, that you exchange ideas, and that you stay safe and stay healthy. Take care.
Thank you, President Monroe, for the wonderful opening remarks. We truly appreciate your continued support. Good evening. My name is Vincent Tzuwan Chan. I'm a professor and the chair of BMCC Speech, Communication, and Theater Arts Department, where our theater program, Communication Studies program, and Gender and Women's Studies program are housed. It is a great honor for our theater program to host this year's CUNY Theater Festival. On behalf of our department, I would like to welcome you all to the festival's capstone program this evening, after a full day of thoughtfully and wonderfully curated workshops, lectures, and panels. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank all the people involved in the conceptualization, curation, collaboration, production, presentation, and participation of this year's festival. Without your support, talent, dedication, innovation, and generosity, it would have been impossible for us to stage this festival during these challenging and unprecedented times. During this past year of COVID pandemic and social unrest, while unconventional theater productions have gone dark, new theater genres, styles, forms, productions, and expressions have been emerging. It is our department's top priority and mission to make sure that we will help our students to transition into this ever-changing and evolving theater landscape, but also to help them use theater as a tool to confront and address social issues such as equity, inclusion, and racial justice. But we can't do this alone. It takes a village. We need like-minded people like yourself to join us on this journey. Tonight, it is my absolute pleasure and privilege to introduce you to one of our department's staunchest allies, a former VP of Philip Morris International, a newspaper publisher, an activist, a trailblazer, as well as a long-term member and former president of the BMCC Foundation Board. She has been supporting our department for many, many years. This year alone, in particular, thanks to her generous donation, we are able to launch this theater festival, 2 main stage productions, a student showcase, and several retention scholarship awards just for our students. It is not a hyperbole when I say that we could not have done all this without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, please help me welcome our department's guardian angel, Miss Elizabeth Butson.
Vincent, thank you very much. I'm humbled with all this thank yous. I love what you do at BMCC, what the theater department does. You have such innovative programs with very, very small budgets. And when I saw the email that you sent me telling me how much you were able to achieve, I was absolutely astounded. And you certainly can have my commitment that I will continue supporting the theater department, because in these very troubled times, I really think that the theater is such a great release. Being a playwright, being an actor, being a costume designer, it allows our students to really step out of a very difficult pandemic year, especially, and walk into a different world where they can actually be someone else. And I think that's huge, it's big, and it is so inspiring. And your panelists today, I wanted to listen, and I listened to 3 of them. They were all terrific and opened horizons, and I think they were so supportive to the students. I was thrilled to hear that they all offered that the students could reach out to them after this great day today. And I think that at BMCC, with this festival, you know, we are going to make a big leap, maybe to produce something very significant and that we can be proud of at BMCC. You notice I say we, because I certainly feel I'm very much part of BMCC. So being Greek, I really can't leave today without saying that the Greek theater owes, you know, we owe so much to the Greek theater because it has given us so many stories, so many plots, and shown us that history repeats itself and The storylines are there, only they become relevant according to the time we live in. But I know I only have 3 minutes, and therefore I just want to say thank you for the honor you have given me today. I really appreciate it. And I want to end up this small introduction with a quote from one of my favorite playwrights, Yasmina Reza, French playwright, whose plays have been very successful here, especially God Carnage with Gandolfini, and forget now who the others were, but it was just a riveting production. So that is what she said, and I'm going to read it to you. I'm reading this to the students especially, who are hopefully here this evening. If I am who I am, because I am who I am, and you are who you are, because you are who you are, then I am who I am, and you are who you are. If, on the other hand, I am who I am because you are who you are, and you are who you are because I am who I am, then I am not who I am, and you are not who you are, which means you can be anything you want and anyone you want to be. So with this, again, I congratulate everybody. You're doing such a wonderful job. I wish to all the students who are here today to carry out their dream, And good luck with everything. And many, many thanks, Vincent. Kate. Kate was one of the first people I spoke with when we started thinking about what can we do that is really exciting for the theater department. So, and to everyone else from the department, again, congratulations, great conversations, and I hope to meet you all in person. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, Carl.
Hey, Keith, how are you? Or let me scrap that question. You've been working all day, so I know how you are.
This is Carl Williams, everyone, our theater coordinator, professor at BMCC, and champion of all of our good work. Thank you for your time. Give me a little something. What are you doing today?
Apart from checking out you people, which has been fantastic, and just beaming with pride for the CUNY Theater Festival, first time BMCC hosting, and I'm just so happy that I've been able to play a part in facilitating so much of the wonderful things that's been going on. And what else have I got going on? Theater. I mean, what else does one dedicate their life to when they decide to be a part of students' lives and their dreams, right?
What? Yeah. It has been a wonderful day of artists letting us come into their homes and sharing great conversations. And it's amazing that we're here on the stage of Theater 2. And a year ago, we were at CCMY and we were live. It was the last live production I think maybe CUNY was involved in. At least we were. And the students were so just over the top that evening. And tonight, you're going to get to see another way of presenting the students' work. Yeah, the theater may be on pause, but the work continues.
Right? I feel like we haven't stopped working. I feel like even though artists have either taken a pause, and I know it's been a rough time for a lot of artists, but I also feel so many artists have used the time to reflect. Those of us who are fortunate to be still working, haven't stopped working. And yeah, this is what we do best in the theater, right? Pivot and turn our hand, make fashion, as they would say where I'm from in Jamaica.
Uh-huh. And yeah, working under pressure and then celebrating that you succeeded at it. It's really, theater practitioners do succeed. Most of the time, we do. And I think we've had a great success with this project. I think that we're going to launch into the 10 works by CUNY playwrights.
Yes, Keith. I think that's what we're here to see. They're not here to see my mug. We're fine. I'm happy to just be doing things from behind, but these students have worked so hard, and thanks to you and everybody else that we can't see working behind the scenes, making this happen. Our writers, our performers, our directors, this is the best part of the festival when we get to see what the students have done.
Ladies and gentlemen and folks of all kinds, we welcome you to the CUNY Theater Festival. Enjoy the show.
There is a place we'll go where there is always quiet, flowers and butterflies, a rainbow lives beside it, and with a a summer storm, I can feel the coolness in the air, but you're still warm, and with a mighty roar, we'll start the sky to crying, and not even lightning will be frightening my lion, and with no fear inside, no need to run, and no need to hide. You're standing tall and strong. You're the bravest of them all. And if on courage you shall call, then keep on trying and trying and trying. You're a lion in your own way. Be a lion.
So, what are we making for dinner today?
Oh, I'm not too sure. What did you have in mind?
I don't know, maybe some pasta or some steak?
You know, I was thinking actually maybe some white rice, you know, with some chicken gravy. You know, but now that we're being followed around by some creepy employee, I think we might actually eat out tonight.
It's okay. Let's just...
No, I'm sorry. Can we help you? Are you...
Excuse me?
Well, it's just that, you know, we're being followed right now, and I'd like to know why.
Alex, honey, let's just...
No, you know, because the moment we got in here, he made it his mission to follow us, you know, and I now want to know why. What's up?
I'm not following you.
Oh, I beg to differ. Yeah.
Alex, babe, he said he's not following us. Let's just leave it alone.
I know what I'm talking about, all right? You know, when we were passing by the tomato cells, he was putting them up, right? And as soon as we started walking away, guess who followed us? He did.
I said leave it alone and let's go.
Let's just say you picked up this candy bag and put it back down.
Okay, first of all, did you ever stop to think that maybe, you know, I don't know, we didn't want it anymore, you know? Secondly, that's not a reason to follow anybody around. You wouldn't have known that we touched the candy bag unless you were following us. What's the matter with you?
Alex, this is just a big misunderstanding. Let's just leave.
Okay, stop cutting me off, all right? And then what side are you on?
All I'm saying is, yes, he was following us, but this isn't a reason for you to come at him like that. Everyone is looking at us right now, and you know I don't like that.
I don't care even if the world were looking at us right now. What I care about at the moment is why we're being followed like we're some type of criminals.
This is not what I'm saying. Look
Whoa.
around you.
I never said you were criminals.
You didn't have to. You following us around says it all. All right? I don't see you following anybody else.
Let's just say I'm here to make sure you buy what you came for.
You don't see anything wrong with what you just said?
Plus, you put your hands in your pockets every time you touch something and put it down.
We're just really cold. We came here for work, and we didn't expect this kind of weather.
And you're really explaining yourself to this man right now? Yeah? Yeah. You know what? I sometimes I question why we're even together, Taylor. You do certain things that is just sickening. The fact that you're really standing here, explaining yourself to this man, and then blaming me for embarrassing us, are you...
Don't even know why you're mad right now.
You don't even know why I'm mad right now.
Alex, babe, come on.
You know what? I can't do this anymore. I've had it.
I don't know why you get so aggravated. Jeez, I swear you're just like one of these...
Like one of these what, Taylor?
Never mind.
No, say it.
No.
Come on, you want to say it? Go ahead.
I'm not saying it.
Taylor, I swear to God if you don't say it.
Like one of these black women.
Are you calling me an angry black woman, Taylor?
No, I couldn't because you're not a...
Ooh, choose your next words carefully.
Hey, please. You know I don't like arguing in public right now. Let's just go home, please. And I'm really hungry.
No. Okay, don't go changing the subject.
I promise. If we go home, I'm gonna make it rain on you down so hard you won't even remember your name. Please.
What you trying to do?
Isn't it obvious?
Wait, no, stop. Come on, stop it. Stop.
Hello? Yes, I'll be there. Don't worry.
Beware.
Where will I be at? What?
You just said, yes, I'll be there. Beware.
Oh, that was work. Don't worry.
You're forgetting something.
What?
We work at the same job. All right, and I'm pretty sure this isn't the company phone number. Who will you be at? Where will you be at, and with who?
Please give me my phone back.
No, not until you tell me that I really can't believe you, Taylor. Like, we've only been here how many days and you're already cheating on me?
Nobody is cheating on you. Please give me back my goddamn phone back.
Honestly, the worst thing is that I don't even know if this is a man or a freaking female at this point. Honestly, have some respect for me. For yourself. You disgust me.
You don't give me back my phone back. I swear cheating on you will be the last thing you will ever have to worry about.
Was that a threat? You really think that you can threaten me here? Threaten me again, and I swear, I promise you.
Your mask is still down. I'm gonna need you to put it up or you're gonna have to leave.
Shut up!
I really can't believe that you're doing this to me again. I stopped talking to my friends, family, everyone stopped talking to me because of you, Taylor, and you're still over here cheating on me? They were right. You'll never change. I'm just so sick and tired of constantly having to deal with your... What's that? Wait. Oh, babe. This is beautiful. Oh my God. Thank you. You didn't have to.
I did. Babe, nobody is cheating on you. The number I called, it was the restaurant that I reserved for us, and they were calling to make sure if we were still going. Nothing else.
It's beautiful. All right, I love it. Thank you.
I'm glad you love it. I was waiting for the perfect moment, but, you know.
There's a big L engraved at the back of it. Who did you buy it for, Taylor?
Oh, right. Yeah, about that.
I never understood what love was supposed to feel like. It wasn't something my family really encouraged, you know? It was a weakness, a liability. I never thought of it any other way. I never had a reason to think of it any other way. China, Abigail. I can still remember how she looked when we first met. How greasy her hair was. Her teeth were crooked when she smiled at me. The way the air caught my throat when I first looked into those eyes is that love? Is remembering love? Is making sure she gets home safe after the night at the bar love? Is it giving her a glass of water, tucking her into bed, or even holding her hair back when she pukes? Is that what love is? Is it keeping track of her appointments, making sure she gets her meds? Is it knowing what she needs to hear when she has a bad day? Or even knowing what she wants to hear when she has an episode? Is that what love is? Is love when my heart stops whenever she gets hurt on the job? Or is it why I'll tell her anything that to anyone else I would take to my grave? And is it why she's the only person I actually feel safe enough to sleep next to at night? And is love why everything I've worked so hard to build even means anything? If she's there with me? Fuck. I'm in love.
Esteemed colleagues, you intellects of all shapes and sizes, ages and class, my name is Morgan Wells. And I come far from the land out west from a wealthy organization, interested in finding the world's funniest joke. A gut buster, a belly tickler, a knee slapper, a foot stomper, back rumper, all the above and more. Top prize, $1 million, a week for life. Please, settle down. First, we have to set some ground rules. And somebody just broke Rule 11. There are no electronics allowed. Whose cellular device disrupts this program? Confess. I can feel it vibrating all the way up here. Oh. My apologies. Excuse me one moment. Hello? Yes! No. I told him not to. He gave me his word. He's only had it for 2 weeks. Can we talk about this later? I am. I'm in the middle of something. Yes. It's for work. Yes, the joke contest. Well, I do think it's a good idea. We need to find talent. Real talent. You know what? Goodbye. Goodbye. I love you. Bye. Very sorry. I have turned off my cell phone, and I advise the rest of you to do the same. We need it to any distraction, and most importantly, no cheating, no plagiarism. I will brook you, you uncreative thieves, no longer. Cost me my bonus. Instead of a week in Cabo, I had to spend a month in court. Who has the guts? Who has the wit, the setups, the punchlines? Who wants to win $1 million a week for life? Nobody? Surely there must be someone. Be not afraid of failing. What is the risk? Yes, you. Over there, please join me on stage. Please, a round of applause for our one volunteer. Please, ma'am, give us with your name.
My name is Jane.
Jane, welcome. What tickles you to be qualified? What makes you think you have the funniest joke ever written?
Well, I'm a comedian. I've traveled around the world doing sold-out shows for decades now. I was on Conan.
Conan? Wow. We are in the presence of a professional, ladies and gentlemen. I thought you looked familiar. Jane, what is your last name?
Doe.
Nope, never heard of you. Say, do you have any jokes prepared? Or will you attempt to make them up on the spot?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Well then, how very exciting. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Oh, wait, well, I almost forgot to set the ground rules. Let's see, we have no cell phones. That was rule 11. Rule 10, no gum chewing. Jane?
Yeah?
Are you chewing gum?
I don't really see how that's, like, really...
Rule number 10 of the funniest joke contest is no gum chewing. I will ask you one more time. And if you refuse to answer, you will be kicked out. No $1 million for you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you chewing gum?
Yes, sir.
Please dispose of it. Well, now that's past us, let's continue on with the rules. Rule 9, no smoking. Rule 8, no plagiarism. Rule 7, no jokes about spiders. My boss hates spiders. Rule 6, you will consider your winnings as monetary compensation for your joke, and it will then belong to my mother company forever. Rule 5, no rule breaking. Rule 4, no jokes about horses. My boss hates horses. And I don't blame him. I hate horses too. Rule 3, again, no rule breaking. We mean it. And rule 2, no bribing the host. Trust me, people have tried. I make a lot. offering dividends will not help. And finally, rule number 1. The most important rule: if you do not follow this rule, you cannot win the $1 million a week for life. You must tell a joke that is clean. Nothing lewd, crude, divisive, nothing about race, sex, gender, nationality, religion, class, politics, money, people's poor misfortunes, drugs, alcohol, nothing about banks. Fortune 500 companies, any companies in the NASDAQ, any company in the S&P 500, any company in the Dow Jones Index, nothing regional, nothing about other states, nothing about other countries, nothing about governments, nothing about other older generations, younger generations, or your generation. No conspiracy theories. No cuss words, nothing sexual, no double entendres, no triple entendres. One year, a woman made a quadruple entendre. And last I've heard, she's still serving her sentence at Guantanamo Bay. Nothing offensive, nothing divisive, nothing lewd, nothing crude. Cross me and I will fucking end you. So what do you say? Ready to give it a shot? Let's give Jane another round of applause for volunteering.
I don't know what to joke about now.
Oh, you'll figure something out.
Well, I suppose I have one.
Fantastic.
Okay, so one time there was this.
Oh, no. This isn't how we do it. We have to bring out La Machine de l'Humour.
La Machine de l'Humour.
Ladies and gentlemen, La Machine de l'Humour.
What is that?
You will write down your joke and feed it to La Machine de l'Humour, and it will gauge whether or not your joke is the funniest ever written.
I'm not telling it to the audience.
La Machine de l'Humour will run thousands of analytics faster than you can blink your eye. This machine knows humor.
Why can't I just...
Listen, Jane, these people don't know what's funny. They don't know what they want. We, in the business, have been using La Machine de l'Humour since the invention of radio. It's just as good. It is better than any audience you can ever dream of. Ladies and gentlemen, Jane is ready to give her first joke. Whenever you're ready, Jane, please feed your joke to La Machine de l'Humour.
Not bad. Try again.
That's too bad. Let's see the joke. Oh, this reminds me of jokes my grandfather used to
tell. Close, but no cigar. Better luck next time.
Oh, what could be wrong with that one? But let's see. Oh, by golly, this is fantastic. This is perhaps one of the funniest jokes I've ever heard. My grandfather would be proud. How could this not compute?
Oh, watch it.
La Machine de l'Humour, you should be ashamed of yourself. This is one gutbuster if I've ever heard one.
Not my cup of tea.
Tea? What do you know about tea? You've never had tea a day in your life.
You don't know what I do in my spare time. I thought you turned that off.
I thought I did.
You just broke Rule 11. Stupid. Ow! That hurt.
Excuse me. I told you $20,000? I told him if he wrecks it, he's not getting another one. Can we talk about this later?
Hey, Jane. Give me another joke.
Maybe we should just wait until...
No. Please, before he comes back, give me something good. Give me something raunchy.
Raunchy?
Something raunchy, edgy, racy, anything. I'm dying over here. I need something different. Something that will rock my world.
I don't know. I don't want to break the rules.
Jane, it's okay. You can trust me.
All right, I got one.
Oh yes, this is perfect. This is worth $1 million a week for life.
What is that I hear? Did somebody just write a winning joke? Let me see. Let me see. Oh. Why? This is the worst joke I have ever heard. This is a joke that will send you right to hell. You should be ashamed of yourself. This breaks every single rule, including all of Rule 1. You should be ashamed of yourself. And La Machine de l'Humour, you think this is $1 million joke? Do you want all the other robots to know that you think this is funny? Because I can make that happen. How do you explain yourself?
She crossed my wires. She corrupted me.
Miss Doe, you are banished from this competition forever. Goodbye.
Fine. Whatever. This competition is stupid anyway.
I say we ditch her grandpa jokes and hope she doesn't notice.
I was thinking the same thing. Hey, did you ever hear about the one about the priest, the prostitute, and the runaway slave?
I love that one.
Exactly. A few people talking and didn't root him to it. Yeah, that's profanity and less fighting and
Imran Khan? I can't believe this is happening. Whoa, Imran Khan, this has to be my luckiest day. New York, huh? You never know what's coming. I was literally waiting for now to get a ride. And look who I just picked. I can't believe my eyes right now. Oh yes, I know. You don't find many people that are into Iranian shows out here. I love your shows. My wife is obsessed. And so is my daughter. Yeah, my daughter, yeah. She's a huge fan of yours. She even has a picture of you on her wallpaper. This is going to be your first TV show in America, right? Uh-huh. Oh, no. I'm not from Iran. I'm from Afghanistan, but I speak Farsi. Because I'm from Kabul, they speak Farsi out there. in Kabul. Many people in Afghanistan watch Iranian TV shows. They love it. Oh, yeah, very much. Well, that's a long topic. Plus, we only have 10 minutes to your destination. Okay, I mean, it's a little disturbing. You sure you want to get into this? Life in Afghanistan was very tough back in the day, especially when I was in Kabul. I've seen things in my life that I can't even explain, things that still haunt me to this very day. Things I still see in my sleep. Same dreams over and over again, blood everywhere. I remember one day I was coming home from school, and on my way back, I saw 3 men brutally beating up a poor old woman. She was in her mid-60s or 50s, I don't remember. Why they were beating her, I don't remember. All I knew was a poor woman was being physically tortured in the middle of a bazaar in front of many people, and before she ended up being seriously injured, I rushed and tried to pull her away. Yeah, that was one of the biggest mistakes of my life. Trying to rescue somebody who was being beaten up brutally while everyone was just standing and watching. As soon as I rushed in and grabbed the hand of one of the guys beaten, came a fist at my face so hard I had knocked my 2 teeth in. After that, all I remember was to never interfere in the Taliban's business, ever again. They were a group of people that took over parts of Afghanistan and wanted to rule over in the name of Islam. Horrible, horrible, fucking disgraceful creatures. They didn't even know the basics of the religion, which was to bring peace. My father thanked God that I was alive after people had told him what happened to me and strictly warned me to never interfere in their business ever, ever, and ever again. They were glad I was alive. After a year or two, my older brother Yasin was beaten to death in a bazaar near our house, and before my dad could get there, he was dead. They say the reason was because he had a shirt on with an American flag on it. This really broke me and my family to pieces. And then my dad had no choice but to take revenge. I remember my mom begging him not to go. She couldn't stop him. The pain was intense. It was very intense. He wasn't a violent man, you see. He just did what he did for a family.
Your mic is still on, James.
Fuck. Hey.
Hiya.
How was work?
The usual. I rolled out of bed, walked over to my desk at 9 a.m., and then at 5 p.m. I rolled over to the couch.
No shower in the morning. Wow, who are you? Aren't you gonna ask me about my day?
Right, how was your day?
It was good. I managed to wake up before noon, and I didn't have ice cream until after dinner. So all in all, I'd say it was a success.
Fudge brownie?
No, mint chip. I'm watching my figure. What happened to no CNN before bed?
Things change.
Do you mind?
What?
Do you turn your damn iPad off?
Jeez.
Thank you. I mean, we only get the chance to talk at night before bed, so I'd appreciate it if we talked.
Okay, James. Talk.
Okay. Anything exciting happened today?
Well, I woke up with what I thought was a possible symptom, and then I had a panic attack during breakfast. How's that?
You're a dick.
I'm sure you'd like that. You asked me to talk. And then when I do it, you don't like the way I do it. Make up your mind, James.
How about you try? Genuinely try to be engaged in the conversation. Maybe then you get out more than a few words at a time. An Ivy League education, my ass.
What was that?
Nothing.
You see, this is your issue. Nothing is ever enough for you. I try to listen to what you have to say. You're upset because I'm not talking. So then I speak, and you're upset at how I speak. Maybe your issue's just with me.
Of course my issue is with you. Who else is here, hon?
Don't hun me, James. You always talk like a suburban New Jersey mother when you're upset.
And what about it? At least I'm trying. I don't know why you've been so distant lately, and I have tried to look past it, but you make it impossible to ignore. The way you satisfy yourself with dissatisfaction is quite infuriating. I have been back for 3 weeks now, and you have yet to see me despite the fact that I live 2 blocks away.
James! Why can't you just be happy that we talk every day? Why can't that be enough for you?
I'm a man. A man. I need more than a winky face in the morning and an eggplant emoji at night, Joseph.
Do you hear yourself? 250,000 people dead. And all you think about is sex. You disgust me.
I disgust you. I don't know what. the way we interact has changed.
Of course it's changed. Everything's changed, Joseph. For fuck's sake, look how we're communicating. You think I don't know that? You think I'm unaware of the fact that things have changed? For Christ's sake, I can't even visit my parents because I'm afraid my presence will kill them.
You know that's not what I mean.
What do you mean then?
This is new between us. The silence. You could pretend the pandemic is to blame, but this is new. Not 8 months ago new, not March 16th new, not the whole world stopped turning round new. But I went away for a month to see my parents, and you won't even see me in person new. I'll admit things shifted when we started to see more of each other than we were comfortable with, but even then, this silence wasn't there. The whole world was falling apart beneath our feet, but in our little 700 square foot box, we laughed. We talked endlessly. We watched RuPaul and ordered pizza every Friday. We waved at the lesbians across the way as we cheered with pots and pans at 7 p.m. We cried as the protest moved through our neighborhood. We made a new normal out of the shit situation we were in. But this doesn't feel like normal. So when did it change? After I left, but before I came back, or?
Yes, James. Yes. Something changed. I wish that I could point to the exact day. Shit, I wish I could point to the time, the place where it changed, just to answer your question. But I don't know. I don't know what changed or why it changed, but
it changed. You know, before this, I don't think I've ever had to ask anything exciting happened today. But now I am constantly looking for ways to fill the silence, to get past the niceness, to get past the politeness. I thought at some point we'd be able to move past this, but
yeah.
I miss the joy. I miss that used to find my unquenchable need for attention endearing and not annoying. I miss your need to shower with me every morning. I miss the playful teasing during sex. I miss that you used to hold me a little tighter at night when I couldn't sleep. I miss our little version of normal.
James, I'm sorry. I miss it too. And I miss you. But I can't bring myself to. I'm really fucking exhausted right now. I wish that I can give you everything that you ask of me, but I can't.
What are you telling me?
Don't read into it, James. I'm telling you that I'm exhausted. That's it. I love you. That hasn't changed. I need time.
You had time. I was gone for a fucking month. That's a whole free trial on Grindr.
James! I'm scared. I'm exhausted. And I love you. Can we leave it at that tonight?
Yeah. Let's talk in the morning. This isn't a conversation for now.
Come over at 9. I'll make you breakfast.
Okay. Try not to stay up too late. I love you.
I love you.
I know I've been distant lately. It's just really hard for me to hang out and try to have fun after Mike's accident. I just feel like at any minute he's going to walk through that door and say, "I got you guys good, didn't I?" And we'll all laugh, but want to kick his ass at the same time. He's always doing dumb pranks and stupid shit just to get a rile out of me. Sometimes when I'm home by myself and I hear the slightest sound, I yell, "Shut up, Mike!" Even though I know he won't say anything back. I just close my eyes and let the silence sink in. You know, the other day when Mom was making breakfast, she set everyone's plate. As we sat down to eat, just the two of us, I noticed that she had made the breakfast from when we were kids. Chocolate chip pancakes with scrambled eggs as hair and syrup poured across into a smiley face. don't quite think my mom has processed what happened just yet. I can see that she's basically jumping back and forth throughout our childhood memories. Man, those were some of the happiest times. I know my mom didn't mean to set out his plate. Shit, she probably did it off impulse. It's hard to fight those. I don't think either of us have fully accepted that there's no more dumb pranks, sibling arguments, or smiley face breakfasts. Since he's dead. But it hurts even more hoping that Mike will walk through those doors again.
Hey, hi, Chris. It's Mom. I was just calling to see. I was just calling to see if you're all right, and when you get a chance, would you give me a call? Please, please give me a call. I miss you. Just give me a call. Just give me a call. Call your mom. Okay. All right. I love you. Bye.
Who was that?
Oh, so you're finally up. No one. I was just making a phone call. George, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Your mom? What is it?
Have you heard from Chris at all?
No. I haven't heard a word since he left. Why? Was he the one you were
So he hasn't called.
He doesn't call. You know that. The guy barely spoke with us when he was home. What makes you think he'll just call?
Just wondering. I guess he's busy.
Busy? Busy what? Jerking off?
George, you better cut with that bullshit.
Come on. It's true. You telling me the kid really cares?
Have you called him?
Why would I call Chris? What's there to talk about?
He's your brother.
Okay. We're brothers. Big deal. Do you think that guy gives two shits about me? Blood is not thicker than water. All that's bullshit, and you know it.
George, in about a minute, I'm gonna crack this mug right upside your fucking skull. You hear me? You got some nerve talking to me like that. Christopher? Chris? He loves you, and you know that. Come on now. Now pass me them eggs and the butter.
Listen, Ma. All I'm saying is that if Chris cared, he'd call us by now.
Thanks, hon. Well, you know he's going through a rough patch right now. And he needs us. He needs his family, and he needs help.
Help? Ma, the kid's been robbing us blind for months. Ever since the problems been getting worse, all he does is take our shit. That necklace you have, you know, the ones with the pearl on it and shit, it didn't go missing. It was sold. My Nintendo, the video games, remember? Sold. One after the next. Shit's been going on for months.
Chris, I can't talk about this right now. Shit. Oh, no. Ah, fuck. It's all right. It's all right. George, just pass me some more eggs, okay? Pass. Please, just give me a second. Just give me a minute. I got this. I'll make you another batch. God damn it. I can't believe I just did that.
Ma. It's okay.
Please, I got this. I'll make you another batch. I got this. It'll be quick. It will be quick.
It's okay. I'm fine.
You sure?
I'm okay. Fine with a bowl of cereal.
A bowl of cereal. You can't be serious.
I mean, you know, it's just 8.
All right, well, eat your cereal.
I was just saying
Just
that.
eat your fucking cereal.
Ma. Ma.
What is it, George? What do you need?
The spoons. They're missing.
What?
The spoons, Ma. They're missing.
What do you mean the spoons are missing? How could they have gone missing?
Come on. Do I really have to answer that?
Well, Chris is in the clinic now. He's doing good now, so how could they've gone missing?
Ma, the clinic is bullshit.
That clinic is helping Chris. It's doing good for him.
Then where are the spoons?
George, don't start this again.
If Chris is doing well, then where are the spoons? Did the spoons just grow legs and climb up the drawer? Come on, I want to know. Where are the spoons?
George.
Stupid ass place. You want to know how they help people? You really want to know? All they do in those clinics is hand on fizzies, like they're M&Ms, to look like trash. As they sit in a circle and talk about how miserable their life is. They're all fucked. Fucked in the head, Ma.
That's enough.
Chris is a dirtbag. A nasty, rotten dirtbag. The poor bastard. If he keeps on doing what he's doing, they look like trash is gonna end up dead. I thought you quit.
I did too. Now you should go on ahead to school, George.
Ma, how about I help you
Just
out?
go.
But Ma.
George, get the fuck out!
Okay. Mom.
Yeah.
Well. Bye.
Will I see you this evening for dinner?
Yeah. I'll be home.
Christopher. How could the spoons have gone missing? How could they? My 2 sons. My two little boys. Where have your innocence gone? Your playfulness? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? No.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
A bag of Skittles and some tea. Yeah, I mean, after a day like this, who wouldn't need a snack? Shit, I just turned 17 and I'm tired of 17 already. Bullshit ass 10-day suspension turned into a nightmare. I can still hear her voice. I can still feel her lips. I can feel what we did the last time I saw her. Yeah, that must be what love felt like. Yeah. I want her to remember me forever. Told Dad that I wasn't going to smoke weed anymore. But I told him I was going to the store just to smoke a little more. That really was the last time. I can't get suspended from school anymore. I can still feel her lips. Damn. I can't wait to go back home. Hopefully I sleep peacefully tonight. I hope I dream of her. But I keep having this nightmare, a reoccurring terror. I died and my name is used in vain. The energy of the world shifted, but nothing changed. Racism still existed, running rampant throughout the American system. I died on a Sunday and I was resurrected the very same night. I just want to sleep in peace. The people chant my name and keep my memory alive, but the system keeps me in a purgatory perpetuating strife and inequality amongst the people it now claims as its own. All we ever wanted was justice. All I ever wanted was to live. I never got to have kids, never got to go to college, but yet my memory keeps me alive. Why won't you let me rest in peace? Why can't we be viewed as human beings just like you? We are not your entertainment. We are not the ones you can steal from any longer. We are what we are. Human, just like you. I know I won't get to rest peacefully anytime soon. You know, they'll chant my name and you'll just disregard it and make some excuse on why you can't do things. That shit that you call a way of life, it ain't no life for me. In life, I was just a kid. But in death, I'm a legend. I'm bigger than you ever intended on me being. Yo, why won't you let me rest in peace? You took my life from me. You took justice from me. But you still won't let me rest peacefully. Why? Does holding on to that small semblance of power really mean that much to you? Is it so deeply ingrained in your DNA that you fight it so hard with no remorse? I pity you. We love you and everybody else, but yet you hate us.
I pity you. But I won't hold a grudge. I just want to sleep. I just want to sleep peacefully. But I keep having this nightmare.
Yeah. I'm at Dad's. I just got here. I went to the grocery store to bring him some food. Hey, Brian. Don't you think Dad has been acting a bit strange these days? Right? I've noticed that he's starting to forget things. I understand Mom's death was a huge shock to him. I just think it would be terrible if he started to suffer from Alzheimer's. He said he slept well after I gave him the pills. Maybe just age. It's early, but Grandma Betty had slight symptoms around Dad's age. All right. I'll call you back. Bye. Dad! It's me, Linda. Dad? Why don't you go to bed? Hi, Dr. Parker. This is Linda Johnson, Brandon Johnson's daughter. How are you? I'm good. I'm calling about his prescription. Yes, the sleeping pills. He's fine. I just forgot the date. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Dad, are you awake?
Oh, Linda. I didn't know you were here. When did you show up?
I just got here 10 minutes ago. I saw that you were asleep, so I didn't want to wake you up.
I feel like I haven't seen you for a week.
What are you talking about? I just didn't come yesterday. I was here 2 days ago.
Were you?
Yeah.
Maybe I just miss you.
I asked you if you wanted to move into my place or Brian's. He said he was okay with it. We just worry about you.
I'm fine. I've been living here since before you were born. I won't get used to anywhere else.
You're alone here. Look, Nina can move in with me and Jeffrey, and you can sleep in her room.
I told you I won't leave here.
Okay. Well, if you miss me or Brian, just call us, okay?
I will.
By the way, I left the groceries on the kitchen table. I didn't see any rosemary today, though.
Why rosemary?
You asked me to bring you rosemary.
No, I didn't.
You called me this morning and said you wanted to make pasta. You asked me to bring you tomatoes, onions, and rosemary.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, I bought you stuff anyways. You can cook, or do you want me to cook?
I can cook.
Dad, are you sure everything's fine?
Everything is fine.
How are you sleeping these days?
I sleep fine.
You're not taking too many pills, are you?
Not really. You have so many questions today.
I just hope that if anything was wrong, that you can talk to me so I can help you.
I said I'm fine! Or do you want there to be something wrong?
I didn't mean that.
You can go home now.
Dad, I know this may not be a good time to ask, but I've noticed that you only have a few pills left. I called Dr. Parker and he said your prescription should last you 1 to 2 weeks. What's going on?
I dropped some.
Really? And your memory is getting kind of bad.
What do you mean?
Like today, you don't remember you called me. Brian said last time he came over, he saw your laundry in the dishwasher.
I think they work the same way.
No, they don't. Come on, Dad. I'm not judging you, but if you know...
What time is it?
8 past 4?
Oh, God, I thought I set an alarm to go off at 4. Did you hear the alarm?
The one that woke you up?
It's not for waking me up. It's for something else, something important. I don't have time to tell you about it. I can tell you my memory is not that bad. I do remember things.
Dad, what are you doing?
What, has it been so long you don't remember? I'm recording the TV show. Don't interrupt me. It'll start soon.
What TV show? Oh, I didn't know you liked this show.
I don't. I think it's stupid, and I don't know what people are doing in the story, but I know someone likes it.
Who?
You said I'm the one forgetting things? I think you are.
Mom?
Yeah, she likes it. I'm recording it for her, so she'll be happy when she gets home from work.
Dad.
Speak.
Dad.
I'm listening. I'm not deaf.
Dad, stop.
What's wrong with you?
You know what I'm talking about. Please stop.
What are you doing? It's for your mother. You want to make her mad?
Mom is not here.
Shut up. She will be home soon, and she said she wants pasta for dinner.
She told you this?
Yeah, she was here.
Dad, you're scaring me. What's going on?
She is not dead. She was in the kitchen when I woke up this morning. She said she was going to work, and she'll be back after 5.
Dad, I understand you're going through a lot, but Mom is dead. Are you sure you were talking to her here in the house?
Again, she is not dead. Okay, I just need to sleep a while. Your mother is going to be home soon. We don't want to upset her. I just need to go to sleep.
No.
Give me those pills.
Are you overdosing?
I just want to sleep a while.
I can't let you hurt yourself.
It's the only way I can see your mother.
Are you doing this to see her? Dad, you have to accept the truth.
Why?
Because she's gone.
Which is my fault.
It was not your fault. It was an accident.
Because I called and distracted her while she was driving. If I hadn't called her, why was I so stupid?
Dad, the police said it was because a drunk driver ran a red light and T-boned Mom's car.
No! The police don't know anything, nor do you. I was the one who heard the crash and your mother's last gasp. But I couldn't help her. I couldn't help the woman I loved when she was dying. I could only listen to her voice until there was just silence. I'm the murderer, the bastard, the coward. Those days after she died, every night, she would come to me in my dreams, and I could see her face and the blood, and hear her whispering to me, "Help me. I'd wake up frightened and stare at the dark room. I haven't been able to sleep. I couldn't forgive myself.
Dad, you never told me this. Why didn't you tell me? I'm your daughter.
Thank you for bringing me these pills. They work. The first night I took one, I fell asleep pretty soon, and I remember dreaming. I was falling into darkness, but my mind was still conscious. And suddenly I was in the kitchen, holding a phone. And I just stared at it. Just silently stared at it. I didn't move. I didn't call anyone. I didn't know how long it had been. And then I hear your mother open the door. And she saw me and she called my name just like normally when she would come home from work. And her voice couldn't sound more real. I think it's because of the pills.
So you're taking the pills so you can fall asleep so you can see Mom in your dreams?
Sometimes she's not there. And it's just darkness. And when I wake up, I just try another pill.
Dad, you're only supposed to take one pill a day. Do you know what happens if you overdose? You will die.
If I could die in the dream and stay there with your mother, I would.
That's not where she is. That's a dream. It's not real.
I can hear her. I can talk to her. I can feel her standing in front of me. And I can cook dinner for her. If that's not real, tell me what is.
Then what about us, huh? Me, Brian? We were all so saddened after Mom passed away, and we are still sad. And Nina, your granddaughter. One night she asked me why Grandma was sleeping in the coffin. Why didn't she wake up? I love Mom too. I miss her every second, but I don't blame you because it wasn't your fault. It was the fucking asshole that killed Mom, not you. I know it hurts, but you can't blame yourself. Dad, think about us. Think about the family. We love you, and we care about you. You need to watch Nina grow up and wait for Brian to give you a grandchild. I understand it's hard, but you're important to us, and this life is real, and we are here to help each other. I can't let you do this. You have to understand that you're so important to us, and we can't afford any more losses. Do you hear me? Dad, come to my place. Let me take care of you.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I just miss your mother so much. Her death really hurts me. I can't let it go. I've lost my mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being selfish, being an asshole. I love this family. I love you all, and I promise I won't hurt myself anymore. Okay, I'm sorry to worry you.
It's okay, Dad. Don't be upset. Do you need to bring anything with you?
Yes. If you could go to the bathroom and pack my toothbrush, it's in the medicine cabinet.
Sure. I found it. Anything else? Dad? Dad, where are you? Dad, what are you doing? Where are those pills? No. 911. Help! Help!
Kelly, are you here? Please, come to me. I want to see you, please. I don't care if you're real or not. You are my Kelly, my only love. Just give me a hint to let me know that you're here. I want to tell you I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. When I heard that crash, my heart sank. I wanted to run outside to find you, to call your name. But my body was frozen. I was frightened. I could just hold the phone, listen to your weak breath. God, that moment was horrible because I knew I was losing you. I hoped you could talk to me, tell me everything was fine, even if just one word. But you didn't. You were gone without saying goodbye. Could you please forgive me? I'm sorry to leave you here alone. Once I even thought we could live here together because I promised you that nothing could separate us. But our family needs me. Linda and Brian, they need me. They're suffering from the grief of losing you, and I can't break their hearts again. You are my love, but I belong to them too. I love you and I will take you away from this dark place. There are so many things that you and I haven't done yet. And you have to watch Nina grow up. No matter what I do, no matter where I go, you will always be with me forever. I promise. You are in my heart until I die.
El derecho de vivir, poeta Ho Chi Minh, que golpea de Vietnam a toda la humanidad. Ningún cañón borrará el surco de tu
I fired the Adly. Yep, she is gone and I am all alone. She seemed so innocent. I mean, 6 years spying on us. You would laugh so loudly if you were here. I can't understand how we didn't notice. Not even a cue. I caught her on the phone. I heard her saying that since they took you, that things are under control in the house. That it is good that they took you. That she hoped that all socialists are exterminated. That we are a plague. Since she left, there is nothing else for me to do than stare at the door. I wait for you every day with my morning tea. I leave your favorite cup on your side in case you come back. It is cold and lonely in here. I wonder if you're cold or lonely. I wait for you to open the door, but you don't come back. You are gone. 2 years and 60 days with this knot on my stomach waiting for your return. What did they do to you? Could I at least know where his body is? Officer, please! Sometimes, in the distance, I think I see you, and my heart stops. Just to realize it is another brother that looks just like you. With the only difference is they are free and you are not. Or are you? Sometimes when I go to bed, I feel your touch. Yes, I'm going crazy, but have you heard what they say? Do you know what they say? I've heard some stories. They terrify me. Lydia came the other day whispering about a man they found who was forced to eat a rat alive. She says she knows someone who saw it happen, but you know how she is. But this time, I think I saw realness in her eyes. The pure touch of fear. I think I saw you in her eyes. She also came to talk about the boy that we found hanging in the plaza. He had a shirt painted red and his face was all burnt. I can't forget it. I can't. I saw our neighbor coming back. He hasn't spoken a word since. I asked him if he saw you, and he took his sunglasses off, and his eyes were just gone. He's lucky he came out, though. He had some friends in the military, and not even his friends were able to protect him from the bastard that did that to him. You were not even like him. You were always quiet. Never had any friends. What will be missing from you if I ever see you again? How many eyes, ears, teeth would you have left? Would they have taken your soul away? And if I don't see you again, where is your body laying? Is it swimming? Is it buried in piles of bodies? Will I even find your skeleton? So many people were taken away, disappeared, as if the earth ate them. I hope it didn't eat you too. Third cup of tea. My teeth are yellow, my eyes tired, and my spirit gone. It feels like every day that passes and you don't come back, I die. My body is still every morning, and my cup of tea gets emptier and emptier until something happened and I must go. Today is not like any other day, Victor. Today I will speak out. Today I will step out that White House that was bombed years ago and I will scream. Today I will make the bastard hear my voice. I will make you hear me from wherever you are. I am tired of the fear. I am done with the state and I cannot wait for you here sitting down doing nothing. I'd rather be shot in the head than knowing that you are being tortured and I did not yell at them, not even once. I organized the neighborhood today. Today, they will know what we are made of. Victor Miranda, Victor Miranda, Victor Miranda, I want your name to be known.
El derecho de vivir, poeta Ho Chi Minh, que golpea de Vietnam a toda la humanidad. Ningún cañón borrará el surco de tu arrozal, el derecho de vivir en paz. Indochina es el lugar más allá del ancho mar, donde revientan la flor con genocidio y napalm. La luna es una explosión que funde todo el clamor, el derecho de vivir